He's got one more than MJ.
And the Lakers are up by 13.
Peace and blessings, y'all. Welcome to the GOAT James Kingdom Show with B. Lee and A. Johnny. As y'all know, we go live every Sunday, noon Eastern time, sharply to talk the GOAT conversation in basketball. As you can see, we're going to be talking great basketball again today. So shout out to everybody who's already supporting what we do by being a subscriber to the channel. If you're not a subscriber to the channel, go ahead and hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Also, check out the GOAT James Kingdom membership, as we're doing big things here in GOAT James Kingdom, and we'll continue to do so as it is 2025. So happy New Year's again for everybody. We are back again with another great episode right here on the GOAT James Kingdom platform. Today's show is going to be about GOAT James basically holds another scoring record. He holds the most in general, but he broke another record again. He broke another record, and he basically broke a Michael Jordan record, and they're upset. So shout out to everybody that's here like usual. We got my boy T Perfect. What's good, T?
Hey guys, what's going on?
All right. Also, you know, you got B. Lee, the sports analyst. What's good, B?
What's good? What's good, everybody?
All right, so again, you know who I am. I'm A. Johnny. Thank you again for subscribing to our channel and joining us here on a great Sunday afternoon. So again, ladies and gentlemen, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We'll put the link up shortly for all of y'all that want to get upset. We got you, Jay. We gonna get you, Jay. I'm gonna send you the link personally so you can come up and step up. But remember, you got to stick to the topic. I know you like talking Pippen, but today ain't about Pippen. Today's about 30-point per game scores, which the GOAT LeBron James has the most in NBA history. But you definitely are eligible to come up, brother. I'm gonna send you the link right now, shortly, right here. So let's go ahead and get this going, Brandon. They all upset. They can't handle the pressure because, again, LeBron James breaks another scoring record, and it's Michael Jordan's. Mr. 30-point per game no longer has the most 30-point per games in NBA history.
I mean, it is kind of funny because no one even considered this anything until LeBron got more than Jordan. Like, that's one of the main things that really don't make any sense to me. No one really cared until LeBron did. Like, no one cared that LeBron had the most in the postseason or the most career total prior, but somehow this one really burns them the wrong way. Charles Barkley still talking about it. It's crazy. Like, why does this even matter that LeBron has the most? Like, I mean, it's surprising that he didn't have it, but he does pass the ball a lot. So he does have a lot of assists. So it don't really matter in the long scheme of things. I think Jordan may have the most 31-point games. So I don't know why that's even a big deal, but LeBron has the ball, so that's just what it is. What about you, Travis? What do you think about this record?
I mean, to me, it's just you're right. I don't really care about it. It's just like it's something that was bound to fall anyway because he's super consistent. He could have had it a long time ago if he really wanted to, but like you said, he's a super all-around player. That's not really his focus or his drive, you know, to just like rack up. You know, it's been like you said, it would be a natural thing for him, and it's not going to move the needle as far as I already consider him one of the, you know, top 5 scorers of all time, as far as like best. But I mean, it's, you know, just another thing to chalk up, and but there it's just, you know, I it wasn't really even on my radar when I was, but I mean, hey, it's another milestone, and it's another testament to his consistency. So there you go.
That's a good milestone, I guess. What about you, Johnny?
Look at Travis trying to be all nice and polite. You know exactly what you want to say. You know exactly
What?
what y'all want to say. Finally, about time. About
No.
time.
30,
No,
like when scoring
no.
certain amount of points per game doesn't impress me at all. Like as long it's just that your consistency and how you do it. Like I said, he's on my list. I have the 10 best scorers of all time. He's part of that,
So
and that's not. I mean, this isn't going to move the needle for me. So
It's not gonna move the needle for
that's
you.
what everybody wants to say.
Oh my
no,
God.
well,
It
Oh,
took
this
them
this
it didn't
long
move for
enough.
Jordan.
That's what everybody wants to say.
this is exactly what what's it called?
And
This
LeBron
is
and
exactly
LeBron we trust
what we
there,
needed.
Dutchy.
Yeah, this is exactly what we needed. I mean, there's no question about it. This is exactly what we needed. Again, another record broken by LeBron James. I mean, how many records he gonna hold as a scorer?
I mean,
Huh?
to be honest, is Michael Jordan like is this what he done scoring really like greater than everybody in the regular season?
Well,
I
if it's
mean,
if it's up to the Zesty Jeffries, it's 10 scoring titles. Nobody has that. To them, that makes him the greatest scorer of all time. 30 points per game, most points per game in the playoffs. That's what they're gonna say. What else does Jordan need? Jordan doesn't need much. He just needs one or two things. Doesn't matter if somebody has more than him. As long as he has something, that's all they need.
and you know those scoring titles. I mean, I just never understood why they harp so much on scoring titles. Those don't even mean anything.
Because
I mean,
Jordan has
they
10
mean
of them.
nothing.
Because Jordan has
I mean,
10 of them.
if you take away his scoring titles, he still had the same amount of points, the same points per game. So they don't really mean anything in the long scheme of things. You take those away, he still have the same points and the same points per game.
But if you take away his totals, what average does he have, Brandon?
You can't take away his totals and his averages because that's what he did.
That's what I'm saying. No, but that's what I'm saying. So you can take away the scoring titles and show how great Jordan is as a scorer, but you can't take away his totals and say he's a great scorer because without his totals, you ain't even got his averages.
I mean,
So I mean,
sure.
I,
It's like
I
I
mean,
said.
I don't understand why y'all be so upset about the conversation, man. Jordan was the greatest scorer in the 1900s, I guess. Even if you want to put him ahead of Wilt Chamberlain. But that's it, man. It's 2025, ladies and gentlemen. It's 2025. It's a wrap for Jordan, man. Y'all
Well,
out here looking
I,
desperate.
I did pull up a few things of Jordan and his like what he's done throughout his career compared to who they consider the other two greatest scorers is Wilt and LeBron. So I just compare what they actually did um, together. So so let me go ahead and show this as LeBron surpassed Jordan again or something. So of course, when you say who's the greatest scorer of all time, that's what we look at as scoring titles. And that's why Michael Jordan is considered by most to be the greatest scorer of all time because of what he did in his era. So his scoring titles, like we said, if we take him away, he still is a great scorer, still averaged the most in the postseason and regular season. So as we move along of what Jordan has done, Jordan, he has the highest points per game with a few percentage above Wilt Chamberlain, a few hundreds of of a point, but the NBA states that both of them average 30.1. And then again, so if we move on, the most 30 points per game seasons, that's Jordan. Um, Will has the most 35, 40, and he got that 50 points per game season, while LeBron, he's consistent with 10, 15, 20, and 25 seasons. So LeBron being consistent and Jordan, like right here, the 30 points per game. 30 is the magic number. Anything above or below, I don't think it really matters as much, just as long as you got that 30. Then we go to who the fastest to do things. Wilt Chamberlain was the fastest to all the way up to 31,000 points. And I know we like to shame his era for what he did in his era. It wasn't great apparent to most seasons because it was 30 years before Jordan, but Jordan was the fastest to 32 points per game. Of course, LeBron's the youngest at everything, and he's the fastest to 33 to 41. That's LeBron James. And then when we go by the most 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 points per game, points in games in the season. That's LeBron. Then Wilt got 35, 40, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70. So we can see how great Wilt was as a scorer. Like these last few charts shows how great Wilt is and how consistent LeBron is. And Michael Jordan peak was pretty high. When we go point scored by age, of course, most of it's going to be LeBron. LeBron came as a teenager, averaged over 20, 40-year-old right now. He's definitely not going to keep up 30, but 37 and 38, he did average over 30 points per game at those ages. And you see how Wilt was earlier in his career. He was just phenomenal. He was just phenomenal, like unbelievable. Jordan do have the most 33 and 35 at age 33 and 35. Jordan is the king of those two. When we go to the most points scored, of course, that's LeBron James, and Michael Jordan's right ahead of Wilt Chamberlain. I guess we could say because he played longer than Wilt Chamberlain. That's gonna be a thing for that. But as we can see, Michael Jordan. I think I got one more up here. So this is the most points per game by seasons. So LeBron has about 6 different seasons that he averaged the most points per game for a player. Wilt Chamberlain has 7. Michael Jordan has 2. So as we can see how dominant Michael Jordan was, is literally only to his era that he played. When we talk about all time, Wilt Chamberlain and LeBron James dominated all time scoring. And Michael Jordan was strictly to his era, as we could easily see how great Michael Jordan was. But like we said, he was great in the 90s and in the late 80s. Okay, Travis, I see you. I see you. Though we had the facts.
You just put up a bunch of stuff that doesn't mean anything. Like the only thing that matters is it just. Like by age, who gives a shit about that? Like it doesn't matter. Like Mike's first 8 years, he was averaging 33 points a game on 52% shooting. Like, are we just gonna be by age, he was injured or whatever? It doesn't matter.
I did by age and season. Like
it's a totality of what they did in the scoring department and what they, their ending averages and their peak and prime. No one cares about if he average more when he was at 32 years old. I don't care that Mike did it. It's just when you try to make distinctions like that to it just comes off as hollow and stupid. I mean, we all know LeBron is the greatest scorer of all time because he has the most points, and there's no disputing that. And we all know that I think he's one of the top 10 best scorers of all time because of his averages, his efficiency, and his consistency. I don't care what he was scoring at 22 years old. That does not impress me at all. Because there's countless examples of people, who were successful at every age. And when you're scoring the ball, especially. So that's just a waste of a graph, my dude.
It's a waste of a graph because 2 of them said age and the other one said by season and career. So 2 of them you just want to throw out.
Yeah. By career, what does he average? 27 a game, right? For his career. Mm-hmm. Fantastic. That's 4th or 5th best all time. That's all I care about. Great.
So all you care about is points per day.
Why wouldn't I? I just said he's the greatest dude.
So let me get this straight. You want to go by points per game? Points per game average. That what you go by? Travis?
Yeah. Who are you, by the way?
So, you see the name?
Okay.
Anyway, so this is what I'm saying right here. Like I say, I watch Jordan. When I say I watch him. So I'm actually got what basketball mean in my mind when I watch it.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is shot attempts could play a big part in how many points you get. Johnny probably ain't a good scorer. I'm pretty sure that man put up 30 shots. You feel what I'm saying? He's going down. So I look at Michael Jordan shoot the ball a lot of times, 40 times. Multiple times he's shooting the ball 40 times a game. For what? You got 3-point shooter, you got the best 3-point shooters on the team. So when I'm talking about scoring points per game average, Michael Jordan supposed to have the most points. Automatically, he's supposed to have the most points because he's worried about that the most. He's gonna put up more shots than everybody on the court. So when we talk about points per game average, what are we really talking about, bro? Because we know since the 70% of Jordan 82 game season out of 70% of them games, he's shooting the ball 30 to 40 times a game. So the average is gonna be up there. Now, when we talk about Jordan having a 23-point game with 28 shots, you see what I'm saying? That's bad, right? So it's like it's levels to points per game average. You got to look at the 82 game season and play it back in your head. We can't go, oh, Michael Jordan averaged 37 points a game. We knew if we really watched that whole season, he's supposed to have 37, 40. He's supposed to have 45, to the truth, more than 37. So when I'm looking at Michael Jordan, when I say he only averaged 30, that's bad for him if he only averaged 30 throughout his career. That's all I'm saying.
That's a terrible take, especially because you're
How?
thinking that I judge
How?
the.
Talk to me.
Because you're assuming that I actually have Michael Jordan as. It just sounds like this because you sound ignorant because it sounds like you think that I have Jordan as the best scorer of all time, which I don't. I have him as a top 10 scorer.
I didn't say that.
Well,
I did not say that.
His averages. I don't care about his averages. His averages don't make him the best scorer of all time to me. He did it because he's one of the only 10 players in history to lead his team in scoring for at least 10 years and do so at a 50% clip or better. He's one of only 10 players to do that. That's LeBron's also one of those players. You're right. Scoring averages and scoring titles depend on shots taken generally. But Michael Jordan was also highly efficient, especially in his prime. That's all that matters to me. I'm not here saying that he's better than LeBron because of his averages at all. So you just said a whole lot of nothing.
No, I didn't. What I'm saying is, you talking about what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is, when we looking at Michael Jordan play, he putting up them shots, bro. And some of them games, it looked poor. So, like LeBron James, he played the game always through. He always gonna take a back seat to his scoring a lot to make sure his team get going. Now you got other players like Charles Barkley. You got players like David Robinson. They score and rebound, bro. Like score and rebound. David Robinson play better defense than Charles Barkley. All I'm saying is what you do for your team, bro. Like, I ain't saying that you said Jordan was the best scorer because of his average. I'm saying because of the way Jordan scored, it just he's supposed to have the most points. And who had the most points per game of all time? Jordan and who?
Wilt
It was
Chamberlain.
two players.
Wilt Chamberlain.
Okay, so when you look at Wilt Chamberlain, you know automatic. I'm gonna overlook the points. I'm gonna go straight to the shot attempts. So it's plenty of players we can look at. We can look at what's his name? Dominique Wilkins. He's only was on his team to put up shots, and he still didn't put up a lot of shots sometimes. So it's like it's all about shot attempts, bro. You talk about being efficient, right? Yeah, Jordan's efficient, but it was a lot of games that man wasn't efficient. When he leading the league, he had led the league and missed shots the most times in NBA history. You see what I'm saying?
What's your overall point here? Like, no one. I don't think you're like. Are you arguing against someone, or who said that? Like,
Well, you're basically, Travis, you basically said you don't care about nothing but points per game average. That's what he's trying to tell you. Why do you only care about point per game average when there's so many other things to scoring? Like, there's so many factors that go into scoring.
When we're talking about scoring, there's a lot of things that go into it. Your averages, how efficient you were, and again, how consistent you were for an extended period of time. I'm not just looking at one guy's average and being like, oh, you're the GOAT. Like I'm going to say, I've broken this down hundreds of times as to like the 10 best players I think as far as scoring goes. I've said LeBron is the most consistent scorer of all time and probably the best scorer because of his totals and the milestone that he's achieved. I think Jordan is a top 10 guy in scoring of all time. I think the best scorer of all time is KD. I've said this multiple times. So when you're like sitting up there regurgitating facts that we've already said thousands of times on the show, it's just boring, my dude. Super boring. And plus you're like fucking ineloquent as hell. So I mean, like when you're talking about like scoring averages, I agree with you. We're not like debating that. Wilt, I think, was like, if anything, you're right. We could look at his shot attempts for his first 9 years, and they were off the charts. Remember the Jordan, but I mean, Jordan was efficient. I mean, how many shooting guards are going to average at least 18 shots a game and shoot over 50% for 10 or 11 years? like what, 2? Adrian Dantley and Michael Jordan. So, I mean, are we talking about trying to discredit a man already off the bat? Like, who cares? Like, Jordan's a two-way player, one of the best two-way players of all time. So that's.
I'm trying to figure out. You talk about some points per game average. You say you don't care about that, right? I mean, you only care mostly about that. And then we talk about.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So I see what you're talking about, man. Anyway, so when we talk about how long it took LeBron James to pass Michael Jordan in this how much 50 was how much 500 what 53 or some shit like that.
563
30-point games. I don't care about it at all.
All right, Travis, he's giving up his take, and we're gonna let John in, right? So, all right, so yeah, let's talk about that, Jay. You hear them upset? They say here they go. They're in the comments. It took them 500 more games to surpass Jordan in 30-point games.
I'm going back to my point. So we knowing that Michael Jordan shot the ball over 40 times, 50% of the times in the 82-game season. We know that if you're a Jordan fan. So as a Jordan fan and understanding basketball, we know if nobody else is doing that, he's the only one supposed to have all that anyway. Easy take, easy, smooth. I'm done with that. Now y'all got it.
All right, for sure. We appreciate you. So shout out to you, Jay. Jay is a longtime GOAT James Kingdom member on Facebook, and he always be in Facebook cooking Jordan fans for lying. So let's get King John's take. King John, thank you for joining us, brother. You're here again on another great Sunday afternoon. So what do you think about the GOAT surpassing Jordan in 30 points per game and all the Zesty Jeffries all upset about it?
You know, I pay attention to a lot what's going on social media, and I pay attention. I look at what people's talking about, what wave is going what way. And one thing I've noticed is that people are really bothered by LeBron passing Jordan in the most 30-point games ever. And I asked, I literally sit here and ask, I said, why is that so bothersome by him? And people are just upset. They can't give you the reason why they're upset. I actually believe just the sight of them seeing LeBron 1 and Jordan 2. That's it. And I believe that bothers just the sight of it. Because it's like, well, it took him 5. I said, okay. I said, so let's break this down. How many more games did it take Jordan to pass Will Chamberlain? They don't know it. So I said, it really doesn't matter. I said, it's a 30-point game, most 30-point game for a career. It happened. Does it change your mindset of who you feel is the GOAT in any type of way? I don't believe it should. I said, it doesn't change me. I said, when I found out the stat, cool, it was all right. I said, everybody's talking about it. I said, that's how ESPN talking about it, Fox Sports 1 talking about it, Inside the NBA talking about it. Everybody talking about this record. But all it is the most 30-point games for a career. That's it. I don't see the big deal about it. One thing I've noticed, 30 points is a magical number when it comes to scoring. When you talk about scoring in the NBA, 30 points is almost like, can you get to 30? And sometimes I believe people get so upset about the one thing they felt like Jordan did great is score, and LeBron does it better. And when I say better, I mean he's just been more consistent of it. He's played 22 seasons, and his scoring average, I mean, he's had, this is 21 straight seasons, averaging at least 25 points. This may be the first season since his rookie season he didn't average 25 points a game. He had 24.1 right now. But the magical number for scores has always been 30,000, 30 points per game. I see the way people are reacting to LeBron passing, and I would love to hear from anybody to help me understand why is that so bothersome to people. I just want to know. You know, I'm a great listener. I like to listen to what people say. It helps my perspective on things. I just want to understand. I don't understand why LeBron passing this most 30-point games matter to me.
Well, I'm gonna tell you why, Bob.
It's easy because Jordan averaged 30 points per game, so that's the magic number, Michael Jordan number, 30. Go ahead.
The most 30 points. The most 30 points. You know what I'm saying? Like I look at it as in, if you're an old head that was living in that era, it's just like, you know, you're gonna be stuck in that era. If you in the new generation, and you trying to hate on LeBron, you don't want to see nothing. You already got in your mind that, oh, we gonna hate LeBron, we just gonna praise Jordan. We don't even care to do no homework about Jordan. Whatever come out good about Jordan, we don't want LeBron to pass him in it. We just not finding out about it, but at the same time, it's like we gotta understand, we gotta keep this Michael Jordan shit alive. If we don't, then we fake fans. So we gotta pretend like we like LeBron. I mean, we gotta pretend like we are Jordan fans, but then hate LeBron so much to where we don't want to see him do nothing. Like, we don't want to see him pass up Jordan and nothing. You feel what I'm saying? And you ain't even no Jordan fan, but it irks you to even see the fact that he passed Jordan in anything. And I don't like the fact that we got all these people on here not even trying to really debate the fact that they even know the basketball game, know anything about basketball. I'm like, why it bother you so much that LeBron name is all over the record books when all you had to do is just sit back and watch and
They don't watch the
appreciate.
games. They don't watch the games though.
So if they appreciate more, then they'll understand more. That's how I look at it.
They don't watch the games. They don't watch the games. They don't watch. They only watch LeBron to see all the bad stuff, to talk bad about LeBron. They don't watch the games just to be a fan, to just sit there and watch it and appreciate it. That's why they can't recognize it. That's why they saying all they want to say about LeBron James and this 30-point per game thing. At the end of the day, Jordan has LeBron James has more games at 30 points where he took less than 25 shots in those games than Jordan has 30 points per game taking over 25 shots in those games. We all know Michael Jordan takes a bunch of shots, like Jay said. If we really take a look at how many times Michael Jordan shoots the ball in general, this is how Michael Jordan shoots. This is what he does. All he does is shoot at the end of the day. Like, all he does is shoot the game. That's it. And they'll tell you, well, what's wrong with him shooting? Well, you can't shoot that much. That's bad team basketball. But for some reason, playing more is a problem. I never understood how playing more is an issue, but shooting more isn't. Shooting the ball a lot is bad team basketball. One man should not take that many shots in a basketball game. It don't work. But we know Jordan was trying to sell sneakers, which we know he sold a lot of sneakers. But at the end of the day, that's why they get upset, because they basically want us to think that LeBron James took all of this effort to pass Jordan. He didn't take all this effort. LeBron was just playing his game. He could play 22 seasons, and he doesn't need to take these many shots to score the type of baskets he put up, to put up the type of points that he put up. Jordan took, what's it called, 1,500 more shots to do this. It took Jordan 1,500 more shots to do this. You're talking about 500 more games. It took Jordan 1,500 more shots to do this, to accomplish this. LeBron James only took 1,500 less shots to get to this point. You're on mute, John. Unmute yourself, John.
Yeah, did you hear him on NBA TV actually repeat what you just said? I think Sam Mitchell has said, well, it took LeBron James 500 more games to pass Jordan in 30-point games. And Isaiah Thomas said, well, LeBron James took less shots to do the same thing. And I mean, you know LeBron's a scorer. He's a passer. I was watching his high school game the other day, the one when he played Oak Hill, when Oak Hill was number one. Mm-hmm. And you see how his gift is pass. It's just he's such a great passer. You see it. Mm-hmm. And it's crazy that his gift of passing is so high that his gift is he's a gifted scorer as well. So it's like, what do you say he's better at as a scorer, as a passer? I mean, he's becoming number one in all these scoring records and all this, and at the same time, he's still number 4 all time in assists. I mean, I don't think we even break that down so hard that, I mean, if he wasn't such a great passer, how fast would he have broken a lot of these scoring records if he didn't pass the ball? If he did jack up the 20, 25 shots per game that he could have done, and nobody wouldn't have said anything about him taking the shots, he would have took the shots. How fast did some of these records would have been broken? But because he's such a willing passer and a great passer, it's like it's almost like he get hits for being such a great passer, and it may take him longer to break some of these scoring records. Hey Jay, I was letting you. I heard you in the back.
Yeah. So I mean, hold on. Let me bring up Big Dex. Big Dex in the bill. Hold on, that you, Brandon? Oh, my bad, Brandon.
See, this is exactly though. This is what makes Jordan so lethal. It's like I don't care about like you can talk about like context of when he played, whatever. But the fact is, like he got most of these when he was sure he was taking a lot of shots, but he was so, especially for that era, like royalty, he was so efficient. Like most of the seasons where he's racking up like 3,000 points season or whatever, and he's like shooting 53% from the field. Like it's an unstoppable weapon, and so it's just like you're getting. I'm not like trying to move his position or anything, but like we start like when we were talking about like the few people who are taking more than like 19, 20 shots a game. You know, usually they're shooting their team out of games. I'm not saying Jordan never did that. But when you have like a weapon like that, where it's going to give you high volume scoring every night, and they're going to do it efficiently, then that's almost unheard of, unless you're a center.
Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. Too perfect. I mean, he was giving you 30, and I mean, he shot 49% for his career. So
and that's only because of the Wizards years. I mean, if he never played in Washington, he would have ended his career at over 50%.
Yeah, it was over 50%. I think his point per game average was 32 before, 31 or 30.
Yeah, you're right. It was almost 32.
Yeah, before he went to Washington. So, but the big number, and that he didn't have 30,000 points yet before he went to Washington. So that I think that was a number. I've heard some things early in his career. One thing he wanted to do was pass Wilt and total points for a career. And I mean, he ended up accomplishing that. He was efficient. He took a lot of shots. If you pay attention to the Bulls earlier, they didn't have a lot of people who can create their own shots on that team, on either team. So he can create his own shots, and I think that mattered to why he took so many shots. He was a scorer, and he was an efficient scorer. I don't deny anything you just said. I agree with everything you just said, Travis. And I mean, that's why it's such a bother to me that when I'm watching this LeBron pass Jordan for most 30-point games, why it's so bothersome to people. I just don't understand. It just, I mean, I understand certain records, I get it, but this whole most 30-point games for a career, like I said, I got somebody new on here. Welcome to the panel. If you
Dex is not new. You don't know who Dex is? That's Dexter. What up, Dexter?
I've never seen him on here. I did watch some older episodes, and I did remember his face, but I've seen him on here since I've been on here.
Our Facebook guys are here today. We got Jay and we got Dexter.
Original Jay, he must have accidentally hit something, but yeah, not Jay. Dexter he was over there like
started. Jordan was a selfish player a lot of the time, like, and he admitted this too. I'm not saying that he was out for himself, like it's probably why he unretired. Like he was in a lot of ways, like when it came to scoring the ball, there were times where he was just out for himself. But like, you're 100% right, and like that's well documented. But and like he's like somebody like he needed a team around him. But no, I think we're on the same page as far as him scoring. And like this is the 30-point impressive. Yeah, it's another testament, but.
It's more than just a testament because, like I said, LeBron James still being able to do what he's doing right now. That's the point. It's the fact that he's still doing it right now. And in these games, he shoots better than Michael Jordan shoots. He's shooting 40% from the three-point line in these 563 games. And not only that, he's getting the 7 assists. He's getting 7 assists per game.
LeBron's probably the best all-around player we've ever seen. I mean.
Yeah, I don't know if it was debating. Look how long he's been doing it for. That's great. Jordan was a great scorer and efficient for 10 years of his career, and LeBron's been for 20 years.
Unheard of.
It's incredible.
I've yet to see someone argue against that in a logical way. Like there's no debating that. Like
how you can see it in the comment section. They're upset.
I mean, these are actual arguments. He's not talking about the insane people.
He did say logical. That was the important word that he put in there. He said logical.
Oh man, Travis, they're gonna tell you to come home today, and you're gonna lose all your Michael Jordan
I'm
privileges.
like at their fence. I'm like tending their garden.
Oh my God, man! I can't believe it, man! I can't believe it. These dudes are going crazy. You know, listen, they going so crazy, bro, that they got Zesty Jeffries out here looking like this now, y'all.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous right here.
Oh,
Like I have to add
That's
that.
for me.
I hope
I
that's
have
not
to
real.
add that
I hope
somewhere.
it's not real.
Is that Craig?
Listen, do you know what it would take to get your first tattoo, and this would be your first ever tattoo to ever get in your life?
These Jordan
man,
fans.
tell me this not real.
Oh,
It's
this
real.
is
It's real.
oh,
It's a video. It's real.
this is
It's
real.
real.
Oh,
This, wait. Jay, this is GOAT James Kingdom. Again, y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We do it best here every Sunday afternoon. We do the Lord's work. Look, Jay, I got you, Jay. Here you go.
Let's make it last. Got your back. Let's make it last forever and ever. Don't let our love in. Got your back. Let me hear you tell me you love me. Let me hear you say you never leave me.
I can't go for that. No can do, yeah. Hey, bitch, you going too far. No can do.
Bro, I thought I would never see somebody that was more of a Jordan fan than Willie, but Willie, you got comp. Willie, you got
This
comp.
dude is tired of this LeBron Jordan debate. He said he's gonna tattoo Jordan on his body for life.
You think he's done? You think they're gonna finish up the jersey?
Man.
You think they're gonna finish up the jersey?
I don't know what the. I hope. I'm pretty sure he won't post it again, or he won't let someone post it again.
Oh, wait, you guys.
They better be lucky they hit his face.
I don't know if you guys can hear it closely. If you listen closely again to the video, right? I'll play it again just for fun because this shit is hilarious. The man tells him turn around, and then he tells him arch your back. Legitimately, that's in. This is the most ultimate zestiest video I've ever seen and ever. They got a nerve. They got a nerve to talk about Diddy parties and all these homoerotic things, and they got Zesty Jeffries out here talking like this to one another.
Let's make it last. Got your back.
I didn't say arch your back. Pause, kid. Pause.
And ever. Don't let our love in. Got your back. Let me hear you tell me you love me. Let me hear you say you never leave me.
I can't go for that. No can do, yeah. Hey, bitch, you going too far. No can do.
Although we got to check someone real fast. Adrian Gascoigne. Listen, I've like resolved this year to be more respectful when I address the chat and people who have initially bad takes. Listen, 4-6 and the 6-0 argument, that doesn't fly here. We don't use things like that to determine where players rank. Come with a better argument. If you're for Jordan, really, come with a better argument. Come with a logical, because that just makes you sound like you just woke up, turned on ESPN, and like listened to some Skip Bayless and came on the show. Like, we don't do that.
Listen to
All
some
right.
Skip Bayless.
Let's get that
Not on ESPN
zesty.
anymore. Sorry.
Let's get that zesty Jeffrey off the damn screen. First off, let's bring up Michael Jordan's records. These are Michael Jordan's records. Shout out to Dex. You ready, Dex? You ready? Oh, all right, Dex not ready. All right, so let's first off, let's bring up Michael Jordan's scoring record.
No, I can hear you. My bad, I had my mic muted.
Okay, yeah. Let's go ahead and let's bring up Michael Jordan's records, because all these people talk about how Michael Jordan's the GOAT, but how he don't be having the resume for this stuff. This is why I don't be understanding how he's the greatest at anything, but don't have the resume. All of a sudden, most scoring titles is enough, or averaging the most points in the postseason or the regular season. That's all Jordan has to be considered the greatest scorer ever. Now that he no longer has the most 30-point per game in NBA history, like all that's taken away from Jordan. But he only has these records. These are Jordan's records as far as scoring wise. I mentioned the first three. He has the most points scored in the final series, and I'm giving him that, right? Because he already averages the most he doesn't average the most in a playoff series. So that lets you know right now. So somebody averaged more than Jordan in the playoffs, but he did average the most in the finals.
The most in the finals?
In a series, in one series.
Oh,
just for the series, not for the whole entire finals. Yeah, exactly.
That was 93, right?
I believe so.
93 versus Phoenix. Got to be 93 versus Phoenix.
One of the ones he averaged 40 in 91 and 40 in 93. So yeah, so he has the most. Again, he has the highest in a final series, for a series, not for the entire finals. Then he has the most points in the playoff game, right? He has the most 30-point per game seasons. He has the most 30-point per game season streak. So he has 7 straight seasons averaging 30 points per game, tied with Wilt Chamberlain, right? Then he has the most 40 points per game in the playoffs. He has the most 50 points per game in the playoffs. He has the most 60-point games in the playoffs. He has the most 40 points per games series average in NBA history. He has the most 30-point per game in the postseason average, and he has the most 30 points per game average in a playoff series. Those are all of Jordan's scoring records.
I'd say the second and third one, pretty. I mean, a lot.
What? I mean, is this the resume of the greatest scorer of all time? I know, Travis, you already said you don't think so because you think it's Kevin Durant. But let's let Dex get into this. Dex, obviously, this is what the conversation is going to be about. It's going to be about who is the greatest scorer. But they don't like to use nothing but the one or two things that Jordan is great at, and they don't like to really look at resumes and see who doesn't have more records scoring-wise than LeBron.
Yeah. LeBron, as far as like records and all that, definitely is the greatest scorer. Like, when I look at it, but see, just looking at the game of it, I love how KD play because he can score at every different level easily, but that doesn't make him the greatest player of all time. Always the greatest player to me gonna be LeBron, but willing to somebody come through better. But yeah, I can see either argument for KD or LeBron as far as the greatest scorer because one got the records and the other one just make it look easy at every level. But I just can't put somebody who literally mid-range dunk, layup as a better scorer than them two, because we can look at it like even just these past 4 or 5 games now, when LeBron has been on a hot streak from 3, and he's been scoring at the mid-range, even broke the 30 points per game record with the mid-range shot that people swear he don't got. So he got a bag, he got the records, and he can score at all levels. The only place he really struggled at is the free throw line, but that's still like 78% for a career, so that ain't bad, especially for a forward. But it's just like I can't put Jordan up there with them because of the way they score and how they do it and how much is asked of them to do it at multiple levels against the zone and everything else over multiple decades. And they've done it. And it has not been a real decline for either one of them.
Hey, Dex.
Yeah.
Hey, Dex, I want to have a conversation with you. Imagine LeBron playing in the era of man-to-man, no zone. So that means when he's being guarded by his guy, is nobody sitting on that lower level waiting on him to come. It would have been a free lane for him to get to the basket. Mm-hmm. You would have had to rotate late to try to stop him. And you got to think when he was younger, you wasn't going to rotate late trying to stop him from getting to the rim. And I listened to a lot of people talk about eras and how one era was tougher than the other. And one thing, Johnny has showed this. He showed this thing on about defense, and I'm watching because people think defense is hidden. That's the only thing they can explain. about defense. But one thing what people can't explain is the difference in the way defense is played. Because when you had an era of Mutombo who couldn't play in this era because he couldn't switch defense, that he would be in no man's land and people would expose him. Sometimes people don't understand when you talk about scores and if LeBron played in an era before zone, how he would score even easier than he scores today.
Now, if LeBron played in the 90s and you put everybody else on the far side and you put him over there one-on-one with somebody and you told them to bring the double, that's easy. Because it's literally, but see, and that's the thing, like Magic Johnson showed how easy it was with just him not even trying to score. You put him on one side and he was looking to pass and he still could get past anybody. And he's smaller and slower and he doesn't even have a jumper like that. And he did it like that. Hell, look at Penny Hardaway. Penny Hardaway was killing folks before he got injured, really doing similar to Magic and not really looking for his shot, but more so looking to pass, but still getting like 22, 23 points a game. Just really showing out like you couldn't. Grant Hill came in the league and said it was easy. And that was the closest in the 90s to LeBron. And he came in as a rookie scoring, 20-something, and saying that it was easier to score in the NBA than it was in college for him to score.
Well,
so it's just like you.
I was just saying this real fast. I want to run this by you guys, see what you guys thought about this theory. So if we're talking about LeBron playing in the 90s, right? Like, you're right. Like, no zone. And, I mean, obviously they had the no 3-second, whatever. But I would say that would he have scored a little bit easier as far as, like, you know, or say would he have seen a lot more ice? Of course. But let's say if he's driving the rim, like, obviously they didn't have had to worry about the same spacing they have to do now because you didn't have 3, 4, 5 guys who were shooting above 35%, you know, from three and doing so while taking 4 or 5 threes a game like you have now. You know, you have to worry about, you know, you have to be better at closing out today. It's harder to play defense today in today's league because of those factors. Now, but I would say that because of that, I'd say they were going to be way more apt to, as soon as LeBron touches the ball and makes his move, I think they would be a lot more apt to double him. I think LeBron's assists would go way up in the 90s. I don't think necessarily his points would, just because I think he would take maybe a couple less shots again because he's going to be getting players way more open looks than he does today. And yeah, he's still going to get his, but I don't think that he's necessarily, because they would do everything that he could to clog the lane, cut him off, double him. I think he'd face way more doubles than he did off the ball. But I think that you'd probably see like a LeBron who was going like 24, 10 and 9 or something a game, something like that, just because of the nature of like who he is as a player would be shifted slightly.
Travis, I actually think his scoring don't change. I think he's still probably at 27.1 as a scoring average for a career. But the points you just made, I think he may be a 10 a game assist guy for a career in the 90s. I think you're 100% right off your take. I think his assists per game actually does go up because he going to the lane. You're going to rotate. And he would get wide open shots based off that rotation. So I actually think you're 100% right based off the rotation. You're going to want to clog the lane. It's going to be wide open 3-point shooters wide open to take these shots. So actually, you're right. I think his 27.1 doesn't change. I actually think his assist goes up. So yeah, I mean, your take, that was a great take because I think you're 100% right. His assists go up. But my point was, I still think at times he had games where it's easier to score because there's nobody there. It's literally nobody there.
Yeah, they'd have to be a lot better.
LeBron's field goal percentage would be way higher as well. His field goal percentage would be through the roof. It would be sky high. It would be sky high. It would be ridiculous.
I don't know about that because he wouldn't be taking. He'd be taking what, like maybe a 3 a game, and he takes 3 or 4 now. So I think that would actually lend to raising it. But
because now it's harder. LeBron's never seen one-on-one coverage, man. The last time LeBron James saw one-on-one coverage was 2007 against Detroit.
Listen, when we watch these games, yes, there's zone defense, everything, but there's plenty of ISO ball that happens today.
Not enough, but not with LeBron. You don't ISO LeBron. You don't leave LeBron by himself with some dude. You don't do that. You're not going to win.
These games?
Yes, I'm watching these games.
When they do that,
there's help. There's always help. There's always help. There's always help.
Being sidelined is a layup, so they don't do it.
They leave LeBron.
I just don't.
That's why when they do leave LeBron one-on-one, he gets to the basket and scores. And y'all just say all he does is do layups.
Easy.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's why.
He gets to the
You can't
basket.
leave him one-on-one.
really-
You can't leave him one-on-one. You can't. There's
really
not
hate
guys
the
going to stay
90s
on him like that.
myth. Right. I hate the 90s myth because it's just funny to me because 5'11", Damon Stoudemire, 6 foot Allen Iverson both came into the league in the 90s where they hand checked and they both averaged, if not 20 points, right at 19, 20 points as rookies. So if they were whooping, and they weren't shooting threes, if they were beating up on little guys like that, how did rookies come in here averaging 19, 20 points a game that easy?
I want to know what small forward. I want to know what small forward stand in front of LeBron. I want to know what small forward in the 90s stay in front of LeBron. Besides Scottie Pippen.
Scottie couldn't. He was too small, but he could get him like with his arm. He's about the closest thing to Kawhi, so it'd probably be an ISO right there. But I don't think nobody else would. You're not putting Anthony Mason on LeBron. I'm sorry, that's not going to work out. Feet aren't quick enough.
Charles Smith, Ceballos,
Cliff Robinson.
Ceballos.
You not. It's come on, like
Stacey Augman.
They too light, and that's the thing. Because Scotty has the length.
Nigga said Anthony Mason.
Has the length. They just too light.
I mean, maybe LaFonso Ellis. Maybe.
Look, I said small forward. Leave it up to Zesty Jeffy just to name anybody in the 90s that's tough. Dale Davis cannot stand in front of LeBron James.
No, he can't.
No, yeah.
No.
Look, this guy said Grant Hill. When has Grant Hill ever been a stopper? Let's continue on some more. Look, another one. I said small forward. Gary Payton will get posted up easily. He's not Jordan. He will post him up, and Gary Payton couldn't do nothing. They would clear out the side of the floor, and it'd be LeBron versus Gary Payton. It'd be nothing but buckets.
I mean,
Dale Davis couldn't even stay in front of Larry
Bruce
Johnson.
Bowen, right?
When have y'all seen Grant Hill stop anybody? How is he stopping LeBron? Doing
never.
what?
He would.
Only Scotty. Scotty's the only one that would give him. Look, Larry. He said Larry Johnson. Where?
Larry Johnson can't play defense. I mean, have we seen what Penny did to Scottie Pippen? Penny used to abuse Scottie Pippen.
He did.
There's no way.
You have to realize that LeBron probably wouldn't be the same exact physical specimen he is today, for a lot of reasons.
Well,
we have to hope he would not.
His game wouldn't be the same either.
And that's why LeBron James has.
I mean, LeBron came in at 18, 6'8", 240. What would you think would change?
No, well, so he would. Okay, so his workout regime would be different. He wouldn't be depending on what team he went on, his role would probably be a little bit different. I don't think he would be the facilitator for everything. You
have to hope everything changes for him. Okay, I get it.
But wait, hold up.
No, I get it.
Like Vince Carter and T-Mac were the same height, right? But they just weren't the same size, and they killed. So I'm confused. Like, what would be different for him?
No, all these other guys like Mason and who's all these other muscle bound dudes? Karl Malone, they all can stay fit, they play. They all can play, no problem. But LeBron, for some reason, Bron's gonna have a struggle. Bron's gonna be the one to struggle.
Right.
Yeah, I don't.
Them people had bricks in their shoes, so
he would have probably had to play hockey.
No, LeBron wouldn't have played small forward. He would have played power forward in that era. Because he was like, this is easy work against these big guys.
He would have played point guard. He would have played point guard because he would have been like, it would have been barbecue chicken every day. What? I could be on the left side or the right side. Y'all just gonna send 3 people over there, and it's just gonna be me over here. What? Come on, man, y'all. Stop it, y'all. Stop it.
That's what I'm saying.
Stop it, y'all.
What if he played with Cleveland? 1988, 1989 Cleveland.
Oh, he'd be balling because he'll have Mark Price and stuff. They get Brad Doherty out of there. And you have LeBron. You have LeBron James, Larry Nance, Ron Harper, Mark Price. Come on, man. It's a rap. Jordan's not beating him in the first round. Jordan's not beating him in the first round. As a matter of fact, they're gonna have a better.
You think all them lobs Larry Nance is getting per game? He's getting 6 points
That's
per game off lobs.
Easy too.
Back door.
Yes.
And then you gotta watch it. When LeBron gonna be coming towards you, then they ain't gonna see Nance.
I mean,
what?
So right on the
Mark Price got a spot up.
Have you guys watched those highlights where you see Charles Barkley on fast breaks just destroying the rim? Imagine LeBron James, the fastest player on the court, strongest player on the court, Charles Barkley did that at least four times a game. LeBron will have 16 points off of just outrunning everybody.
He wouldn't even be called King James. They would call him Air James. Y'all would be upset. They would call him Air James. He wouldn't even be King James. He'd be Air James. They'd be like,
these are fun hypotheticals.
This guy's dunking from the free throw line in the game. Not at the All-Star break. He's doing it in the game.
I mean, he would have been so far ahead of everybody that he would just start doing that probably because no one will be able to even keep up with him.
He would have been.
He literally gets 20 points per game off of getting the rebound and just going down court.
Oh my God! You know what? Talking about 20 points per game, Brandon. This is why he's the greatest scorer of all time. The all-time scoring records for LeBron James. We all know he is the all-time scoring leader in regular season and in the postseason. He has the most double-digit games in the regular season. He has the most double-digit games in the postseason. He has the longest streak of 10-point games in NBA history. He has the most 20-point per games in the regular season and in the postseason. He has the most 30 points per game now in the regular season and also had in the postseason. He has the most 25-point per game seasons and the longest streak with 25 points per game. He has the most 20-point per game seasons. He has the most 20-point per game postseasons. He has the most 20-point per game playoff series. He's the youngest to average 30. He's the oldest to average 30. He's the only player to put up a 30-point game in every season he's played in, which includes 22 seasons. And he's the youngest to every scoring milestone, which is legitimately 41 different records. So I only counted 18 here, but if you count those right there, you count another 40. And I don't even know if I'm missing anything. I don't even know if I'm missing anything because I really was going to go into the GJK dictionary, but I was like, I'm not going to do that.
You don't have enough time to do all that. Come on, that's
exactly. Like I told y'all, we got a GOAT James Kingdom dictionary for y'all, full of stats, accolades, and achievements. Y'all do not want us to put this book together. Y'all gonna be in trouble. We just waiting for LeBron to finish his career. That's all we waiting for. It's a wrap for y'all.
Trash.
So Travis, you think your boy gonna own these many records when he retire, Kevin Durant, to be greater than LeBron as a scorer?
I mean, look at these records. They're so obscure, though. I mean, like,
how are they obscure? You didn't say that when I brought up Michael Jordan's numbers. Those were the same shit I brought up from
I literally said, I said Michael Jordan's. I said the only ones I care about are obviously you can look at the
averages. I put up averages here. You said care about averages
and his consistency and efficiency. So the same thing with LeBron James. I don't care about what he did as far as 20 points per game. We know that he's like the most consistent scorer of all time. Facts. We know that he's probably the greatest because of his. Obviously, the sheer breadth of his volume or his career totals. Yeah,
LeBron. Oh,
LeBron.
Okay,
and
I'm just making sure.
I'm just saying that to me, like, this is great, but I mean, these things don't move the needle for me. It's the totality of what we see, and that's measured by I think three main things: is he's wildly efficient, especially considering like his style of play, and he's the most consistent player we've ever seen, and he has his overall averages. Means something because he's getting this amount of points per season. It's not like he's just scoring 1,000 points per game or per season, and he's doing that for 20 years. He's getting enough to average still. Like he's at 4, if we don't count Luka right now. He's at 4th all time.
What?
That's
in playoff points.
Travis, of all time scorers, who do you have ahead? You have Jordan ahead of LeBron?
No. If I said best scorer of all time, I think it's KD. But if I'm greatest scorer of all time, it's LeBron. I don't think you can argue that.
Okay, best scorer. Do you have Jordan ahead of LeBron as the best scorer?
No, I think LeBron. No, I don't have him as the best scorer either because LeBron. I think is a more effective scorer than Jordan. That matters too because he's a better scorer from all three levels as far as. I mean, you can argue the mid-range thing, but like he's better, he finishes better, and he's better from 3, and he does so at relative volume too, especially later in his career. That's wild. So I think he's better. He's a better scorer, I think, than Michael Jordan as far as just being effective. But again, I have the 10 best scorers of all time, just in my opinion.
Honestly, this is a mute point tracking. I mean, trying to go at Travis because he has LeBron over Jordan for score. Like this is a mute point.
Well, he's smart. He's smart.
He's just trying to let you guys know how great Jordan is as a scorer. That's all. We do not have to attack him because he's just trying to let you guys
Jordan,
know. Okay.
You can love Jordan and you can like LeBron. It's not blasphemy.
No.
You can do things.
No. I'm sorry, Travis. This is a war, and there is no love in war, and you need to pick a side. So it's either you're gonna be on the Zesty Jeffrey side.
He picked the side already.
Okay, you picked the side. So you picked because we know you don't want to be on this side. This is the horrible side. You came home. We appreciate you, Travis.
I'm tired of this shit.
Travis don't want to be like this. This is how they feel right now. They booking flights to come see Brandon and I right now.
I'm so fucking tired of this shit. Fuck this shit.
Y'all be getting death threats.
Fucking tired of this shit. Come on, you motherfuckers. Come on, you motherfuckers.
Yep. Good job, Travis. Cause this is what we doing. This is what we doing Sundays. Cause LeBron's the GOAT scorer now. I mean, he got the most points scored, the most 30 points per game. It's a wrap. Go ahead, Dexter. Is that Dexter trying to talk?
No, it was just one guy who's a coach, is a friend of mine. He was like, "Yeah, you can't hear me."
No, we can hear you. Go ahead, brother.
We good, Dex.
Oh, okay. No, it was a guy who's a coach, a friend of mine. He was like, when you picking a kid's team and you see one kid that can dribble a pass, rebound, shoot a three, do a layup, back down, and you got another kid that can just shoot from the elbow down, which one of them is the star of your team? He was like, anybody who tell you that the kid with less skills is going to be the star of their team ain't really coaching to win. And so I was just like, nobody ever really thinks like that, and that's just simple logic. Like, why would I give the ball to somebody who I can stop easier than somebody who I got to really plan for? Like, that doesn't make sense. Like, he's versatile enough to do everything on the court, but you want to say he's worse than somebody who can be limited just by pushing them outside or pushing them to the left? That's weird.
Yeah, Mr. Tyrone, to be honest with you, we would care about 40-point and 50-point games if Michael Jordan had the most, but he don't have the most of those neither. So I don't know why you care. He don't have the most of those. We just took what Jordan had, the 30-point per game. It's over. It's a wrap. We took that away from you. LeBron legitimately took that away. LeBron James is officially the 30-point king. That's it. He's the 30-point king. I don't know why y'all want to argue. I don't know why y'all want to keep arguing. We told you what Jordan's records are. We gave you Jordan's resume. Y'all don't know Jordan's resume, so we have to make sure we provide you Jordan's resume so that you know exactly what Jordan did for his career. And if you want to see Jordan's records and what he holds as a scorer, as you can see, it's a shorter list because he just accomplished less. He played less, he accomplished less. That's what happens when you play less. You accomplish less. But he doesn't have here, I don't see nowhere here where he says he has the most 40 points per game in a regular season. Now, he has the most 40 and 50-point games and the most 60-point games in the postseason. Y'all could tip y'all hat for that. He got one 60-point game. He got a couple of 50-point games. And he got a
60-point.
Yeah, him and LJ Baylor are tied. And some of these records, he's tied with people in as well. But he does have the most 40-point per game playoffs series. He has the most 40-point per game average in a postseason as well.
He don't have the.
It was only 3 games.
Who got the most 40-point games in the playoff?
That's Jordan. That's Jordan.
Okay. What do you got? Was it 9 and one playoff series? I think LeBron got 8. And that was
he has more. He has more than LeBron.
Yeah, I think LeBron got almost. I think double LeBron when I look.
Yeah, he has more than LeBron.
And when it comes to volume scoring in the playoffs, I don't think he's really going to catch Mike. I mean, as far as that goes, but
LeBron been past Mike. I count 13 with Jordan. I got past that, and like I told you, number 18 is 48 and 41 separate records.
That's not fair.
And nobody's gonna break those records. Nobody's gonna break those records
because final scoring output was. Do you think it's? Can we give that to Mike?
Yeah, I already said that. It's on there. He has the most points average in the finals.
In the final series. In one series. Not in the finals period. He doesn't have it like in the finals because Rick Barry, number 1.
What, 93 finals?
I think it is 93 because I think he averaged 41.
93. Yeah, when he averaged 41 versus Phoenix.
Okay. He averaged 33 shot attempts. Shot attempts.
Oh, of course, we already know that. That Jordan is going to shoot the ball a lot.
100%.
That's what Jordan's gonna do. Jordan's gonna shoot. We
Jay
know
with
that.
those field goal attempts.
Yeah, no, I mean Jay's not wrong though, because Jordan
I'm
does
Like,
take
saying,
a lot of shots.
I play basketball, bro. If I shoot the ball 15 times and I get 20 some points, if I shoot the ball 30 times, how many points I'm gonna get? You see what I'm saying? Like, done.
Yeah, Jay's not lying, because let's just do this, right? And this is a little bit more updated though, right? If we look at the 30-point games that Jordan scored under 20 field goal attempts, LeBron James did it twice more than Jordan did it. If we go to 40-point games under 20 field goal attempts, that one is supposed to be under 20 field goal attempts, not more. So I got the symbol wrong, right? And then if we go to the ones where they get where he shoots over 25 field goal attempts, as you can see, Jordan. I mean, when he shoots under 25 field goal attempts, Jordan only has 210 games in that scenario. LeBron has more. Now in the playoffs, Jordan scored more than 40 points under 25 field goal attempts. But that's what Jordan does. Jordan shoots the ball a lot. He shoots, like I said, Jordan has over 350 games where he took over 25 shots to score 30 points out of his 30 points per game. And we already know he shoots a lot off the top. These are just facts, man. Nobody's trying to take away Jordan's resume, but at the end of the day, Jordan's just not as good as LeBron. Why can't y'all just accept that? He's just not good as LeBron. Somebody came and passed Jordan in your lifetime. You wasn't expecting it, but it happened. Even if we go to the playoffs, it's the same thing, because LeBron James has the most 30-point games under 25 field goals in the playoffs, and he doubled Jordan there as well. He has more 40-point games taking less than 25 shots than Jordan as well.
The only thing I'll say about that is, like, LeBron is very like, when you're talking about all-time players, especially offensively, I don't think that we've seen the combination of, like, shot attempts that LeBron does, because LeBron, the majority, slightly, obviously he comes like his shot attempts occur at the rim, but he also is an adept three-point shooter, especially like the last 5 years. So he mixes it up. Why I think more so than, I mean, obviously you could argue KD, but he's better at getting to the rim than KD and finishing, but he also will hit the three ball, which I think is impressive, because throughout history, like, who could you say, like, especially if they're taking 18, 19 shots a game, who did that? Like, especially with the consistency and, you know, the ability to have, like, the three-level scoring. And obviously, I think what I will say for Michael Jordan, I think he was a little bit more polished, not just like mid-range, but a little bit more polished footwork. I think he was better at creating his own shot attempt. But LeBron is, he's added that aspect to his game more so over, like, the end of his career. Then I think that really boosted him up as far as what you consider, like, who the best three-level scorers were in history, and I think he's right up there now.
Definitely better than MJ. That's for sure.
I think you're right, Travis. I think you're right about the footwork. I think the footwork, Jordan is, he was more polished at it. I just think the way they created their shots was a lot different. I think the way LeBron created his shot is based off he can pass, and it helps him create his shot. And Jordan's first step was just outworldly. It was just different. He was getting past you off that first step. He didn't have an amazing handle at all. He just had an amazing first step. I mean, LeBron has an amazing first step too, but LeBron doesn't need to get past you to score. LeBron wants you on his hip. Once LeBron gets you on his hip, it's over. I mean, who's that big and that fast to keep up with him? If you're fast enough to keep up with him, most 99% of the time you're probably lighter than him. So at that point, he can do what he wants to as long as you're on his hip. I just think they created their shots different, and I think that's one of the big differences in the way they create their shot, because LeBron creates his shot off the pass, because you got to decide how you're going to guard him, because you know you come rotate on him, he's going to pass it right to the perfect person, and Jordan, he's going to try to score over you. So it just, to me, it's the way they created their shots. It was just a lot different.
Yeah.
The Hawks had like, the Hawks had like 6'8", 6'9" guys on their team, right? And they tried all of them, and he still got 30. And it was over 50% shooting that last game. So you put people his size on him, he's scoring. You put people on him that are bigger than him, he going past him. You put guys on him that are smaller than him, they're going to make him pick the ball up, he's shooting over him. I just and then he 40 doing it. So I just
Hey Dexter, I was just about to ask you, how's LeBron James again?
and the dude Dyson Daniels is a good defender over there in Atlanta as well, and they got Jalen Johnson. They got Jalen Johnson as well, so they do have some good defenders over there in Atlanta. They can't accept facts though, because again they've been told so many lies, and all they keep doing is just keep bringing up more lie after lie. I don't know why they keep doing it, man. And it
doesn't matter though, because it's going to be Biscayne in June.
No, it's not. We lost Jimmy. I told y'all we were
Jimmy, a locker room cancer.
Yeah, we lost Jimmy, man.
No, I actually think Pat Riley. I think Pat Riley messed this one up. I believe he can fail.
I know he did.
The way he went at Jimmy Butler in the media kind of messed this up.
He did. He messed up because he was supposed to pay Jimmy not for nothing but other than the Heat's reputation. You wasn't paying Jimmy to pay Jimmy. You had to pay Jimmy for your reputation as a franchise. And we have a horrible. Who want to go play with? Who want to play with Pat Riley, bro?
Wade,
if
he wasn't gonna pay Wade, he wasn't gonna pay Jimmy.
Come on, bro. You ran Shaq out of town. Paul, if Paul didn't say anything,
ain't nobody
right?
paying Jimmy that money that he wants. Ain't nobody paying him that money.
And that's why they can't even get rid of him, because at the end of the day,
nobody wants to pay. Paul George got paid, so who knows? Somebody's stupid enough to do it.
Maybe so.
No, I'm about to say.
He wants another 150. He already has.
He
already has 50 coming to him next year. He wants another 100 on top of that. That's what he wants.
But that's what I'm about to say.
2 more
Brandon,
years.
I'm about to say that ain't nothing for the Clippers.
Nah, but they have to trade. You have to give up something. You got because you remember he got to match numbers, so you got to give up something for that. People are not willing to give up anything for him. And then now that Kuminga just got hurt, that's going to take Golden State out of it, because supposedly they were one of the main teams. But I don't want Bradley Beal, man. Like, come on, man. Like, you were supposed to pay Jimmy. You just got a 70. You know what? I'm gonna leave it alone, because I'm actually gonna come on Martell's channel later on to talk about my Heat. Because if I start talking about my Heat, I'm gonna start getting all hot.
And Bradley Beal will have to prove that trade to Miami. He got a no trade clause.
Yeah, he has a no trade clause, so
he ain't going. Any trade.
He ain't going. Oh no, he might. It's Miami. He might go.
He might.
Fuck whoever brought up my Heat. Fuck y'all.
I mean, he's trash anyway, so.
This is painful, bro. This is painful, man. Jimmy was supposed to stay. He was going to fix everything with Jimmy. Jimmy was supposed to be the new revival for the Heat. Because it ain't Bam. As y'all can see, it ain't Bam.
I thought Bam was
that. We know that. We know that. That's not
Bam is too passive.
We know that.
He got the offensive game. Like I told you when we was watching him in the Olympics, I thought he might do some different things this season, because you saw what he could do on the court. He can handle the ball. He can score. He has a good mid-range. He can get back to the basket. I mean, Bam game is multifaceted. He can really play basketball. And to me, he has to go into the master. I'm the best player on the court every time I step on the court, regardless of who's here.
He's just not, though. That's the thing. He knows that.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't.
You gotta have it in his head, though.
I mean, he should have learned from Anthony Davis in the Olympics how to play, but apparently all that watching on the bench during the Olympics didn't help him at all.
Hey, did you say watching on the bench?
Yeah, on the Olympics didn't help him at all. Didn't help him at all.
I'm sorry, Johnny. That was a shot.
So was Jason Tatum. He better than Anthony Davis. Nobody care about what Steve Kerr was doing in the Olympics. Nobody care about that. Brandon can get that shot. I've been taking shots to Anthony Davis all year. He can take that one. Bam is fucking up. He can take that one. That's the first time Brandon's been right about my Heat in 3 years. In 3 years, the first time you've been right about my Heat in 3 years. But Tyler Hero, you still wrong about Tyler Hero. I know that much. You still wrong about Tyler Hero.
About Tyler, because I don't really care about him.
All you did was shut me up every time. Yeah, he's the man.
No,
Tyler Hero.
That was everybody else.
That was everybody. You know we record everything, right, Brandon? You know everything is recorded, right, Brandon?
I never mentioned Tyler Hero.
You got WWE the other night, though.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I'm finna say that dude the other night didn't care about Tyler.
Now, listen, since
Well,
we are definitely getting off topic here. We're gonna keep the show moving. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we are the GOAT James Kingdom platform. This is another great Sunday afternoon show right here on the GOAT James Kingdom channel. Y'all subscribe to the channel, hit that like button. Also check out the GOAT James Kingdom membership. But we also got special things. It's not just Brandon and I that come up here and speak. We got Travis today, who Travis is gonna give a chat bomb because somebody was talking slick in our Facebook group, and Travis got something to say about it. So we're gonna give y'all the chat bomb with T Perfect. You ready for that, Travis?
Mm-hmm.
All right, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. The MJ delegate is in the building.
We are interrupting our normal programming. The current threat level is critical, meaning an attack is imminent. Civilians are advised to remain indoors. In some urban areas, evacuations are taking place. If you're in one of these areas, police will help you to safety. Follow their orders without question. You should remain indoors until you are told otherwise. You should now prepare for a nuclear strike. You will not be able to leave your location for 14 days after the strike.
All right, guys. So take a little break on the Jordan LeBron hype train. So we're just cruising Facebook, looking for back to our roots, right? So we can look at these chats that we have going on, especially in the Go James Kingdom. And so a lot of casuals there. No offense to anyone, but came across this post, which was just insanity, where this guy says that Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan never carried a team, never contributed to their success single-handedly, but LeBron did multiple times. Okay? So, and he says they never ever did it. So, it's ridiculous for so many. Okay? So many. And you guys can see the post right there. So, I mean, just ridiculous for anyone who actually knows basketball just on so many levels. So, let's break it down, okay? How do you define carried? Like, how is he doing it? Is it just sheer wins and losses, being the best player in a bad team, championships? I don't think there's really consensus, but let's take a look. And he says that Kobe and Mike never once did it. Okay, let's break it down. Started with Mike. Okay, I know how you define carry, but by his criteria, okay, we're going to go ahead and look at. I think most of Mike's '80s seasons kind of work for this, but to me, '89 sticks out the most. So let's take a look. By the numbers, Jordan led his team in points per game, assists per game, steals, was tied for second in blocks, led his team in overall field goal percentage, minimum 20 games played. Okay, so the driving force on a team, check. Stats, check. Okay, what about his supporting cast? What was he working with? Okay, so from 89 to 90, Michael Jordan never had a teammate make an all-star, all-NBA, or all-NBA defensive team. Okay, so 5 years where that never happened. Now, also, aside from the Milwaukee Bucks that year, okay, who had actually 7 players in double figures, the 5 teams who finished ahead of the Bulls in the standings in the East that year had at least 2 players who met one of those criteria and made one of those teams. Okay. And actually the Cavs and eventual NBA champion Pistons each had 3. Okay. So despite that, Jordan led his squad to the Eastern Conference Finals, were averaging 35, 8, and 7 with 2.5 steals and 51% shooting throughout the playoffs, while he beat the Knicks and Cavs. Okay. 2 of the squads who actually met that criteria. So also, in fact, for a bit of context, if you look at the individual outputs of both Jordan and LeBron in their years before winning their first ring, Michael Jordan from 85 to 90 clocked in with 32 points per game, 5 rips, and 5 steals. Or I'm sorry, 5 rips and 5 assists with 3 steals and a block on almost 53% shooting on his non-championship years. Okay, before he won his first one. Okay, and while leading the league in VORP, box plus minus, wins plus 40, all the analytics that you guys know and love, Mike was that guy. So Mike was the best player on that team. On the team, no question. Okay, you can argue in the league as well in a losing effort. Okay, but not carrying a team. That team would not have sniffed 30 wins if he wasn't just otherworldly. Okay, especially when you look at the dumpster fire he had at the beginning. Obviously, later on is not a discussion. What about Kobe? Okay, take a look at the low-hanging fruit. Obviously, you know where I'm going with this. 2006 Kobe, picture this. Okay, so 2006 Kobe, what did he have? The first 4 guys in your starting lineup are Lamar Odom, Smush Parker, Kwame Brown, and Chris Mim. Okay, now out of any other starting lineup minus their respective alpha that year, the guy taking the most shots, okay, that squad had the 28th ranked PER. the second lowest offensive rating in the league, and a bottom 10 defense. When you take any other fifth player and put it in that lineup, this team was historically bad. Okay. But you plug in Kobe Bryant, and that offense and defense both bounce up to top 10 and top 13, respectively. So the Kobe Bryant effect, no matter how you slice it, he had a historic two-way season that year, and it propelled that team in a very measurable way. Where, again, if you don't have another top 5, top 10 player all time in that role, you're not going to see similar results, because he was light years better than any other player that year, arguably on both ends. And especially for somebody who's carrying the load on both ends, it was a fantastic, one of the best two-way seasons we've ever seen. Okay, that's not really anything you can argue. In fact, I think it's maybe one of the more underrated seasons of all time. Okay, especially like you're making the playoffs with 45 wins in the West, and you're the 7th seed. You would have been the 5th seed in the East because it was way weaker, and you're doing that with arguably the worst cast of all time. Okay, so was LeBron also the major force of all of his teams? Sure, not breaking news. LeBron was absolutely the best player in all those teams, aside from maybe 2020, but he never had a successful season single-handedly. No player has a season and does things single-handedly. It's a team game. I don't care. 2018, Cavs had 8 players in double figures, if we round up Derrick Rose 0.2. Okay, 2007, overrated run, especially if you look at who they beat. Okay, LeBron had amazing runs. He was the driving force behind it. But when you have stupid takes like he's the only one to have carried a team or contributed to team success, I don't even need to tell you. It's just a casual take. I'm sure all of you guys are on board with that. And, I admit this is one of the worst takes, and I'll have a better one, or one that's maybe a little bit harder to debunk, because this was easy and light work. Okay, so if you think that I did a good job, just tell me. Otherwise, what can I have included that I didn't already destroy the stakes? Bye-bye.
All right, shout out to you, Travis, man. As y'all know, man, Travis does not play around. He comes prepared every Sunday to give y'all his chat bomb, where he lets you guys know you're not safe in the comments, because a lot of y'all think y'all safe in the comments, but not no more. It's a wrap. I always tell y'all stay safe in the comments, but in reality, with Travis out here lurking, you are in trouble. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was the chat bomb by T Perfect. We appreciate you there, man. You did a great job there, sir. So let's get back to today's program, as we're going to continue to talk the game of basketball and talk about LeBron James being the GOAT, the 30-point GOAT, got more points than Michael Jordan in 30-point games. Yeah, I like this one, man. This one's cool right here, man. This one's here. He can't do nothing about it. They can't do nothing about it. They all upset because LeBron James is the 30-point king. I don't know what to tell y'all, man. I don't know what to tell y'all. They upset for no reason at all. So, John, you didn't send me anything. You ready for your segment?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, all right. So we're going to get to it, too. Again, y'all, thank you for joining us. Again, this is the Sunday afternoon show right here on the GOAT James Kingdom platform, the GOAT James Kingdom show with B. Lee and A. Johnny. We do this every Sunday, noon Eastern time. We're also going live on FYF Sports Debate. So shout out to Lamont, who always lets Brandon and I do our thing on FYF Sports Debate, because they were out here cooking recently. We know we had Gil versus Scap Attack. That was a big thing that happened this week on that channel. So shout out to you for continue to give great content, allowing us to provide great content. So we're going to continue to show you guys LeBron fans that make great content, and we do that here with the Flowers by King John. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give you Flowers by King John.
Rosebetters!
Every week I'm on here, and even on Friday night exposure, sometimes I just sit in the chat and I just pay attention to everything that's going on, listen to people. And then when you go on other shows, I'm going to give my flowers this week to the chat, our chat, and headed by people like Ismail, Twin Man, One Boy, and many more. And what I've noticed in our chat, one, we represent our Go James Kingdom correctly, because one thing we do when we go on other places, we put GJK to let everybody know we here. And when we hear, we on other chats, we let people know that, hey, we finna talk basketball. I know y'all finna get upset, but we don't care because we're gonna talk ball. And I really want the chat to know we paying attention to you everywhere. When you got Johnny and Brandon going places, when you got T Perfect going places, you got them going on other platforms. Trust me, they get represented by our chat perfectly. Our chat backed them up. They ain't out there alone out there. Our chat shows everybody that we're number one. And I didn't send Johnny or Brandon anything this week because the chat was who I was giving the flowers to, because our chat is number one. We go everywhere. We write it down, GJK. I don't go nowhere and I don't see GJK representing somewhere. Even if the Johnny ain't there, I see it. GJK is everywhere. This movement is really moving. And people talking basketball. Hey, I'm right here. I'm reading the chat as I'm even talking to y'all. Y'all talk ball, and that's what I love. It's all about basketball. It's nothing personal. It's about ball, and I want y'all people from the chat to know, hey, y'all do a great job. We do this for y'all, and please don't stop doing it. You represent GJK everywhere you go because y'all do a great job of doing it. I even seen Twin Man on the show that Johnny was just talking about. Hey, I loved it. I'm sitting here like, hey, Twin Man, I was screaming when you was on there like, thank you, boy. Keep going at it. And I love it. I see Ismail on certain platforms. He be like, come on, hey, don't stop doing this. Keep doing it. So, hey, I don't want nobody to stop doing it. Y'all keep talking basketball. Please do not stop. I mean, GJK, hey, anytime you see me on there, the first thing I write is GJK. That's always the first thing I write, regardless of where I go. And I see others doing it as well, and I see it all the time. It really hit me when I was watching the show the other day. First thing I hit the show because I got on a little late. First thing I saw was GJK, and I'm like, this is, hey, I know I'm home when I see GJK right there. So people, please don't stop. Hey, I'm paying attention to everything. I pay attention to y'all, and I don't want y'all to stop doing what y'all doing. In any chat we go to, we talking basketball. People get upset because y'all got great takes, and they want to block y'all. They try to find ways to get y'all out the chat. Hey, don't stop, especially when you got a Johnny, Brandon, and T Perfect going out there. They representing Go James Kingdom perfectly. They're going on other platforms, debating their points, and they're doing a great job. And the one thing we can do, we can go in the chat and represent properly and have they back. So again, chat, don't stop doing it. Hey, no, I'm paying attention. So y'all keep doing it. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Johnny. Thank you, T Perfect. Keep doing it because we got the chat. We got y'all back. So that's who got the flowers this week. The chat.
All right. No, man, we appreciate you, John. Thank you so much for doing that. Like you say, you're on the internet all the time. Yeah, man. Thank you so much, man. Much love and respect. But of course, the guys that you didn't mention are GOAT James Kingdom members. And as GOAT James Kingdom members, as you can see, you can walk proudly as a LeBron fan because we provide y'all with exclusive content and material. And actually, what we're going to start doing now, because we have reached the right mark for me to start doing these special chats. So tonight, all GOAT James Kingdom members at 9 p.m. I will be sending out a link at 8:30 p.m. Eastern for us to have a normal chat. This won't be a recorded live or anything. It'll be a private exclusive chat. It'll just be for GOAT James Kingdom members. So look out for the link on tonight's actual group chat. We're gonna have a GOAT James Kingdom members gala where we just gonna get together, y'all, and talk the game of basketball in our own privacy without any zesty Jeffries in the comments saying silly things like we hear them talking about LeBalco and LaDiddy and all that silly stuff. Nah, this is just going to be us, and I'll be available for you guys tonight, and then we'll pick one night out the week where we all will come together and have a great night talking about the game of basketball. We can recap the game of basketball, and it'll be a private GOAT James Kingdom chat. So like I said, if you want to become a member of GOAT James Kingdom, all you got to do is go to the GOAT James Kingdom channel, hit the join button, and you'll see the different tiers. Become a Knights of GJK, and you'll have exclusive content given to you from GJK. You'll be a part of these special chats and show shout-outs that we do. And also check out the other perks if you're willing to support us some more. So again, John, we appreciate you doing what you're doing. We appreciate you taking the time to do what you do. So ladies and gentlemen, that was Flowers by King John. Shout out to you, man. So again, ladies and gentlemen, This is the Go James Kingdom Show. B Lee and A Johnny. We do this like none other. We still got Jay in the building. Thanks, Jay, for keeping up with us and being patient with us. You can see they get crazy in the comments, and you've been supporting us for a while as well. So again, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we do. We are the GOAT James Kingdom platform. If you want to create a GOAT Jordan Kingdom, you need to know Jordan's career. and you need to know how to spell kingdom. On top of that, we know y'all can't count. We know y'all can't read. Now y'all just gonna give us evidence that y'all can't spell? Trying to troll and messing up the spelling. Yeah, they are glazing Jordan dealer. We already know that for a fact, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys don't know how much Michael Jordan fans are ultimate Zesty Jeffries, let me give you the ultimate proof of the most Zesty Jeffrey act of all time.
Let's make it last. Let's make it last forever and ever. Don't let our love in. Let me hear you tell me you love me. Let me hear you say you never leave me.
I can't go for that. No can do, Hey, bitch, you going too far. No can do.
Bruh. Don't worry. I got you, Sion. I got you. I'll send you the video. I'm going to post this in the group for everybody in a part of the GOAT James Kingdom membership, man. That is some ultimate Zesty Jeffriness at its finest, bro. They got the nerve. They got the nerve. Bruh, did you see that pepperoni big back? Did you see that? That man, hey, I don't know what's wrong with y'all, bro. I don't know how no grown man in his 50s decided to get his first tattoo, and that was the tattoo you said you was finna get on yourself. That was what you was finna do? That is all because LeBron James out here setting records, and we're just out here enjoying things. They can't let us have fun, Brandon. Like, they really want to stop us from even just liking LeBron James as a basketball player, but they're out here tattooing their bodies with fake Jordan jerseys. That's hilarious.
Yeah, arching his back afterwards. Arch your back, buddy. Arch your back for Jordan.
Man,
oh my God.
2024 was a bad year for y'all, but 2025 is going to even be worse, man. I don't even know what to tell y'all, man. It's really bad, man. You know what? Let's just give them a quick moment of silence, y'all.
Poor baby.
Praise the Lord. Hallelujah. It's a wrap for Zesty Jeffries, man. It's a wrap for them, man. So, hey, Jay, I gave you a new name for them, bro. They're not Michael Jordan fans no more. You can call them Zesty Jeffries, bro.
That Zesty Jeffrey movement is crazy, man. That Zesty Jeffrey, that's everywhere now.
That tattoo video showed what the business was.
Hey,
that's some nasty work. Well, you know what, y'all? That's some. You know some other nasty work, man. You know we were talking about FYF. You know some nasty work. This was some nasty work right here, because you know that scap attack debate was all about Kobe Bryant not being considered a sidekick, not considered a second option. But come to find out, in 2016, the NBA.com listed Kobe as one of the Mount Rushmores of sidekicks in NBA history.
He's not a sidekick. He at 1B.
That's still a sidekick.
Yeah, it is.
That's still a sidekick.
It's just a proper way of saying number two. I mean,
there's nothing wrong with Kobe Bryant being a sidekick. It's just narrative because of Scottie Pippen. That's all it is.
Sidekick. Hey, I'm gonna ask Jay a question here, real fast. We'll see. We'll test your metal here, Jay. Are you there?
Yeah.
Jay, tell me if we're talking about sidekicks, right? Tell me the only player that we consider consensus top 10 with a bullet, okay, who won a chip while playing alongside that year's MVP, the eventual Finals MVP, and a DPOY on the same team the same year.
Say that again.
So, what top 10 player in NBA history has won a chip while playing with that year's league MVP, the eventual Finals MVP, and that year's DPOY?
You said what player?
Yeah.
I don't know who did that.
Has that happened before? I don't think that happened before.
Yes.
I'm trying to figure out. I'm really trying to pay attention. Like before
Before you get an answer, can you say it one more time, Travis?
Yeah.
Please.
So,
Please.
what top 10 player that everyone knows is top 10? Okay, no debate. What top 10 player has won a chip the same year that they've played with, and it's not them. They've played with that year's MVP, the eventual Finals MVP, and that year's DPOY.
Ooh. I mean, you was going Magic.
it had to be Pippen, right?
No, because no. It was the same year they won a championship. The only person that won a championship, so that would be what? Clyde Drexler? No, Clyde Drexler's not top 10. Akeem won the defensive player.
Akeem never won a defensive player of the year.
Shaq never.
Larry Bird, no teammate.
None other than Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
I said Kareem.
Who? Kareem never played with somebody that won defensive player of the year?
Yeah,
Oh, he did. Yeah, he did. They won.
Michael Cooper.
Michael Cooper won defensive player of the year.
I thought you were saying that player he played with and all that. Okay,
Yeah, one
just
player. Yeah,
Yeah, so that's why I ain't get it.
Yeah.
But
Magic won MVP, Finals MVP, and Cooper won DPOY. Kareem was along for the ride.
Okay. We always
so it was two different people then. It was multiple people.
Yeah.
Now y'all know how much of a Kobe fan Travis is. He wanted to make sure that y'all know who else was a sidekick as well.
Travis is not a Kobe fan.
Yeah.
Travis is not a Kobe fan. I'm not giving Travis that Kobe fan no more. He's not.
No, Kobe.
No, you're not. You are not a Kobe fan. There's nothing about Travis that says a Kobe fan.
The only problem I have.
He's the hardest person on Kobe than anybody. I don't care what y'all say. He's not a Kobe fan.
I love Kobe.
And Johnny's nicer to Kobe than Travis.
Bad Near's not Kobe. He's my guy, but come on.
No, he's not. No, he's not, Travis. No, he's not.
Y'all know that once Kobe's name is says 3 times, y'all know who appears?
Sure. Twin man.
Twin man appears. Twin man appears. Once you say Kobe's name 3 times, here comes Candyman, Twin Man.
Oh, you have to say he's top 10, and then Twin Man appears.
Yeah, let's bring Twin Man up here because he went ham on Scap.
Yeah, he did. That's what I was talking about.
He went ham on Scap, and Scap. You know what? Scap is the biggest Kobe Bryant fan I've ever met. I got to give it to him. And he's become my favorite Kobe Bryant fan.
Is he a Kobe Bryant?
To be fair, his reasoning isn't terrible.
Too many times I have appeared. You said Kobe's name too many times. I have appeared.
Twin man, wait for a second. Travis, do you think average 25, 5 and 5 for a career is elite?
No, but we can't do that with Kobe because there's circumstances behind that.
No, I'm just saying. Do you think that's elite? For a player just doing it for their whole career. No, and Johnny, do you think after 25, 5 and 5 for a career is elite?
Of course it is, yeah.
Okay. John, what you think?
Yes, I think it's elite.
All right, Jay, what you think?
Yeah.
Okay, Twin man, do you think that's elite after 25 for a career? All right, there's only 5 players who did that. That's only 5 players who did that in their whole entire career. There's only 5 players.
That's not who Kobe was, though. It is like they belie his actual dominance. Those numbers, the final numbers.
But there's only 5 players to do that in NBA history. How is that not elite? How is that not elite though?
What you said? 25, 5 and 5.
Yeah. How is that not elite? Only 5 players have done it before.
I like the
you said 5 players. Okay. Bron,
I
Mike,
know it's LeBron,
Oscar Robertson.
Oscar, Jerry West,
Kevin Durant,
and Kobe. Kevin Durant
let
doesn't.
me stop
Sure.
What
trolling
about
for real.
Westbrook? Westbrook don't average 25.
No, Westbrook does average 25.
Well, Kobe doesn't average 25 either, though. I mean,
Well, he does. Not to
He's
Zesty
averaging
Jeffries.
25,
Not
yeah.
not to Zesty Jeffries though. By Zesty Jeffrey logic, he don't average 25. It's 24.99.
yeah.
And they
Yeah,
hate when I
Kobe
tell them
Bryant's
that.
career was elite. Kobe Bryant's career was elite.
Of course.
And for some reason, every time I ask a Kobe fan that, they always say no. I just don't understand it. It just
Is
doesn't
it
make
top
any sense
10
to me.
elite, though?
No, because
Is it
they
top
will
10
No
elite?
one said it's the greatest ever, but if only 5 players can do that in like 75 years, that's pretty elite.
Right. It was elite.
Is it
I
top
totally
10 elite?
No, Travis, there's no take backs. There's no take backs. The Kobe fans get on my nerves. That's a no.
Oh my God, man. So Twin Man, go ahead and get your take in so we can let everybody else get in. Shout out to Ishmael for being in the building as well, another GOAT James Kingdom member. And also shout out to Blue Boat who's here with us. You know the Lord of GOAT James Kingdom has to show up on the Sunday afternoon. Thank you, Blue Boat. But let's let Twin Man go in because
sir. Reverend Blue Boat, how you doing, sir?
Reverend Blue Boat.
Okay, hold on. I'm blowing off my cup of Jordan tears real quick. My hot cup of Jordan tears, because the crying going on right now. I mean, Willie is in the chat crashing out. He is grasping for every straw he can find and saying anything. They have said Falco and steroids so many times in the chat. My back is bigger and my arms, my biceps have gotten bigger because I think I'm starting to use steroids just from how many times I saw in the chat today. I promise you, this is the funniest thing I've ever seen. Did y'all really think no one was ever going to pass this man in 30-point games?
Well, he did have a lot, though. He did. I think the next
but
best.
we're acting like this was an insurmountable record. We've only seen over the last decade the level of scoring go up. Players easily averaging 30 points because these players are more skilled. So even if LeBron didn't do it, we don't think a player in the future wouldn't have been able to pass this record. I don't even really give a shit about this record. I just like to see Jordan fans cry. The greatest record of all time scoring is the all-time scoring record, period. Hands down. There's no record better than that in the NBA. So you know what, Jordan fans? Y'all can have it. In your mind, Jordan is still the all-time greatest 30 points per game person. He has the most. He doesn't have the all-time scoring record. So continue to cry. I love the tears. They're salty. But
Hey, Twin Man. The problem wasn't that it was broken. It's who broke it. Now,
of course,
if somebody else done it, it's cool. It's who broke the record that matters. Think about
Well, you know what? Well, you know what, John? Even when somebody breaks Jordan record, they don't know it unless it's LeBron, because they still didn't know Joker beat Jordan's PER record. They didn't know that.
Just said, it's who did.
I got one more thing to say. Real quick. That video of the dude with the Jordan jersey, let me tell you something.
Jordan.
When he tells him the arch is back, right?
In
that moment, he tells him the arch is back. In that moment, he's reaching to grab the baby oil.
Oh my God! Now y'all know I like playing the videos I make. You know I like playing them. I usually give them a 30-minute, 45-minute break in between them. But don't start, Twin Man, because we don't want to be too zesty today, because we know the zesty Jeffries.
We say that video way too much today. That video is disturbing. We don't need to see that again.
I gotta narrate one part. Play.
You know what? Hey, I'm sorry, Brandon. The GOAT James Kingdom members outvoted you, Brandon. So close your eyes, Brandon. Close your eyes.
Let's make it last. Let's make it last forever and ever. Don't let our love in. Let me hear you tell me you love me. Let me hear you say you never leave me.
No can do that. Hey, bitch, you going too far. No can do.
So you are going far in life when another grown man tells you to arch your back. Another grown man tells you to arch your back. There's something wrong.
And he tagged the tattoo parlor and everything where he got it from. So if you want to get your tattoo done like that, ladies and gentlemen, go holler at that. Go ahead, put it.
He's not checking for scoliosis. You need
up,
to leave.
Oh wait, no. Step up your game though. Don't just put the jersey and the Bulls name and stuff like that. Put the whole jersey on your back. Just put the whole jersey itself.
I guess
man, you want to go get a Kobe tattoo with me?
Oh, that's hilarious.
Arch your back.
That is hilarious.
Travis, you're not a Kobe fan. Stop talking about Kobe.
That is cool. All right, let's let Ishmael. And Ishmael, we need some sanity, Ishmael. We're going to let Ishmael bring us some sanity. Shout out to Ishmael. You see what we talking?
I don't know about that.
Wait, you on troll level 3000 with us today? Because we can do it again. I'm telling you.
I might be in defense of Jordan a little bit on this one. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah. The thing is that I feel like
your GJK card revoked.
I feel like nah, don't do that. Nah.
Don't worry. He'll be by later on tonight.
None of that.
There you go.
The shot attempt, it might be misleading because I think they take what you score. They take the 30-point thing, even if you score over 30 points. So you might have 40-point games, and I think that's might be included in the amount of 30-point games you included, because I think it's not just 30-point games, it's 30 plus.
30 plus.
It's 30 plus.
So so I think that's a little bit misleading when we use the shot attempts, because Jordan can be having 50 and 40-point games, and we're using that to say like, hey, LeBron is more efficient.
But it's the same thing for LeBron. It's also LeBron's 40 and 50-point games as well.
That's what I'm saying. But the thing is, like, Jordan has so much. He has way more than LeBron James in this aspect. So it's like, which one of those are the 40 and 50-point games? Because Jordan has a lot, and so saying like,
he don't have
extra games, baby.
Yeah, he don't have 500. He don't have 562 40-point games. That's for sure.
I know that for sure. But how many of those 25 points or 30-point field goal attempts are 40 and 50 games?
What you're trying to say is Jordan's taking a lot of damn shots. That's what you're trying to say, right?
Well, I'm just saying. Like, I think it's just like trying to make it seem like it's all in 30-point games. That's what it kind of seems like.
It's just because that's the only thing Jordan had. Because remember, he don't got 40-point games. He don't got it. So Jordan has 173 games where he scored 40 points or more.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying on that, and it comes in defense. Like, I think Travis understands what I'm trying to say, though. Like, it's
I don't know. We don't know what Travis is getting today. We don't know what Travis was getting today. And Jordan only got 31 50-point games. So out of the 479 and 419 games that he took over 25 shots, 350 of them were 30-point games. Then he has another 100 as 100 or so and 40 points, and then he has like 50 in 50-point games. Then he has the 160-point game.
I'm gonna look it
But
up.
I can guarantee you, most of his 40-point games are not going to be in the 25 per game average. They're going to be in the 30 field goal attempts per game or more. Mm-hmm. He had 35 attempts in one game 31 times, bro. What are you talking about, Ishmael? That's crazy.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah,
wild.
that's ridiculous.
That's wild.
Okay, so like it says, I look on StatMuse, and it says Jordan has like 173 40-point games, and the field goal attempts, see, some of them are like 27, but he shot 66% from the field, and another is like 33. He scored 45. Another one 25.
No,
he
I
scored
got
42.
I got 57% from the field, but he was taking 29.5 shots per game to do it.
Yeah, so that's why also some people don't use field goal percentage. They use true shooting or effective field goal. So it's like
I don't know if they have
just
that
because
stat
like you
don't have
can
that stat.
score. Yeah, I understand. It's like you can score 30 points, taking 30 shots and be like 15 out of 30 and be like 50%. So it's like I think it depends. So that's what I'm saying. A little bit misleading. I think it depends on like how many points he scored for some of these. Because it's like it's not just exactly 30. It'd be like 38, 39 or 45 points in some of these. So I don't know. That's what I'm saying in that.
We'll never know because Jordan don't have no records no more. LeBron keeps breaking all his records.
But it's to me in defense, I don't think that it matters that if LeBron played more games to beat this record because the records are not it's not a speeding contest. It's like the main point of the game is to score for your team and contribute effectively as possible. It's not about, to me, it's never about he needs 1,000 more games to do it or whatever the case may be. It's just like he did it. He beat the record. It don't matter. To me, it doesn't matter when or how long it took him because that's not the goal. His goal is not I'm going to score 30 points to beat Michael Jordan. It's just a byproduct. It's a product of him trying to win. That's it.
It's a great take.
That's what makes it even better for me.
He's the GOAT.
Yeah,
you really think about it, that's what makes it even better because the offense isn't centered around him. LeBron's main goal on that floor is to facilitate the offense and get everybody involved. So for him to score 30 points, like you said, it's a byproduct. He's not even trying to do it. Jordan wanted to do it. And he would chuck up as many bricks as he could to build that building to get it done. All these tears are amazing.
My point exactly.
All right, let's let Blue Boat in the building. Shout out to Blue Boat, brother. Thank you for joining us again like you do on a Sunday afternoon.
To the panel, man. What's going on with everybody? What's cracking with everybody, man?
We good, man. Are you going to save Jordan fans today or are you going to go in on them like you do every Sunday? What?
Man, listen, man. Lord have mercy. Lord after I seen that video, man, I'm like, I do not want to be associated with those. They zesty. That's what it is. That's some zesty crap. That's some zesty shit. That's some zesty shit, man. How the hell? I get it. We like our players. We like we mess with our players and everything, man. But that's going way too far, man. Arch your back? Are you kidding me? Man, oh my God. Lord have mercy, man. Where is this world coming to? I don't even want to think about that, man. It's like watching a goddamn horror movie when I see that shit. I'm like, dude, you're fan of and Michael Jordan fans blame LeBron James fans for being zesty and over emotional and being dick riders and all that stuff. Excuse my French, but I never want to hear that term coming from Michael Jordan fans. After what I see today, and mind you, I'm like T Perfect. I'm like Travis. I got Mike as the goal. You know what I'm saying? But this is over the top. And from this day on, whenever I talk about basketball, I do not want no Michael Jordan fan who hasn't watched his career pre-1990 in no conversation is had between us. No conversation is had. If you ain't watched Michael Jordan's career pre-1990, you ain't got shit to say.
Well, damn,
that's the Archibald Jeffries, man.
That's what I'm saying.
Pepperoni, big back, arch that shit.
Yeah, that's a nightmare, man. That's a nightmare.
No,
but anyway, get away from that.
Foul.
I mean,
You look at the you compare the points per game and everything, right? With both of them, right?
Yes.
But one is considered not a score, right? One is considered not a score, while the other one is considered the score of all scores. Don't get me wrong. I mean, Mike was dope. Mike was dope, but as far as with the score and everything.
Damn, you. Oh, my bad.
But Oh, he can't make a shot. He ain't got no bag, right? How the hell do you score that many points? Right? How do you have that many 30-point games and don't have no kind of skill? They act like this man is just out there playing football on a basketball court. I never understand that narrative around LeBron, man. You know what I mean? But I think I know it's this narrative out here that's been controlled by people like Stephen A. Second Place and Sip Bayless for the past 2 decades. You know what I mean? And it's like now it got worse to where any kind of record that's been being broken this era, they always got to refer back to the 90s. They always got to refer back to the players in the 90s. I'll say this right now. Even though I got Mike as the GOAT, I'd say about 95% of those players, 95% of the players from the 2010s to now are better than the players from the 90s. Are way better than better players tonight. Because notice, only like maybe there's Mike, there's Karl Malone, and that's it. Maybe Barkley, maybe Scottie Pippen, but you don't see that many players from the 90s in the top 10, in the top 100. No, I mean, I wouldn't say all that, like maybe top 10, top 20. You don't see that many 90s players in the top 20, except for the 4 names I named. Karl Malone. Yeah. I mean, most of this like the mix it. Well, it's subjective, but you got a lot of casuals out here. You got people that have people like Allen Iverson in their top 5. Don't get me wrong, Iverson was dope. I got all the respect and admiration for Iverson, man. But
the only person in the top 20 is probably Hakeem, right?
Well, I'm talking about
Malone.
I forgot about him. Oh man, I forgot about him. Damn, what did I say?
No, you don't have Malone in your top 20?
Yeah, there's Mike.
No, he's not top
there's
20.
There's Mike, Hakeem, Malone,
Shaq.
Then maybe, Shaq.
Yeah,
then maybe Barkley.
Yeah,
but
Shaq,
then but then when you think about it, when you got players like Tim Duncan, Kevin Garnett, Giannis, and Dirk, I'm sorry to say, they may look Barkley look kind of overrated. Am I crazy to say that?
No, you're not wrong. I don't got Barkley in the top 20. He's not in my top 20. So, I definitely got KG and Dirk in front of Barkley.
ESPN when they did theirs, they didn't have Karl Malone in their top 20 or Charles Barkley.
Right. But
that's weird.
more because of the longevity with Karl Malone, I think, and more so because Karl Malone was like maybe, more consistent. He was very more consistent than Charles Barkley. I think that's why they get the nod.
I've never really seen a list that has Charles Barkley overrated though. Like I've never really seen him on like anyone's.
Well, I've seen this where they had Charles Barkley inside the top 20, like maybe the bottom half or something, like maybe 18, 19. But he's ahead of cats like Kevin Garnett. I feel like Kevin Garnett was a way better two-way player than Charles Barkley. Way better two-way player than Charles.
He was definitely better defensively for sure.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Kevin Garnett should be above Charles Barkley.
That's what I'm saying. There's no statistical, no kind of measure where the guy that's only known to play offense is better than the guy that's a two-way player. That's like saying Carmelo Anthony is better than Scottie Pippen.
Yeah,
for as sexy of a game, for as nice of a game as Carmelo has, and it's like casual and it's appealing to the casual eye, Scottie Pippen is a way better two-way player than Carmelo Anthony. Way better two-way player than Carmelo Anthony. You can't say he's not.
He is. Carmelo Anthony scored real low in our list, but as you can see, we had Charles Barkley ranked 26th. Kevin Garnett was 19th. Dirk Nowitzki was 30th, so he was actually behind Barkley on our list. But Karl Malone was 14th.
Right. Well, I think that's what I'm saying. It's the longevity thing with Malone. It's a longevity thing with Karl Malone. See, Karl Malone was doing things, the longevity, the points, the rebounds. Like I said, that's why I say.
One of the things I think that I think that this kind of plays into what you're saying We saw that list
Yeah.
just now. Like the best
Uh-huh.
players, and this is actually what King John said too. I think King John had one of the goatest comments of all time when he said that the best players are always going to be those players who are the best two-way players because they're going to be alphas on both ends.
Right.
It's much harder to carry a team
Right.
on both ends. Even if even if Michael Jordan wasn't a better defender than Scottie Pippen for all of his career, he was still the best two-way player in the league. You know, and so that matters.
And that's what a lot of people don't realize is you got a lot of cats out here that actually play the game of basketball and they don't play a lick of defense. They do not play a lick of defense, man. Not on, and that's what I'm saying.
Bill
Defense
Russell
is
didn't
part
play
of
any
the game,
defense
you
at
know
all.
what I mean? Who?
Just kidding.
No, right. Now I got a question, but I got a question for the panel too. Like, why is it that these guys, that these people out here, that's these so-called content creators, they put out this narrative that LeBron James was a bad defender, was never a good defender. That's the narrative I keep hearing now.
They don't know basketball.
That's what I'm saying. Like, King John, why do you think that is, man? Why do you think that narrative's around? Why he's not they say he was never a good defender. I never understood that, man.
Right.
Because somebody told him that. Because if you ask them to explain how is he not a good defender, they can't tell you how. They can't
give no explanation at all, man.
Because Skip Bayless, what it is, Skip Bayless started a lot of these narratives. He has started a lot. And when you talk to somebody, you ask them, have you ever, hey, you just repeating what Skip Bayless said. And they say, well, I ain't never watched him. I say, you literally repeating. I can just go watch, I can respond to you just by watching Skip Bayless. I can literally respond to it. So it's Skip Bayless takes.
Right.
And he started a lot of them. So that's all it is. I mean,
And
Stephen A. Smith too. Stephen A. Smith too. Both of them.
Right, exactly. A lot of these cats, they act like they so-called watch the game, man. You know what I mean? In actuality, man, they don't even watch the game, man. They just too damn concerned with their brand. Same with the inside the NBA. Barkley and Shaq and all these guys. But you heard what Barkley said the other day. He was talking about, he was firing back at JJ Reddick, was talking about, like, the narrative around the league is the reason why the ratings are down. He basically managed to convince people that today's NBA is garbage. And people are falling along with it.
Barkley is the reason for this 30-point record crap. He's the one who was complaining about it a month ago. Then when LeBron was getting close, it's all Barkley's been complaining. Well, how can he be the GOAT and he's this far behind? Like, Barkley is keeping up this stupid narrative, and people running with it.
Right. And then you got Shaq too, man. You know what I mean? He did, like, I was a big Shaq fan back in the day, but a lot of tendencies that I've known, that I picked up on for the last several years, man, I'm like, you a straight clown out here, man. You a straight moron out here, man. Like, out here throwing shade at Karl Anthony Towns. Like, it seems like it's every big man he's throwing shade at.
It's a shame too, because they can they're in a position where they have a lot of lore as two players. They're very popular, and they could do a lot for the league if they just sat there and broke the game down instead of giving like their opinions. And it's just,
you don't see that with the NFL, man. You don't see that with the NFL, man. You know what I mean? A lot of the players. Go ahead.
That was the conversation last week. That was the conversation we was having last week about football and basketball. And I was saying, a lot of these talking points you don't hear in the NFL. You hear it in basketball.
Right. You know what? You don't hear it in baseball either. You don't hear it in baseball either. Well,
listen, the NFL is so good at convincing you guys that they, that the product is great and that they're making advancements, that they actually made y'all think that the NFL care for their player safety. I had y'all arguing with me that they changed all these rules because supposedly the NFL cares about their players, which we all know they don't care. They legitimately. Not want to get sued. They did get sued. They did get sued because they fought against the CTE. They said it didn't exist.
Oh, you're right. You're 100% right about that. I'm just talking about analyzing the game. Like I'm talking about these analysts.
But that's my point. The analysts who analyze football are not allowed to tell you the game sucks because they're taking away the defense. The NFL won't allow them to do that. The NFL makes sure they tell you guys every Sunday we're doing this for our players' safety. So now when I come up and show up as
it don't suck. That's why. Because it don't suck. That's why. You're doing the same thing that the old NBA players are doing to the NBA.
False.
That's what you're not understanding. That's false. 100% positive. That's what you're doing.
No, that's not, because the NBA did not do what the NFL did.
But the old NBA players are not allowed to say that about the NBA. What's the difference?
They're saying that the three-point shooting sucks, not because they changed the rules. That's the difference.
All they talk about is no hand checking. All they do is shoot threes. The game is solved. What are you talking about?
Again, they never changed. The hand checking rule was changed 20 years ago.
That's beyond the fact. We're saying that's what the players are saying.
Brandon,
and you're doing the same thing with the NFL.
Get it off your, Brandon, get it off your chest, then I'll speak. Go ahead, get it off your chest. Defend the football league.
Go ahead, because you're being a hypocrite.
Go ahead. I'm not being a hypocrite because I'm telling you the NBA did not change no rule that says you can't play defense. There is not an NBA rule that says you no longer can play defense. There are tons of rules in the NFL that were changed to take away defense, and no one complains about it because
take away illegal hits.
It was not illegal. None of that was illegal. It was not illegal. It was not illegal to do what happened to Antonio Brown. It was not illegal to grab Terrell Owens from the back of his jersey and drag him down. It was not illegal. They just got hurt. It was not illegal to hit Tom Brady in his knees. That was not illegal. It was always illegal to hand check. They just told the refs you can decide whether hand checking was applied or not. But it was still a rule, and they called it throughout the 90s, and they called it throughout the 80s. In fact, they actually changed rules to help the defense. They said, you know what? Y'all can play zone. I got the commissioner saying that they were begging for them to play zone in the 80s because they weren't playing no defense supposedly in the 80s.
Question for
you. No questions. I'm still cooking right now. Sit down. Okay. Put on your. Sit down. I am cooking because you can't show me the NBA rule that took away defense.
Hey Johnny. Now you're not wrong, but this is the difference. And I wouldn't say you're being a hypocrite. I just sit here saying you're not telling the whole story. Now you're not incorrect.
You've definitely been a hypocrite.
This is the difference. The fans started complaining because their favorite players started getting hit. Now this is where B. Lee is correct. And A. Johnny is correct. It wasn't illegal to do all those hits that you were talking about, A. Johnny. The fans wanted it changed. That's why it became illegal. That's the major difference in there. You have the media right now sitting here saying the league sucks. You have players saying the league sucks, which is trickling down into the fan base for the NBA. The NFL isn't doing that. They're not doing that. You don't have NFL players coming out sitting here saying, well, the league is soft now because you can't hit the quarterback in the knees, or you can't target a defensive wide receiver when they're crossing the middle.
That's what I just said. That's what I just said. Yeah. The NFL does NFL does a good job controlling the narrative, just like Skip Bayless and Stephen A. does in basketball. But the problem is the NBA doesn't regulate the media like the NFL regulates their media. That's the difference.
Here's a question for you. So you said the other day that, like, obviously you're like, oh, they don't get, like, football's the one sport where players don't get more skilled, right? So
I didn't say that. I just said that they were there. I know I didn't. I said that they're just not more skilled than the guys back then. They're more athletic. That's what I said.
But hold on. The rule changes that we're talking about, right? Where you can't just, like, Brandon, you can't hit a defensive receiver, or you can't just, like, jock a guy up when he's past the 5-yard line, or you can't hit them just, like, indiscriminately, knees, you can't just hold, you can't horse collar. Wouldn't you stand to reason that these guys, based on that, what's expected of them, their technique, their skill at doing that, following the rules, the way they have to play within themselves, wouldn't that demand a higher level of skill and just attrition as the game progresses, as these rules changes because of what they can and can't do? How is that not demanding that, especially cornerbacks, again, like linebackers, all these guys who have to do things a certain way, they have to do it in a more skillful manner? How is that not demanding they become progressive players as time goes on?
They're still getting fined, and they're complaining about being fined and suspended because they don't know what technique to do. There's plenty of players who tell you all the time, I didn't know what to do. Like, what do you want me to do there? What did you want me to do? My helmet hit his helmet. It's a penalty. I'm playing football. There's plenty of defensive players who said this. They just don't get aired because the NFL don't care about their players. They don't care about their players.
NBA players who get fined for doing the same shit that they did in the 80s.
Doing what are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about.
Taking people out the air, knocking them across their head. It's sports. It happens. That's why they get fouled. They get penalties. You're doing the same thing that the 80 players and 90 players are doing. You're being a hypocrite.
I didn't see that in the 80s. I didn't see that in the 80s. That's a lie because I didn't see that in the 80s.
You're saying players back in the 80s and 90s are more skilled than players today. Like the old 80s and 90s NBA players are saying, you're being a hypocrite. You're doing exactly the same thing that they're doing.
I can explain it.
And you can't explain it because you're being a hypocrite. It's hard. It's hard for a hypocrite to explain something.
I can explain it because exactly what Travis said. Now when you're a football player and you can't make the certain moves that you normally would make, that lessens your skill. Like back then when you were playing illegal defense, it was less.
It's real easy to go tackle somebody in basketball. It takes skill to not do it. It takes skill to not keep fouling. That's what happens in basketball too.
Tackling and fouling in the 80s. That's a lie. That's a zesty Jeffrey lie that you want to sit here to argue with me about when we already. They were not doing that. They were not doing that. Never doing that. I've seen it and they do. And they do it today. They do it today. It's no different. They play physical basketball. They play physical basketball today. If you want to say they were playing physical basketball in the 80s, they play it more today than they did it in the 80s. They're more skilled today because they can dribble better today. They're more skilled today because they can actually shoot better today. They're more skilled today because they can pass today. They're more skilled because every player in the NBA can do more than just be a role player. They're actually skilled enough to actually do multifaceted things. In the NFL, you no longer have to read defenses because I know here you're not going to be able to hit my man. Tom Brady went on national television saying how quarterbacks no longer read defenses because they don't have to no more. They don't have to worry about getting hit. They don't have to read who's coming for the blitz because you can't knock me down. They were not doing that in the 80s. Those are lies. We can go back and watch any 80s games of all the great teams that played, including the most physical team of all, the Detroit Pistons. We're not going to see that. They show you a couple of clips of McHale and fucking Rambis, and all of a sudden now, that's the 80s. Those are lies. Those guys were not trying to hurt one another.
Basketball is more physical today than it was in the 80s and 90s?
I'm telling you that basketball was not physical in the 80s and 90s. Basketball today is played the way it's supposed to be played. These guys are playing. No, basketball is not a physical sport. It's not a contact sport. A foul is still a foul. It was always a foul.
Flagrant foul in the
late
80s and
listen,
90s.
when you knock somebody down in the thing, it was a foul. And in the 80s, and you knock somebody down today, it's still a foul. Today's NFL, you hit the quarterback in his knees, it's a foul. Back in the days, it wasn't a foul. That's the difference. It was always been a foul. Now they just added a flagrant foul because of how hard you did it. But fouling is a foul.
I think we're missing the point of what the comparisons, even Beasley, I gotta say the comparison is a little absurd because the point of football is to hurt people. Basketball, you're not supposed to hurt people. Like you're limited. Like
Thank you. It's a contact sport. It's a physical contact sport.
Meant to hurt somebody. Like tackling is not. Even like the argument, like if you tackle somebody in the air.
Football was not meant to hurt players. Maybe in like the 60s. Football is to play the game correctly. Like always. Football has been always to play the game correctly. All sports.
Or not. I kind of agree with this because you're taught.
How, man? What's wrong with y'all? Lawrence Taylor was paid to knock people out, man.
You have never taught to hurt people by taking their eyes out, taking their knees out.
James Harrison, and them were paid to knock people out.
You have to play the game correctly.
Ronnie Lott was paid to knock people out. Sean Taylor was paid to knock people out. Ray Lewis was paid to knock people out. That was their job. That was football. Prior to CTE. Before that, and before they got sued.
I meant like within the confines of the rules. I know not cheating and being dirty and stuff. I'm saying like it's literally a game where you get hurt. Like basketball is not supposed to be that unless it's like some unfortunate situation like an ACL tear or you break an arm or something like that or some accident. I'm saying like in football, you go hit a guy, you're literally hurting him, like logically. And that's the point, is that at least now, like even with they're arguing with horse collar tackles, you can't even do that. And that's something that is limiting what defenders are able to do to hurt guys. So, because like even hitting them when they go across the middle like a receiver, that doing that was to let them know like don't ever come in here and try to, make a play or something as an offensive player. Like that's the point of it.
You're not wrong, Ishmael, but again, you're missing.
I'm just saying. No, hold on. I'm just saying that's the difference.
Like the fans rallied and wanted the rules changed. The fans rallied and wanted those rules changed.
For football.
Yes,
I don't know. I don't remember fans complaining.
They were tired. They were tired of their favorite players not playing on Sunday.
I know that. I'm not debating that. I'm not debating that. But hold on, I'm not debating that. But here's what I'm saying is that the point is that basketball is not limited from playing good defense. Like today, they're not limited from playing good defense. Today in football, they're limited. What is supposed to be in football is actually taking players out, whether within the rules. It's like they're more limited to what they were able to do back then to now. Today, basketball players are not limited from being good defenders, right? So that's the difference, because good defense is never tackling somebody throughout the midair. Good defense in football is if like you literally laying somebody out, like you're good at tackling, like you're really physical. And some players get drafted because of that. So that's what I'm saying. Nobody is really should be getting drafted in basketball because you can lay somebody out or you're the enforcer on the court. Like that's not good basketball. That's the difference, is what I'm pointing out to.
Let's let Mac, because we weren't here to talk football. Yeah, this is how good y'all are. This is what y'all do when the LeBron James does something great. Y'all try to twist the GOAT James Kingdom Sunday show to some outside of LeBron James, and then y'all get.
You were just lying, Jai. That's all. You just lied.
I'm not lying. I am not a football fan. That's my observation. I know the rules were changed, and I stopped watching because of it. I'm done with football. I don't really care for it. I don't know why we talking it. It does. For an NBA fan, it don't matter. It really don't. I don't give two damns about it. It's you fine. You can watch Patrick Mahomes a little pretty behind, run around the football field. Nobody can touch him. But that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Let's let Mac Def in. Shout out to Mac Def. Mac Def, we talking how your boy Michael Jordan is no longer the scoring champ because he no longer has records like the GOAT LeBron does. And obviously we're talking, I guess, football as well. What you got for today's topic, sir?
No, I like to talk about it, but I like to talk about it in a debate versus GOAT James Kingdom. Either you, Brandon Lee, T Perfect, it don't matter.
Are you challenging us to a debate? You're not done getting exposed?
So it could be on Friday.
Or you
can say FY. You could challenge. You could have FYF set it up. I'll have Jordan as the GOAT versus your GOAT, and we could do a debate.
I'm on your side, literally.
I want a 20v1, Mac.
That's what I'm asking.
Mac, can you find 19 other Zesty Jeffries? Because I want a 20v1.
Come on.
No, it could be one. It could be head up, or it could be one versus two. You and B Lee, or you and King. It don't matter.
Challenge accepted this Friday.
You don't really want to do that, but okay.
This Friday night exposure, you can challenge me. Brandon, when do you want to have this with this young man? We ain't going to do it today, but this young man is hurt because of the video of him embarrassing himself. I knew you would be eventually, but that's your fault. You should have never challenged me. We were just talking basketball, and you can't talk basketball. But as a matter of fact, Blue Boat just said it. You're not even supposed to speak about Michael Jordan. You never watched the early Michael Jordan. You didn't watch Gold Chain Michael Jordan, so you're not even supposed to speak. Let's let Mingo Justice talk. Matter of fact, even Mingo Justice is not supposed to be able to talk about Michael Jordan. But he's not like you. He's not going to jump off the ledge.
So do you accept the
I just said yes, fool. You don't listen. Right, you didn't listen the other night. That's why you got exposed. I told you Friday night. Is that all you got to say? You need help. Look, Mac. You got your help, Mac.
I think Mac wants both of us. That's the thing. He won't one-on-one.
He want nothing, man.
Is that what you're saying? You want me and Johnny one-on-one separately?
He left. He wants his pride back.
Oh, he did?
Brandon.
Okay.
He wants his pride back, Brandon. He wants his pride back, and he can't have it back. because it's already done. Like I told you, everything's recorded. Once it's recorded and people see it, you no longer can retract it. This is not the Zesty Jeffrey world where you can just make up shit and think you're cool because you're a Jordan fan. He literally laughed at me because I said defensive rebounds was a defensive stat. They don't talk basketball. I even gave him a chance to talk basketball. He embarrassed himself. He brought up team stats for Michael Jordan's defensive prowess. He brought up blocks when we told him you can't bring up no steals or blocks. They don't know basketball. And now they want to be upset at me. And it was his fault because he challenged me. He came out crying, talking about all we do is talk stats, accolades, and achievements. But I got over 2 minutes worth of me talking about LeBron James being better than Jordan without using any of that shit.
Is that a part of basketball? Like that's part of the resume.
Well, no, because see the point. No, Blue Ball. The point of the show was. Hold on, somebody got. That's you, Blue Ball. Hold on, give me. Yeah, the point of Lamont's show was that Jordan doesn't have a better resume than Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And by that means Jordan shouldn't be better than Kareem. He never passed Kareem. This guy, Mac, was trying to say that there's other things outside of the resume that we need to count to make Michael Jordan the GOAT. So Lamont asked him, well, if that's the case, why do you guys push back on GOAT James Kingdom when they use outside of resume to say LeBron's better? And he had the nerve to say, all Brandon and I use is stats, accolades, and achievements. And that's how he got exposed. Because they talk recklessly. Because they can go on other shows. It's not going to be fun for
What
him.
else are you supposed to use, though?
No, you should have heard him.
I did it. I can show y'all how I did it.
Feelings.
The eye test, Feelings.
Supposed
to use
no,
the eye
but
test.
Brandon, but the point is, Brandon, he was quick to tell us. He was quick to tell us all the intangibles, all the stuff outside the resume for why Jordan was better than Kareem. That was simple. But when I told him LeBron was a better defender without using stats and resumes, he required me to use the resume. So when Jordan's resume is enough, they don't go to the eye test. It's only when Jordan's resume is not enough that they require you now to go outside of the resume. Because if I just go to just LeBron James defensive wise without using his resume, they're going to require us to bring up the resume. Because that's how they think they can win. And he's even said it. He double talked. You talk about a hypocrite. He legitimately said a resume is not what makes you better. Then turned around and said, we all know Michael Jordan's a better defender because his resume says he's a better defender.
Yeah, that sounds like a Jordan fan.
I mean, we can play. Mingo Jester was there. Mingo Jester, am I lying or am I just telling some stories?
I mean, half of that happened, but you got to understand something. When you say the resume, it does not make you that's part of the truth, because you're not gonna put like some of these players that got championships and some of these players that got some of these records. You're not gonna put them over Karl Malone and guys like Charles Barkley. So that to a certain extent that's true. You know what Mac just said. You know what I'm saying? You can say like some of these players that got rings is not better than Allen Iverson. Allen Iverson don't have a ring. So it's to a certain extent that's true, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, we understand that. Mingo,
but you do have to use the data that you have in order to judge which player is better. I mean, that's the only way I really think that you can really assess some of this stuff, not unless you use it like other stuff like eye test and all this other stuff. But I mean, their resume is really what all you got to go on. What else you can really go on if you ain't going on the resume, the stats, analytics for some people? Like if you ain't going on that kind of stuff, what else can you really go on? If you're talking about how good a player is or how bad a player is.
Deacon Prime, you can go off of. Deacon Prime, you can add that to that resume too.
But listen, like I said, I don't go out here challenging people all the time. I already told y'all I want a 20v1. Cause there's not enough for y'all. I need a 20v1 because if one of y'all is just gonna get embarrassed, that's just like simple thing for me. Cause y'all just like I don't understand y'all. Y'all always want to challenge GOAT James Kingdom, but y'all never prepared. So he challenged us, and he challenged me in particular, and saying that we don't talk nothing outside of the resume. But then when we asked him to do that, he couldn't do it. And when I was asked to do it, I did it. And then when I was asked to actually use the resume, they got mad that I used defensive rebounds. And then if they really want context, right, we can bring up how Jordan has fake steals. He has fake defensive accolades and a resume for his defense.
I'm pretty sure, but I'm pretty sure a lot of players has stats on their resume that's not, that's a little bit exaggerated a little bit. I guarantee you can go through history and you can see that a lot. Like if you start looking at these games and start actually analyzing these games, you'll think to yourself like that wasn't a assist or that wasn't a rebound or that was. If you actually looking at the games now, if you don't look at the games, you just look at the stats. Then of course, that's what y'all did with Michael Jordan, right? Y'all went back and actually looked at the games and broke down the games and saw that some of those steals that they say was steals wasn't steals. Now, if you do that for other players, it'll be the same exact. Yeah, that wasn't an assist right there. I don't know what you call that. That wasn't an assist. But they gave him
That's probably true, but that all stopped later because LeBron has a lot of stats removed from his career because the NBA tracks whatever LeBron does.
That's what I'm saying. All these stats are accurate. At the end of the day, what you think is not an assist or not, there was an actual pass made and a basket made. There were steals that were never.
But it's a certain period of time where when you're talking about an assist, you know what an assist is. You know what an assist looks like.
But that's not what happened with Jordan. We're not questioning whether that's a steal or not. There were no steals. Jordan was giving steals that didn't happen. There wasn't a turnover.
That's the same. It's the same thing. If you're giving the player, yes, it is.
No, what you're saying is no. But
it's the same exact thing.
You're saying it's not an assist. There was a pass and there was a basket made. You can't.
That's not an assist.
That's the actual term of what an assist is. A pass that leads to a score.
But you gotta understand what an assist is. You cannot make two.
You don't know what an assist is. The stat keeper knows.
Exactly. Wait a minute, bro. Wait a minute. You cannot make two NBA moves and count that as an assist. That's not an assist. Two NBA moves and then that's an assist. Come on, bro. Stop it.
What does the NBA rules say? See, the thing is, you want to look at the rules from the 90s. They changed the assist rule. I hope you know that.
And I know that. And they said in the assist rule, is
when you say it's not an assist. Well, the new rule says it is an assist.
No, the new rule doesn't say it because the new rule says no, it doesn't. The new rule is that an assist is an assist that leads to a direct basket, which means you got to make a direct basketball move in order for that to be an assist. That's the new rule. If it doesn't,
no, because you just said that the man did two moves to get a basket. That as long as you make an immediate move towards the basket, it's going to be considered an assist.
Two moves. I said two moves.
It doesn't matter. The two moves. It doesn't limit it to one.
Come on, bro. You're not slow. You know what I'm saying.
You got to let me
slow.
I know what you're saying, but you're not letting me say what I got to say. You don't know the rule. It doesn't limit the moves. It doesn't say you only can make one move to the basket and that's it. It says you have to make an immediate move towards the basket after an assist to make a basket. So even if you do a sidestep, that's not a move to a basket. If you take a sidestep to shoot the shot, that's an assist. You guys don't know the rules of the game. There was still a pass made and a basket made, which means that is an assist. Jordan had steals given to him for steals that never happened, for turnovers that never happened, for shots that were never blocked. They invented a steal for him. It wasn't like, oh, well, this guy patted the ball and Jordan got the steal for it, or Jordan patted the ball and we still gave him the steal. No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about teams actually not having the turnovers to actually amount to the type of steals the Bulls were given, and Jordan was given those excess steals. That's different. That's different. These are fake stats. We're not. You're talking about a rule and an interpretation of a rule, but at the end of the day, somebody got a rebound. At the end of the day, somebody got a basket, somebody got an assist. And Jordan's circumstance, no one got a steal. No one got a block. It was just added to his resume.
I have a question for Mingo Jester. Are you talking about like currently there's still stats that are not accurate, or are you talking about in the past?
I'm talking about anytime. I'm not just talking about now, back then. I'm just talking about any time in NBA history. I'm pretty sure you can go look at games and see that some of these stats are a little bit shaky. That's all I'm saying. That's it.
That's what I want to know. All I'm saying.
It's a big difference, though, bro. It's Michael Jordan was not. He wasn't even near. It wasn't even like a misinterpretation of a steal. He didn't steal the ball at all. He wasn't even close to the ball to steal. It wasn't even a loss of a possession. They just credited him to a steal, especially, let's say he wasn't even on the court and someone stole the ball, they're going to give the steal to Jordan. That it's like almost like that. What you're saying is if LeBron or somebody, Curry passed the ball to somebody and someone does a pump fake and then do 2 dribbles and a Euro step, they're going to say, you're going to say that can't be an assist. But it's just a misinterpretation because it's still a pass that led to a move. So that's why it can be.
That's not an assist, though.
But that's not an assist.
That's a misinterpretation.
The NBA does.
And I know, and that's their rule. That's what I'm going by. That's their rule.
Yeah, but the NBA didn't give Jordan steals. It was the stat keeper for Chicago that gave Jordan steals. That's a difference. NBA didn't give Jordan these steals. It was the stat keeper in Chicago. It's a different scenario. It's not the same. The fact that you want to play Master Splinter, now we all got to be Ninja Turtles here? No, we're not going to play this game.
That's
You
not what I'm saying.
You snitching without
nigga,
proof.
that ain't what
You
I'm saying.
snitching
You
without
know that
proof,
ain't what
bro.
I'm saying.
You snitching, bro. You
Stop it.
snitching, bro. Y'all are
That
snitches
is
like a
not what I'm
motherfucker,
saying,
man.
bro. Stop it. That is not what I'm saying.
Now. They literally go back and revise the stats for every game. They literally sit down.
Yeah, Mingo,
and
it's a different
if
thing,
these
bro. It's
people's
not the
stats
same
are
thing.
actually accurate. They did it for
Like,
the
one-
dude in Memphis,
one
Jared
that's
Jackson.
missing-
They did it for everybody. So to sit here and say, in any time they were sitting here getting fake stats, bullshit. They are not getting fake stats today. I guarantee you, it's way more accurate today than it was in the goddamn 80s.
I bet it ain't.
Yes, it. Oh
I
my
think
God!
I
They had
bet
at least.
I would bet any amount of money on that. I bet it
Nobody was
ain't.
actually watching those games in the 80s. They could do whatever they want. Nobody was watching those games. Today they are.
Hold on, wait. Look, this is what they'll tell you. Go watch and prove it. We did it already. I did a whole show. I proved it. Not only did I prove it, there is a Michael Jordan fan and a Zesty Jeffrey out there right now. His page is John Arnett. Go to John Arnett's page. He did an entire video explaining how he even found more videos than the one that Haverstraw found. And he even himself realized that, yes, they padded Jordan's stats. Even he had to admit it because he went and found the games. He even told you which games he went at, which was possible steals, which were possible blocks, and he immediately said it didn't even matter that Jordan had an excess of blocks and steals that he should have never gotten. Because if it was a mistake, it's not a lie. It's on John Arnett's.
He
It
didn't
is
say
on
much
his page.
about the blocks. He said the steals. He saw
did
that
say
video.
blocks.
No, he didn't.
He said blocks and
something-
steals.
He said his blocks. He said most of his blocks was real. It's just the steals he was really talking about.
No,
I saw that video.
He said that if we add the
I saw that
possible,
video.
he said the possible blocks, meaning he's also misinterpreting and saying, well, Jordan might have got a block here, and that's not the truth. He brought up the fact that Jordan had fake steals and blocks, and that from the film study that he did, it did not match the box score. Himself, he admitted to it. He admitted to it. He had his own little thing to it.
That's a lie. You twisting this video, man.
I'm not twisting.
That
Again,
is a lie.
Y'all always tell me I'm a
watched that
liar.
video. That is not what he said.
Y'all are always telling me I'm a liar, but all I do.
I watched the video. I watched the same video you watched.
All I do is prove you guys wrong.
You don't do nothing but sit there and twist people's words and
I'm trying
do
to
what.
figure out why
Man,
we
you
see
be tripping.
FYF posted a bunch of games to his page as well.
Yes, I saw that too. I saw that too. I saw that too, and I'm not denying.
Like someone's lying about Jordan.
Bro, I'm not. Listen, I'm not saying. I said my original argument was. My original argument was.
No, he's saying everybody else. He's saying everybody else got fake stats because Jordan got caught on fake stats. Others got fake stats. That's what he's saying.
Everybody.
In the 80s, they probably
did. Everybody. That's a lie, Speeder. You're lying again. I did not say everybody. I said it's some players.
It's not everybody.
That you probably can go look at. I did not say everybody. I said it's some players that you can go look at their stats, and I guarantee you. They went and matched up to what their box score said. That's all I said.
It's not.
Hold on, wait. Slim Jones has something to say. What you said, Slim Jones?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I agree with him to a certain degree because his whole point was that if you took every player or if you went back in history and took players from both eras, you would see that people's stats across the board, there are controversial stats. Now, the way I look at it is that it's not that today's game is being like the stats are being manipulated. I just think that the rules have changed so fucking much. They've loosened the rules so much where the stats are naturally inflated across the board. You know what I mean? It's the same way that the scoring, teams scoring at high clips, over time were affected as the rules changed. So did the stats. You know what I mean? And
What rules?
and that's how I look at that.
What rules?
The rules, when you take the physicality out of the game by changing the rules, you're going to force the way they scheme offense and defense differently, which increases the pace of play. So for instance, just as an example, cutting, bumping, right? The resistance at the rim, all of that, as you start changing the 3-second rule, as you start changing the shot clock, you know how on an offensive rebound, the shot clock is going to 14 seconds now instead of being reset at 24. Like you already talked about the hand checking. It wasn't just one thing that forced the inflation of stats. Stats are going to naturally inflate when you change the rules.
Okay. I have a question. Why was the pace of play and the scoring so high in the 80s when you said that when everyone was doing what you said? Why was the scoring and pace of play so high during that era?
Well, during that era, they weren't stopping the game on what we call flagrant fouls today. They had a different set of rules that they were playing under, and their pace of play was still being able to maintain, because what we call a foul today, they weren't blowing the whistle every 30 seconds, or I'm sorry, not every 30 seconds, but every few possessions, they weren't blowing
False.
that whistle and stopping the
False.
pace.
They call more fouls in the 80s than they do today, so that's false.
They did call more fouls, but not as many shooting fouls. It's like to call a foul and call a shooting foul are two different things.
You didn't talk about shooting fouls. You talk about running through the lane, which are simple fouls.
Now.
Yeah, you double talking.
More than one point. There's more than one point in a conversation, guys. It's not just a singular point.
No. Hold on, guys.
We're listening to you.
This is what you guys do. We are listening to every word you are saying.
You're listening,
young man.
but you're asking a question that follow up. So it's more than one point to the conversation. That's all I'm saying.
No,
it's not a one-dimensional conversation.
If the NBA was so physical and they didn't have none of these rules that you're attaching to today's NBA, why did they score more and have a faster pace in the 80s? That's what we always asked.
Because you had point guards who were focused on pushing the pace instead of scoring. The pace of play was still being controlled.
That doesn't have nothing to do with it.
Guys. The point guard today is looking to score. Point guards back in the day were looking to push the pace. The Isaiah Thomases, the Magic Johnsons, they were pushing pace, bro.
Bro, just stop it, bro. Stop it. That's not what he means by pace. You're talking about the tempo of the offense, bro. Pace is possessions. They're talking about, because a lot of possessions, the end of a possession when you score, or the end of a possession when the opposing team ends it by grabbing a rebound or creating a turnover, bro. Possessions, a lot of times, because high possessions or high pace attributes to more scoring, and so the 80s pace is almost resembled today, and the scoring was probably even higher back then, or almost as high back then, even though they had all those rules that you were indicating. So the point was, it's a contradiction to what you said. So that what you said in terms of the rules are more available in the inflation or all that other stuff, because they had all that in the 80s, but they're just as scoring as high and their pace is just as high.
Yeah, but there was okay, I agree with what you're saying on that. But what I'm saying is for individual stats for these players compared to the players in the 80s, it was more of team basketball in that decade, man. Where today, guys, it's so much easier for multiple guys on one team to dominate the game. That wasn't the case back then. You had one player dominating on most teams, not all.
Because
most teams, you had one player that was really dominating.
Players are more skilled. You can say that.
Players are more skilled today. Players are more skilled today. Players are better today.
I agree that players are more skilled today. But when you add rule changes to
there's no rule changes to add
players who are more skilled.
There is no rule change. No. Because you lied about the rule changes. There is no rule changes that helps you with skills.
I don't think.
I told you hold up. I told you hold up. I've heard your lies. I keep telling y'all. I listen to what y'all say. So when I start speaking, please listen. Don't listen to respond. Listen to get exposed. Again, you brought up the 3-second rule, which actually helped the defense because now they're allowed to play zone, which means they can clog passing lanes and driving lanes. That's why they're not allowed to sit in the paint forever. That's why. So at the end of the day, and they can and you can still be in the paint if you're guarding a man in the paint. The only person who can't sit in
bigs cannot just squat in the paint like they used to back
yes,
in the
they
day,
can.
bro. The
They never
lane is
squat.
more
Again,
open.
you cannot squat back in the days because you have to guard somebody. So if I'm Bill Laimbeer on the top of the key, there is no big man in the paint.
Bro, they didn't have a 3-second rule in the 80s, bro, like that, where you could be charged with.
Slim,
You watch basketball in the 80s and 90s?
Slim, you need to listen to not respond, but you need to listen to speak because
man, I was born
I'm
in
not
80s,
done,
bro. I grew up on the 80s, bro.
I'm not. No, you did. That's a lie because you couldn't watch 80s basketball. It wasn't on television like that. Stop lying.
That's bullshit, bro. There was basketball on TV. It wasn't all 30 teams. There was no NBA TV in the 80s, bro. But people still watched fucking basketball, bro. Stop that shit. It was just regional. It wasn't. Whatever city you lived in, if you lived in LA, you got to watch LA games. If you lived, the only team that was nationwide on a regular basis was Chicago, bro. In the regional
channels was in the 80s and for the Lakers? Because regional channels are ABC. That didn't exist in the 80s. That didn't exist in the 80s. That didn't exist in the 80s.
Time out, bro. Hold on, wait. Bro, there was national televised NBC.
Do I give a fuck? No, not one. How many fucks do I give? 0. Exactly. So therefore your comment is irrelevant.
Man, sit your dumb ass down.
Bro, you don't come up on GOAT James Kingdom and tell me, hold up. I keep trying to tell you why you lying and you're not listening. There was no regional channels back then showing games for basketball because it was all on CBS. Because everybody had national TV. That was your regional channel. ABC, NBC. Fox didn't even exist back then. There wasn't national coverage of basketball in the 80s. Even regional coverages. You did not have that. You did not have these channels. The MSG is one of the first channels. Even WGN was not showing Bulls games in the 80s. Like, you guys are liars. You were 8 years old then. I've proven all of this. Stop coming on GOAT James Kingdom and trying to overtalk us and listen to what we're saying because we already done this. We've been here. We've been done this.
What the fuck you doing here? If you can't take it.
Now, this is my first time on here. I ain't gonna lie. So I'm not gonna disrespect nobody. I ain't disrespectful. I ain't on that type of time. So what I will say is this though, bro.
You're being disrespectful by talking out of turn.
If you were living in LA or
He gonna keep pressing on mute because he don't feel like.
I know that. That's fine. That's fine. He can keep giving me content. That's fine.
And WGN didn't show games like that until the mid '90s. So when people tell y'all that they was watching these Bulls games from everywhere, they're literally lying to you. It wasn't any games until the mid '90s. That's why when Menu Jester said he didn't watch the NBA games until the second 3P, he was being direct because they wasn't showing the games before then. He got to see it in the mid to late 90s. That's when he got to watch it. So look, when people tell y'all they watch them games, y'all, they're lying to y'all.
Exactly. And this is the point. If I'm so disrespectful, please tell me, Jim Brown, what was my take? We all heard what Slim had to say. What was A. Johnny's take if I was able to speak?
He's not going to answer.
What I will say, though, not really toward this point, but like just for a little bit of context, is that when you look at, we're talking, HML mentioned pace of play and tempo, things like that, which is facts. If you look at the 60s, the average elapse off the shot clock before the first shot attempt of the possession was taken was like just under 6 seconds. The 80s, that actually went to, I believe, like 6.4. Today, it's almost 7. But like I said, there's obviously we're getting the 3 ball, so the possessions aren't really going to line up with like the fastest pace play and more because they're just shooting quicker. Like there's less ball movement back then than there is now. Less emphasis on getting a great shot. You saw that a lot in the 60s. In the 80s, same degree, they were just a little bit faster, but obviously the shots were frequent.
Listen, the 80s was ball movement. The 80s was ball movement. That's why Magic and Bird were praised for their passing, the fact that they moved the ball.
Okay, but they were less.
Jordan destroyed basketball by making people think it's all about one-on-one. Stop that bullshit, man. It was always about
That's what
moving.
Scottie Pippen said.
It was always about moving the ball. Majority of the players who are stars of the 90s will tell you their favorite player was Magic Johnson. And Magic Johnson was a guy that moved the ball. You know why they had a fast pace? Because that's how you play basketball. You get up before the defense can set up. Because people are playing defense, and today they do the same shit. They get up the court and take a shot before you play defense. And when you play defense, they find the weakest man by causing a switch. They still play the same style of basketball. No, I'm not talking about that. It's not about what you just said. I'm just explaining to you, because even Brandon, being a hypocrite here, who was arguing with me when I was telling him there was no physicality in the 80s in basketball, now he wants to tell Slim he can't bring physicality into this conversation when I've been telling y'all they didn't play physical basketball back then. They played basketball. Nothing about basketball is physical. It is a non-contact sport.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I can agree with that, bro.
You can't agree with
that either. I don't agree with that either.
Yeah,
it ain't no possible way you can play basketball with no contact. That is crazy,
bro. So you're saying that in the 80s they weren't allowed to pull each other in the lane?
Legal.
No. When I say maybe
there is no rule that didn't exist in the 80s that exists today that says you can hold. Holding has always been a rule in basketball. There is no such thing as putting your hands on anybody on defense. It is called a foul. Holding or not, they still hold today. They just try to get away with it.
Sport. There's no such thing as basketball not being a physical sport.
But yeah, I understand what Johnny is saying.
It's a non-contact sport, Brandon.
But yeah, I know. In terms of like
basketball is a contact sport. Who the hell says it's a non? What the heck? What are you talking about?
How the hell is it a non-contact sport?
What? I don't make any sense. Come on now.
Y'all just. Oh, hold on.
Brandon,
I
you're not
understand
supposed
because
to
there are
hit
some
people
people
in
that say
basketball.
that in comparison to
That's
like
the non-contact part of
wait a
it.
second.
Yes.
When
If there's rules against
if
there's
you
rules
play
against
basketball,
contact,
you have a lot of contact in basketball.
If there's
what are you talking about?
If there's a rule for every contact action in basketball, that means it is non-contact. Meaning, if the man is standing in front of you as a defender, you run him over. That's a foul.
You can wrap that shit up and throw it away, Johnny, because it doesn't make any sense in basketball.
That's a foul. That's a foul.
Sport.
That's a foul.
Physical sport.
That's a foul. That is a foul. It is a foul.
You can be physical without fouling. Easily.
There is no physical what?
Not to switch it up. But
What the physical how? You can't put your hands on nobody. You're not allowed to put your hands on nobody. You're not allowed to push. You're not allowed to use your elbows. You're not allowed to push somebody out of position. That's all basketball rules that existed from day one.
You can use your elbows.
It is against the rules to use your elbows.
No, it ain't. You just can't extend your elbows,
man. They
you
allowed
can use your
elbows
elbow.
to be
You just
thrown,
can't
bro.
extend your
You had
elbows.
enforcers
There's
in the
not
game.
one
That's
basketball player in history who has not touched the player and has not been. Everybody touches players. Everybody pushes players. Everybody puts their hands on players. That's basketball.
You just can't.
Do y'all want to go to 70s get films and 60s film and so I can prove y'all wrong?
Hey Johnny,
I'm taking what he's saying.
I understand what Johnny's saying.
You are not going to find any proof that you cannot touch NBA players or basketball players. There's no such thing. There's no such thing.
It's in the rule book. What do you mean? It's in the fucking rule book.
You're both right.
It's in the NBA rule book. Been in the NBA rule book for decades. It's not my fault. It's not my fault that y'all think it's not my fault. It's not my fault. It is not my fault. It is not my fault. Y'all believe the lies of sports world. It's not my fault. You believe football cares
about it.
You believe Roger Goodell cares about NFL players. That's a lie.
I don't care what Roger Goodell cares about.
And you believe that basketball allows you to push and shove people from day one. That's a lie. You can't push without your hands. You can't push without hands. The actual terminology of pushing requires using your hands, which is what hand checking is. Hand checking has always been a rule against basketball. You cannot hand check.
Pushing people on the ground doesn't mean it's not physical.
Hey, Johnny getting real nasty right now. He knows.
He's lying for no reason. Like basketball, it's a physical sport. It's always been a physical sport.
No, it's not.
Physical today. What you talking about? It's always been a physical sport.
It's not a contact sport, sir.
Basketball and say you cannot look at somebody or touch somebody. You are always putting your hands on players. Simple as that.
Johnny, switching up
You're
to
not.
your
You're
list
not
real
doing
quick.
that. You're not doing.
Yo,
If that's the case,
Johnny.
Brandon. So if that's the case, Brandon, why they keep crying and saying players ain't doing that? Because that's what they're saying. Players don't do that today. They're saying players don't do it. It's freedom of
It
movement.
doesn't matter what the fuck they say. I'm just saying that's how basketball is a physical sport. It's always been a
It
physical
is
sport.
a physical sport, but the amount of physicality is what's changed. But
it's like,
Johnny, I have one
the
question before I get
physicality-
off here. I got one question before I get off here, Johnny.
Yeah, lying.
I saw earlier when I plugged in real late to your stream, but when I saw that list of 50, your top, I don't know whose top 50 that is or how it came together. But my only comment on that list, like I know everybody has their own, subjective like opinions, right? But I only have like one major problem with this list. Like, regardless of whether we agree on the top 10 or not, don't matter. But I don't understand how Isaiah Thomas can beat Michael, Magic, and Bird in the same decade, right? Over a 10 or 12 year period. He won a back-to-back title, right? Beating 3 of the greatest players ever in his era. And he winds up 47 on your list or wherever. What is he at? 46 or 47? I don't know how that came together, but that is really the only criticism that I would really say is like blatantly like disrespectful.
That list is based on the criteria. That's why.
And that list is based on objectivity. We don't have no subjective factors in this particular list, and that's why Isaiah Thomas is 47th. Him winning 2 championships versus Magic and Bird does not make him anything better than what he should be, because again, his resume says what he should be, and his resume is not good enough. There's 40-something players better than Isaiah Thomas by his resume.
And so does that based on like defensive player of the years and all that stuff and like MVPs and stuff or what?
Yes. How many defensive player of the years you think Isaiah Thomas has? How many MVPs you think
I don't
Isaiah
know, to be
Thomas
honest.
has?
I don't even know, to be honest.
You don't have any.
He has 0 on both.
Okay.
How many
how
many all NBAs you think he has? How many all defensive selections you think he has?
Yeah. Okay. So if that's the case, all right, it makes sense then. I just wasn't sure how that list was put together. That's why I was like, that's the one thing that popped out when I looked at it just straight up for the first time. That's all.
Yeah. No, here in GOAT James Kingdom, we don't play games. Because if we just tell y'all what we want to say, because we watch basketball as basketball fans, y'all gonna ask us to prove it. So we already have everything ready for y'all. This is our top 50 greatest players of all time, based off of their stats and their accolades. We included everything that you just stated. We included their regular season and postseason stats, which includes their totals and their averages. We included their advanced metrics. We included all accolades that existed in their eras. And we provided the actual formula that graded them closest to the greatest accomplishments of all time. And by doing that, these are the players that accomplished the most and achieved the greatest careers in NBA history.
Okay, I can respect that, man. I can respect that, man. Now understanding how you did it.
Basketball is not physical, sir.
I can't believe that Johnny said basketball is not. That is insane to me.
You're not allowed to touch people.
Literally.
What is the SL
He's
stand
saying
for?
there's
when it comes to
rules you
accolades?
have to go by. The perfect example I can give you: a person's driving to the basket. If the defender jumps straight up with his hands straight up in the air and does not follow through, yes, the player going to the basket is going to bump into them, but that is not a foul, especially if they're not in the restricted area. Again, that's not a foul. Is there physical contact in there? Yes. But if the player follows through with his swing with both of his hands up, that's a foul. Anyway, if you hit a player, that's a foul.
That is illegal contact. That's why it's a foul, but it's physical. Basketball's always been physical since the beginning.
If you jump straight up, both hands in the air, is that a foul, B-Lee? No.
I mean, there's no such thing as basketball being a non-contact sport. That doesn't make any sense.
No, that's why you're taking it too literally. You're taking it too literally.
No, it's only one way to say it. It's contact or no contact. Johnny said it's non-contact and there's no contact sport. You could not touch somebody in basketball, which is false.
Okay,
if you repeat a player's movement,
there are
and
people
you're grabbing
that say
at them,
that
that's a foul. But if you're running next to them and there's incidental contact, that's not a foul. So if I'm blocking your way to the rim with my body, that's not a foul. But
that's
if I'm
not the
grabbing
only
and
form
tugging
of
at your
contact
jersey,
in the
that's
sport,
contact. That's
I mean,
fouling.
if that's the case, no one will be allowed to actually post up. Because if you're posting somebody up, you have your body on somebody. If you have your body on somebody while you're posting up, that could be illegal. No, it's not, because you have contact.
That's what I'm saying. You took what he said too literally. Even in the
No,
scenario
I took
you're
exactly
using.
what he said.
If
You
I
can't
post
touch
you
players. He
up
said you
and
could
I
not touch
drive my
players.
shoulder into you,
No, because
that's a
the original rule in basketball is, yes, even if you're posting up, you're not allowed to post up and move the defender. That's illegal. The defender has a right to his space. All you're going to be doing is standing next to a man. You're not allowed to push him and body him off the spot. That was something that they started allowing after the merger. They never changed the rule. They just let the referee interpret it, and they allowed the defense to actually put their hands on the players more without it being a foul.
Will Chamberlain said he got beat up every game.
And Will Chamberlain never fouled out a game, and Will Chamberlain never fouled out of an NBA game because he never used to actually post up and move people out of the way, because he used to get called for offensive foul all the time, because they used to tell him all you gotta do is stand there. That you are not allowed to do that. If I'm there and if you watch footage of people who are guarding him, you see them holding their hands up and playing defense like that, just standing in their spots. And then you have to make a move and score that way. But you cannot move Bill Russell out of the way with your body. That was an offensive foul. That was an offensive foul. That's not something we started seeing until the merger. Then they started letting the big men bang. That's when they started saying that you can put your hands on players a little bit more. And they never changed the rule. They never changed the rule.
I see people box out. That's moving players when you're boxing out.
No. If I'm boxing out,
boxing out is moving players out of the position.
I'm standing.
Yes, it is.
I'm standing in position. No, I'm not. I'm standing in position. No, it's not. Boxing out is standing in position and not letting you get around me.
Not standing next to somebody.
Yes, it is.
It is moving players.
No, I'm standing in front of you. Exactly. I'm standing in front of you, Brandon.
You're going to move the defensive or the offensive player.
And that is called an offense. And that's called an offensive foul. Yes, that is. If you move them, that will be called an offensive foul. Yes, it will be. Yes, it will be. They do it. They still do it to the day. They still do it today. If you're boxing out and
all the time, they're boxing out all the time.
Foul for it. It's called a foul. Yes, it is. It is a foul. You are not allowed to move a player with your body.
You front players in the post. You moving players when your front players in the post. That's not a foul.
No, again, you are not allowed to move a defender in his positional spot with your body or hands. No, you're not. That is illegal.
I have done it for decades. That's how you do it.
That is a rule in basketball. That is a rule in basketball. It's in the rule book. It's in the rule book. Yes, it is a rule book. It's there. It's in the rule book.
Like I said, players have done it for decades. That's not a foul.
Yeah, if you guys if you watch the games, actually, there's all sorts of incidental conduct that's happening. All is boxing out, impeding players driving. As long as it's not blatant, refs aren't going to call that. It's
boxing out is holding your position. That's all that is. You're holding your position. Nobody's allowed you to move out of your position. If I'm standing here and I'm waiting for a rebound here, no one can move me out, and I just stand there. That's it. I can't move you out of the way. I can't move you out of the way. I can't jump over you. I have to get better position. That's why it's all about position.
This is bizarre that you think this.
But hold on,
if that was the case, Shaquille O'Neal would have 20 rebounds because you have to have position. There's nobody stopping Shaq from moving them out. There's nobody stopping Shaq from moving a player out of the way.
Shaq was moving everybody else out the way. You get it?
Only on offense. Only on offense. That was on offense. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They started allowing the big men to do that because they thought that was good basketball. But the original rules of basketball, you were not allowed to do that. That's what Wilt Chamberlain said he would dominate, because he said, if you crazy, if I can get to do what these guys are doing, I couldn't do that then. They used to say Wilt Chamberlain was soft because he wouldn't physically dominate in the post like that, because he wasn't allowed to, because all they had to do was flop, and it was an offensive foul, because you're not allowed to use your body or hands to push people in basketball. Everybody's allowed to their space.
You don't have to use your hands to push people. You can use your body.
I said your body's the same way. You can't. It's in the rule books. They even specifically say with your hips. Hips is used. Your buttocks is used. They actually use the term buttocks and hips, arms, elbows, legs. They use these actual terms in the rule book.
And yet, it still happens today rampantly.
Again, just because they allow it, that doesn't mean it's not a rule against it.
Johnny, it's okay to be wrong. It's okay to be wrong.
Wrong. I'm not wrong because it's in the rule book. I'm talking about the rules.
It's okay to be wrong.
I'm not talking about y'all. Yeah, exactly. I'm talking about rules. Those are the rules of basketball. And if that's the case, then you should stop arguing with Slim, because Slim is saying right. They're not physical today. They don't hold. They don't box out. They don't do none of that stuff.
I never said that. I'm saying that it still
You said
happens
that's what
all
they
the
were doing in
time.
the 80s? Oh, that's what it still happens all the time? Okay,
I'm
so
just saying, if he's saying it doesn't happen now, the thing is, he said it's the pace of plays because of what they allowed them to do. But why did they allow them to do in the 80s if he thinks that that's how defense was being played? See, you didn't listen. That's the problem.
No, that wasn't my point. My point on that was the stats. My point on that part was the stats, not the physicality. The physicality, I feel like, is different because they call the rules different. It's the same rules. They're just choosing to either call or not call the rules on a more flexible leeway. They're giving them more leeway against the rules, man, and that's why it looks way different now, man. It looks way different, but it's not just one thing that's making it look ugly now. Because basketball, to me, it just doesn't look like a competition no more. It just looks like a shooting contest to me. You know what I mean? And that's because they don't allow these guys to bang, to pull, to tug, to hand check like they used to in the past. It's just a lot easier to get your shot off today.
Wait, Slim Jones, I have a question for you.
Why y'all gonna keep lying on GOAT James Kingdom, man? Why y'all gonna let these lies continue on
Slim
GOAT
Jones,
James Kingdom?
here's a question to follow up on what you just said.
Uh-huh.
Assuming everything you said is correct, who is your actual favorite panelist on GJK? Is it me?
Oh my gosh.
I haven't listened long enough to hear everybody. Honestly, I know Johnny's face and his voice. So right now I'm with right now I have to say Johnny, but I really, this is like my first time coming up on your panel, and I've only kind of plugged in for like the last couple weeks.
Okay,
Jones,
that's fair.
Bro,
Good
you
distraction
watch
there, Travis.
games,
Good
bro?
distraction there, Travis.
Slim Jones, when's the last time you watched a basketball game in the NBA? When's the last time?
The last time I watched a game in the NBA, shit, man,
You have
about
to
a week
think about
ago.
everything you
It's
said
about
is
it's literally a week ago, bro. It's literally a week ago. I saw the Laker game when they played Minnesota.
Everything you said is insane.
So they don't tug. They don't do. It's not competitive. Like they don't do anything that you're talking about, bro.
No, I'm saying overall. I'm not talking about one specific game or just overall. I'm saying overall. When you look at the games in the 90s or even going back to the 80s, I just personally, just looking at the television, just watching the game, I personally see it pops out to me that they don't have to work as hard. They're more skilled and they can ball handle way better today. They have more speed, more skill. They shoot better than they do everything better today than what they did back then. But it just looks from looking with my own eyes onto the TV, it just looks like there's no resistance today. And if y'all can explain that to me, I'd be cool with that. But today, it just seems like
I got you. No, I got you. I got you. I got you. You said they were hand checking. This is the 1994 NBA Finals, and they call hand checking several times in a Game 7. Watch this.
No, but by '94 they were
already
shut up and
emphasizing
a rule that
no, they did not. No, they did not. No, they did not. It was in '95. I'm gonna keep proving you guys wrong because I watch them. You don't.
Okay, go ahead.
Watch this.
Go ahead.
Watch this. Watch them call hand checking, and watch they call this tic-tac foul of hand checking. Watch it right here. Hand checking. They called it. Watch the ref call for hand checking in 1994. Now wait, shut the fuck up. I'm talking. Not only did they call it on Sam Cassell right there in the commentary. Look at this. You said they get what? I thought they were allowed to hand check
because you had two hands on him.
That's hand checking. I thought basketball was physical. I thought I was allowed to put my fucking hands on you. I told you. Wait, I told you about cutting me the fuck off. You said you don't like talking. You rather see. I'm giving you something to see. So shut the fuck up and watch. Use your eyes, not your lips, because your lips is not working as well as your eyes. Maybe your eyes might work better because your eyes can't see. Again, that is not a fucking foul. They're not calling that in today's NBA. They're not calling this in today's NBA. This is not a foul in today's NBA. Because back then they emphasized on actually basketball rules. Like I keep telling y'all, it always existed. It's hand checking. They don't want you doing that. That's not basketball. Here we go here. Look. Where's the hand checking? It's called playing fucking defense. Block that shit. Where's the hand checking by? Look at it. Tap the ball away. Active hands. Active feet. That's how you fucking play defense.
Johnny, you're pulling up one highlight.
Shut the fuck up.
Hold on,
Shut the fuck. I'm not done. You can't keep telling me to shut up. I'm not done. You guys, I don't sit here and do this for free for nothing, bruh. Stop it. I'm not done. I got film for fucking days, bruh. I've been doing this. This is why I have a Friday night, so I don't waste a Sunday doing this. But y'all keep talking shit, and y'all got Brandon on my back. So now everybody's gonna fucking get it.
How were they enforcing the rule that year? Do you remember?
They were not. They enforced it the next year. They enforced it the next year. They didn't enforce it that year. Matter of fact, I'm going to show you why they didn't enforce it that year. Because, again, I have footage. I don't talk just to talk. I talk what I know, not because of
Johnny, it went
bullshit.
from 2 hands being allowed to 1 hand being allowed. Then it went from 1 hand being allowed to not being able to extend your arm. That shit happened over a period of time.
Say another motherfucking word and this shit is over. And I ain't playing, nigga. Sit your ass down.
Again, young man, you are going to learn. You're going to learn. You're going to learn. You have to sit down and take a break. You asked us to show you things. Because, see, this is what you guys think. We can't show you things. You think we can't show you shit. Well, I'm going to show you David Stern talking about them actually cleaning up the game after these finals because y'all didn't like it back then neither.
Lastly, these finals, for the most part, have been played clean and hard. But as you know, there has been a problem over the last couple of months with a perception, and it's not unique to basketball. It's throughout the sports world that there's a tone of trash talking and confrontation and fighting. What, if anything, can be done to cut that back?
That's easy. Our fans have come to depend on us to be the leader here. And next year, you'll see that the reduction in violence, which was significant, the reduction this year, is going to be even greater, and we won't disappoint our fans. Our players are great athletes, hustling athletes, and they're not going to be fighting or doing the kinds of things that are going to turn off fans and particularly kids.
David, thanks a lot. Sit back and enjoy the second half of Game 7.
It's very tense.
It is that. The Rockets leading the Knicks by 2.
So, yes, as I stated before, the NBA was not physical. They were trying to change rules back then because after that season, the 1995 season was when they said you could no longer hand check on the perimeter, but you could still use your elbow in the post because they still wanted a big man's game because that was what was selling. That's what they were trying to do. They were trying to match the ABA play style when they merged in the 70s. And that's why they started allowing for hand checking because they started allowing players to dribble the ball effectively. Another rule that changed throughout the years was how you dribble the basketball. They never changed on what a palming rule was. They just changed on how the refs actually interpret the rule. That's why you guys don't know the game of basketball. But you want to show up on GOAT James Kingdom for the first time and get loose and reckless with the lips, but don't want to use your eyes. This is why I keep telling y'all, y'all belong in the dugout. This is why I created the dugout, to keep y'all to calm the fuck down.
Man, sit your dumb ass down.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
Now, I will go find some more film for you guys if you really need me to do it. Because I can show you how they used to clear the paint. I can show you how they cleared the paint. Just for one guy to dominate.
People in the backstage.
Oh, Herm's here. Shout out to Pee Wee Herman. My bad. Hollywood Herm. I'm on full exposure mode right now. I'm done with y'all, man. I'm tired of y'all coming on GOAT James Kingdom lying. Y'all can go on other channels and lie all y'all want. Physicality is never a part of basketball. It was a part of back then because those guys were... Charles Oakley was exactly what you needed. Physicality. Can't do nothing else. Charles Smith can't do nothing else. Derek Harper can't do nothing else. X McDaniels can't do nothing else. That's all they can do. Hot Rod Williams can't do nothing else. Duckworth can't do nothing else. That's all these guys can do.
Johnny, I got a topic that we should probably talk about that I haven't heard you guys cover when it comes to like the GOAT debate, like LeBron, Kareem, and Jordan. Which I think is a big thing, like when it comes to Kareem and LeBron, because I think LeBron's the GOAT, right? So I'm with you on that. It's the number of Hall of Famers that they beat in the finals, like on a certain team.
Come on,
like, hey, they don't like it. They don't like it because Jordan didn't start winning until it was only 2 Hall of Famers on the opposition or less. When it was 3 or more, he'd get spanked out the playoffs.
I need Reaper. I need you to subscribe to the channel, please do, because we've done this before, ladies and gentlemen. Brandon and I have. I told y'all we have everything for the GOAT debate. We have a GOAT James dictionary.
No, I got you. I just meant today. I just meant today, Johnny.
No, I got you. No, but again, y'all got to understand, we are content creators. So today's show is really about 30 points. That's what we're supposed to be talking about. We're really supposed to be talking about 30 points. Not about me not liking football. Not me proving to y'all that basketball was never a physical sport. That it's always.
Oh yeah, no, They're
It's
weird
always
for
been a
that, bro.
clean sport.
Because I was a high school football player, so football and physicality go hand in hand. That's not the case with basketball. I don't know why they're so in love with like this nostalgia of, I guess, the '90s, to where they try to attach it by the hip, where it's like the sport of basketball doesn't need physicality like the sport of football does. It's not the same thing.
Well, Reaper, I got a question for you.
No, the thing is that Johnny was saying that basketball is a non-contact sport, and that is false.
But
That's all we're saying.
there is a difference.
I mean, it just depends on terminology. If you're getting like ultra literal with it, then yeah, then it is a contact sport.
I got a question for you though. Do you
Right.
think college?
Yeah,
Do you
exactly.
think college basketball is physical, or you think it's not physical?
Do I think it's physical? I think it has some physicality to it, but I don't think it has the physicality it had before, and it doesn't need it.
I think basketball always been physical though in its own little way. End of the day, it'd be a lot of grabbing, a lot of guys holding each other, then just all pick and roll
Illegally.
alone.
Though. It's illegal though. Just because the ref don't call it doesn't mean it's not happening.
But hey, John, it's just like a cornerback holding. A cornerback can get called for pass interference every play. But they
This
don't
is real
call it.
simple, guys. Why would they put a
Offensive
flagrant
linemen
foul
hold
rule
every
in if
play.
there was no
Offensive linemen hold
physicality?
every play. They just call it when they feel like it. So everything's a penalty. Everything's a foul until you call it.
Why does a
in
flagrant foul
football,
exist?
hold on. In football, when it comes to like corners or linemen, it's only when it's like ridiculously blatant, like when they're like pulling people down and falling with them, where it's like, we got to call that. Like it's.
No, there's a rule. If you got your hands on the inside in football, they don't call it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It has to be like ultra like that or like really blatant for them to like call it really.
They do be calling some bullshit ass offensive holdings, and they always have.
And always will.
But guys, why was there a hack a Shaq? Why was there a hack a Shaq if there was no physicality in the game? Why was Will and Kareem?
It was a defensive strategy.
But it's still physicality. That's
it was a physicality that you were willing to take because Shaq can't shoot free throws. You're not gonna hack at Stephen Curry. Like when they tell you, oh, if I was playing against Stephen Curry, I would have to hit him after he does the shimmy or he does that against me. I can't just. There's nothing you can do if your defensive plan against someone like a Stephen Curry is to knock him down as he's shooting, you're going to lose because they're gonna go to the free throw line and hit free throws.
90% shooter.
Free throw. Oh wait, do you know why? Oh wait, do you know why it's called a free throw? Because you violated a rule. You did too much contact. You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to be physical.
No, but y'all are making it seem like basketball is a non-contact sport, and I'm just trying to say it is a contact sport, bro.
I got a question for you, y'all. You're taking them way too literal, man.
Hey, I got a question.
Bro,
for
you're not supposed. Oh, before you do that, listen. You're not supposed to run into a man that has position, like Twin Man explained. If that man is jumping up and you're jumping into him, you're the one who's probably gonna get called for a foul. That's why they call offensive foul on plenty of players who try to move players out the way as they're trying to go up for a shot. Again, you cannot move players out the way. If I'm dribbling the ball up the court and there's a man standing in front of me, I have to go around him. He's not.
When you don't have the ball, you
led
can
the
move
league in
players.
rebounding because somebody politely stepped out of the way.
I got to ask him a simple question because I just want to see what Johnny gonna say. Hey, John.
Okay, I'm ready. Let's go. You know I'm always ready. What you got for me?
Yeah. I'm gonna ask you this: as a defender, and you calling the player that primarily being pick and roll the whole game, if you got to damn near run through screens the whole game, you don't think that physically will wear you down? You don't think that's physical for a defender to have to run through screens the whole damn game? Basically, you don't think that's physicality?
No, because you're supposed to run around it. You can't run through a screen.
You cannot always run around a screen in basketball.
Okay, what you're saying is that I'm gonna run into a man. I'm not trying to run into the
No,
screen.
you got to fight through the screen, not run into a screen.
Yes, fight around it or under it, not through the man. So that means I'm not really I'm avoiding his contact. I'm supposed to avoid him. That's why he's not allowed to move.
He's not gonna be able to.
Again, that's why he's not allowed to move. Because once he's in his place, I got to figure out how to go around him. That's the point. That's what you guys fail to realize. That's why he's not allowed to move.
Just facts to this ridiculous comment.
If you run into the screener, it's a foul.
No, it's not.
You can't run
Yes,
Come
it
on
is.
now, man. You don't run over the screeners. You get around it. You go through it.
That's what I'm saying.
Any certain way you want to. You just don't run them over.
You go around. Exactly. You have to go around it. You got to go around it.
There's always contact when you get through a screen.
Hey, B-Lee, I'm going to hit him with this. Y'all want to know why John Moran is on the shelf right now? Because for this certain screen and roll that he was in, unfortunate for him, he couldn't run around and then he ran into the screener and that nigga out for a damn near month.
Yeah, there's a reason there's injuries and flagrant fouls, man.
All right, again, my point is that the reason they didn't call a foul on John Morant was because one, he didn't run him over. He the one who got hurt. So you're not supposed to run into him.
Yeah, but he ran into the screener.
Okay, exactly. But he never moved the screener by doing that. I said you can't physically move somebody. Again, he was trying to run around him, but this guy was there. That's the point.
They don't
I do get it. Again,
he got hurt. He doesn't get it. That's the issue.
John Morant was not trying to run into that man. He was trying to run around that man, but that man got in front of John Morant. That's called a good screen. That's why they don't call it a foul. It's a good screen. I was standing there.
That's physicality.
No, because John Morant's not supposed to run into him. John Morant did something stupid. He's supposed to run around him. That's the point. Exactly. But John Morant thought he.
Why you think screens are set in the first place? Because as a defender, you are not going to
create space.
Hold on.
To create space. To create space. To create space. To create space. That's what a screen. A screen is set to create space for either the off-ball man or the man with the ball. My job is that I'm standing here, and what I'm supposed to do either as the off-ball man or the man with the ball is play as close to my screener so the guy who's attached to me on defense has to dislodge himself from me. So he's creating space for me. That's why he can't move. That's why.
It's certain ways that offenses with disguise is so that way a defender can't see the screen coming every damn time.
Exactly. Exactly.
It would wear that defender down. The defender gonna get worn down trying to run around the screens, or they gonna keep running into them motherfuckers. At the end of the day, the person that's running around getting the screen set, if they know how to actually use their screener properly, let's go. That defender 9 times out of 10 always gonna run into that damn screener. Why you think Reggie Miller was so damn great running off-ball screens? Because he knew how to use his damn screener, and defenders were always running into his damn screeners all the goddamn time.
They run the screener over. No, because that's a foul.
Why you think Michael Jordan against the Pacers in '98 had all those bad damn shooting games because his ass was tired and it was physically taxing, chasing around Reggie Miller, trying to run around them
running
damn
around the
screen,
screen, not running through
but
the
he was
screener.
he was running into the Davis brothers. He was running into Rick Smith.
And guess what?
Because he plays bad because Jordan plays bad defense. Don't run into the screener, Jordan.
You ain't gonna see every damn screen.
Jordan needs to see that. That's why he was bad at basketball. That's why he's bad at basketball. Everybody tells you keep your head on the swivel.
What the hell wrong with him, B. Lee?
I don't know why they think basketball is a non-contact sport.
Oh wait,
I have no idea.
Let's watch this physical basketball. Here we go. We're gonna watch the physicality. Here we go. More physical. Where? Show me. Look at the screen again. He's setting the screen. That guy can't run through Patrick Ewing. He cannot run through Patrick Ewing. He has to run around Patrick Ewing. Watch how he run around Patrick Ewing. There's no physicality needed to do that. I got to get around him. Look, I just get around him. That's it. That's what is that? And this what we want to see? Charles Oakley shooting 15-foot jumpers. Bad basketball. I don't want to see that. I'd rather see a Tyler Hero 30-foot three-pointer. Any day. Let's watch it again. Here we go, y'all. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how they play basketball. Look at this. This man is not even in the paint yet, and he's asking the referee to call an illegal defense. There is nobody in the paint here, Slim. You know why? Because there's no offensive player in the paint. Just like in today's NBA, you can't be in the paint unless there's somebody in the paint with you. So since Patrick Ewing, look at it right here. You see what he's doing? He's pointing to the ref and telling the ref he's not allowed to be in the paint, referee. He's not allowed to be there, sir. He's not allowed to be there.
Pull up a Knicks and Heat game, John.
Pull up Knicks Heat. Pull up the Bulls and Jazz in the finals, bro. You'll see contact everywhere, bro.
Pull up Knicks Heat games in the
You can't take one or two.
LeBron driving to the rim. There's contact all the time.
Brandon, you see how when we find clips of the supposedly the best players, the best teams of the 90s, they tell us to go find other clips. Are we supposed to see something better versus New York and Miami Heat than the New York? And
This is the finals, ain't it? Isn't this the finals?
Yes.
Not saying that.
This is the NBA Finals. This is the best teams of 1994.
It's because they believe a lie, bro. They believe a lie. They believe that it was more physical than because of what the Pistons themselves only would do, or because of highlights of flagrant fouls.
Wait. All right, let's look at this.
Hold up,
Oh wait, let's look at this.
Basketball is physical no matter what.
Let's look at this. Let's look at this. This is the
Patrick Ewing and
physicality.
Hakeem is posted up.
All right,
Let's see if they call a foul. Let's see if they call a foul.
Now listen, the fact of the matter is Patrick has his position, so does Hakeem. Patrick is not allowed to move Hakeem out of that position. Hakeem is not allowed to move Patrick out of that position. Now here goes the hand checking that here goes the hand checking that y'all were talking about. You're allowed to hand check like this because this idiot right here is not looking to make a move. He's not looking to score. He's just like you said, he's standing there waiting to throw the ball down to the low block to go get a contested shot. So here we go. Now, but mind you though, Mr. Robert Ory here, who's on the weak block, is there to just drag men away from the paint. And he's telling the referee, call the illegal defense. So they don't even get the ball to Hakeem Olajuwon because illegal defense gets called. So we watch it go here. Here we go. Illegal defense call. But as you can see, Patrick Ewing didn't move Patrick Ewing out of his spot or nothing like that. They were still in the same spot.
He was moving Hakeem Olajuwon, so he couldn't get in front of him. That's what I was talking about. That basketball is physical. That's all I'm saying.
For him to get in front of Patrick Ewing, he has to go around Patrick Ewing. He can't go through Patrick Ewing. That's the point. That's why Patrick Ewing
was standing his ground, being physical.
And no, I'm allowed to. You're allowed to stand your. I said this you're allowed to stand your ground as a defender or offensive player. I'm not allowed to move you.
Well, why was Hakeem Olajuwon moving if he's not allowed to move him?
No,
Hakeem
Olajuwon is trying to hold his position. Because if you move out of your position, I can take that spot. So Hakeem Olajuwon's trying to get to the right spot to get the ball. He can't go further to the basket because then it's harder to get the ball to him. He has to get close enough to where he can still get the pass, but still be close enough to where it's an easy shot. So Hakeem Olajuwon is standing in his position. He's trying to stay here because if he goes any further to the basket, it's a harder pass to make. And he can't basically move Patrick Ewing out the way. So he can't go closer to the ball.
Because Patrick Ewing is not allowing him to because he's being physical.
Because Patrick's in the way. Because Patrick's in the way.
He's not allowing him to. He's using
the same way Patrick
size and his weight. He pushes Patrick Ewing out the way. That's an offensive foul. Period.
Exactly. That's an offensive foul. He's not doing that. He's not. He can't do that. He can't do that.
I'm not talking about offensive foul. I'm talking about Patrick Ewing is not allowing him to do it. He's being physical with Hakeem Olajuwon. And you said it's a non-contact sport, which is false.
Patrick Ewing is showing resistance, man. That's the bottom line.
Again, I think y'all splitting hairs over like the phrasing.
That's an offensive foul.
He's standing his ground. He's standing his ground.
That's not the conversation. The conversation is there's physicality. That's the conversation.
They have the same physicality today. They have the same physicality today. They have the same one today.
Johnny, you guys are splitting hair. Yeah, you guys are splitting hairs over like the phrasing or the wording you use for physicality. That's where the disconnect is here.
Exactly. I've been saying that this whole time. Y'all are taking what he said too literally. There are still specific rules in the NBA. Hakeem Olajuwon in that play cannot move Patrick Ewing. He can't bump him forward. He can't throw him to the side, and he can't throw him backwards. Step to the side and throw him backwards. That's an offensive foul. That is what Johnny is talking about. He didn't sit here and say you can't touch each other.
Hakeem Olajuwon could move Patrick Ewing if he wanted to without being a foul.
He could have swum his arm around. He could have
moved him. He could have got in front of him without being an offensive foul.
He's allowed.
No, yeah, he swung his arm. That's a foul.
He's allowed to fucking.
Hakeem Olajuwon moves Patrick Ewing from that spot, throws him to the floor. That is an offensive foul.
No, if he throws him to the floor, yeah. If he throws him to the floor, yes. But that doesn't mean he's not allowed to use his strength and size.
That's an offensive foul.
That's not true, man.
That's the law. That's the law. That's the rule.
Twin man, I think you're not listening to Beasley. All Beasley is saying that Patrick Ewing is being physical to the point that
and I'm not disagreeing with him. My argument with Beasley is he took Johnny too literally. That's my argument with Beasley.
I mean, that's part of being
No, it's
physical.
not.
What Patrick
Y'all are
Ewing was
talking about
doing.
knocking
It takes
motherfuckers out the air when they
physicality.
doing
It
layups and
takes
shit. 'cause
physicality.
we
We're not
had
talking
this
about
argument.
knocking. Nobody
That's
said
not
nothing about
physical.
knocking
That's
nobody
foul.
down. We're not talking about knocking people down. We're talking about how they play the game, how they create shots, how they get entry passes.
Hey, Twin Man, give me the definition of physicality.
What?
Just give me the definition of physicality.
No, wait. I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna show y'all.
Nah,
Wait. No. I'm gonna show y'all what happens when an offensive player decides to move a player with his body because the guy is holding his position. As we look at this play here, LeBron James will hold his position, and Paul Gasol is going to try to move LeBron James with his hands and his look. He's going to try to move him with his body, and what do they call? An offensive foul. Because you're not allowed to.
That
because
was
LeBron
not a
James.
foul back then.
That's just not.
No, even back then.
That's about back then. Look, he's literally trying to move LeBron with his body. That's why
early 2000s.
You are not allowed to do that. And let me show you how. Let me show you Paul.
No, that clip was not early 2000s. That was 2010.
That was
That's Miami Braun.
But even
that's
in
Miami
the early
Braun.
2000s, that would not have been a foul,
I'm going to show you Paul Gasol not moving LeBron James with his hands and bodies and how they don't call it while LeBron James is holding position again. I'm going to show it to you again because you guys are all liars. Here we go. LeBron James holding his position. Look, holding position. Here we go. Holding position. Here we go. This is how you do it. Look, hold my position. He's not allowed. Look, and even at that, he's still using his hands. Look, he's holding LeBron. Look, he's trying his best, but he's not physically moving LeBron. And that's why they called it. Look, that's because he's not allowed to.
Right.
He's not allowed to. He's not allowed to. You're not allowed to do that. LeBron's allowed to have
Johnny, also more evidence that he's a better defender than Kobe and Jordan there because Kobe and Jordan could not hold the fucking power forward.
Now look, Paul Gasol's tired of this. He's tired of this, so he gets called for offensive foul. Because now he's trying to realize, I can't get my position. I can't get the position I want because LeBron is standing there. And LeBron's holding his position. I got this. This is my spot. You want this? You got to get around me. That's
people
it.
Really think Jordan would be able to hold his own against somebody built like that. That's crazy, bro. Power forward can't hold fucking Braun, and he's like 3 inches, 4 inches taller.
My point is that basketball was not made for contact. Just because there is contact that happens doesn't mean it's supposed to happen. There's rules
I agree with
against
you
it.
on that. I agree with you on that to a degree because the rules originally, like you said earlier, were made to not have that type of contact. But like I said earlier, the refs, the way that they call the law of the letter, the rule itself, they have leniency. They have like flexibility on how they're calling it. So they could choose to call, like how you even watch a game today. Let's just say today's game, like even in the playoffs today, James Harden during the regular season is getting fouls called all throughout the regular season when he's driving to the lane. But the same rules exist, but in the playoffs, they're not calling those fouls when he gets deeper into the playoffs, which is why he struggles in the playoffs compared to the regular season, because he can't just go to the free throw line 20 times a game the way he does in the regular season. Why? Because they're choosing to be loose on how they're calling. They either loosen the calling or they tighten up the calling, bro. And
So
that's
you're
what it
sitting
comes
here
down
saying
to.
It's up to referee interpretation. Is that what you're saying?
The refs have always been interpreting the rules as the game is played,
so
bro.
what's your point? I'm trying to figure out your point.
The point is that back in the day, the rules were looser.
Phantom fouls for Jordan.
The point is that the physics
for Jordan for no reason in the playoffs or in the regular season.
The point is, Twin, that back in the day, they were more loose on allowing the physical contact.
Let's go back to when basketball was pure basketball. Let's watch them do no hand checking and use no hands and play regular defense by actually being active with your hands and feet in the 60s.
All right, go run like a 5-minute clip.
Here we go. No hands from Sam Jones. Look, there we go. Active hands. No hand checking. Look, you can't. There's no hand checking. There's none of that. It doesn't exist. You didn't do it. Look. Because you're not allowed to use your hands in basketball. Look, again, look at Bill Russell. He's not using his hands, and they call a foul. Why? Because he swat down like Twin Man talked about. Here we go again. Look, you got to play defense by getting in front of the man. Look, no hand checking. Boom. Contested. That's it. No hand checking.
That's a bad example.
That's a fast break.
No, it's not. We're going to watch it. We're going to keep watching these.
There's like 1 second clips of him driving the pole after you get past the
y'all say driving lanes. These guys, look, here we go. This is what y'all say. Look, where's the hands? Where's the hands? Where's the hands? Where's
They
the
weren't
hands?
hand
Not
checking like that. It wasn't emphasized.
because you are
back
not
then.
allowed to. It was a rule.
It
They played
wasn't
basketball.
a thing back then, bro, because the big men
Bro,
dominated the game.
No, that's a horrible
There
argument,
was
bro.
no
Y'all acting
perimeter
like
play like that.
hold
Most
on,
of those perimeter
no,
players were driving to
hold
the
on,
basket, bro.
no, stop, bro. You're acting like the coaches didn't tell them what they weren't supposed to fucking do in the game. That's ridiculous. From day
No,
one
the
of the
rules-
inception
wait,
of the
look, the
sport,
rules were
coaches let them know what
Look
they
right
can
here.
and
Wait,
can't do.
look at right here.
bro.
Look at right here. Look at this right here. Where is the holding? Where's the hand checking? Where? Matter of fact, I see all kind of Lakers players with no defender near them holding them doing nothing. Let's see what Jerry West does. He spins here. There's no hand checking. There's no I'm holding him. There's no because you're not allowed to do that. They didn't allow this. They didn't allow this until they changed the way they let players dribble. To be honest with you, they didn't allow hand.
Bro, and
I'm not,
80
these are all
possessions in a
highlights.
game.
Wait. I've
All
never
right,
seen these highlights.
That's not
I've never
proving
seen these
anything.
highlights. I've never.
Hey,
hold
John,
on.
I know how to
Wait,
solve it.
I don't see no hand checking. That's what I don't see.
I'm finna text
Call
Lamont
him
and tell
on.
Lamont.
Bring him up. He knows how to
Hand
get to this thing.
checking was not something that was emphasized back then,
Here we
bro.
go. Look. Here we go. Look. Here we go. Hands. Look. Hands active. Hands active. That's
Johnny.
I
it.
want you to ask Gilbert Arenas is basketball now.
Johnny, the
Here we
game
go.
evolved,
Here we go.
man, on
Here we
offense
go.
and defensive
Here we go.
schemes,
Wait,
man.
wait. Where's Bill Russell pushing with his hands at? Where's Bill Russell?
My God.
It's not. Where is this at? Because they couldn't do it back then. They called the game pure
No,
back
it's 'cause
then.
the game
Look,
hadn't evolved back then up to that point on the
Y'all
defensive
not-
side of
what
the
is
ball.
your point, bro?
Like,
What are you
listen
saying?
to
But
what he
that's-
just said?
but that's what I just said.
They're calling the game pure.
Oh
They're
my
not allowing them
God.
to break the rules, period.
Slim, what are you
Listen to
saying,
what
bro?
he's
Are
saying.
you talking about like what are
Hold
you
on.
saying? Like, are you
When
talking
I
about,
say,
look.
okay,
That's wait,
by
y'all.
the
Listen,
time
y'all.
they started hand
Wait,
checking,
y'all not listening. Y'all not listening.
Go ahead.
This is John Havlicek. This is the best. Look at them. Show me anybody pushing anybody. Show me anybody shoving anybody.
it
They
wasn't
didn't do
happening
that.
like that back then, bro.
That's
because
why the pace back
defenses
then-
had not
that's why-
evolved.
That's why the
Defenses
pace
had not evolved up to that point. That's the 50s and
evolve
60s
what?
you're looking
Evolve what? What? Evolve what? By letting you hand check.
By giving
Exactly. By
more
letting you hand
resistance.
check.
My God.
Shut the fuck. Shut. No. Oh shit. Say it again. Say something else. Oh. Say something else. Say something else, nigga. Sit your ass down.
Bro,
Stop doing them folks
I'm
like that.
showing you film. Listen, I'm showing you film of 60s basketball, which
showing
I told y'all
highlights.
earlier. I have to show you highlights. Y'all just argue with me. I don't understand this. This is all film. I can show you more. There's more of this. This is because I watched these games. I've watched highlights. This is not I've never seen this clip before. I just put in Jerry West. That's it. Because I already know what I'm
but
going to see.
You ain't gonna see anything. You ain't gonna see a lot of stuff in highlights, though.
You gotta
No.
watch a game. It's
like
not.
60
It's,
years
every
ago.
possession is not the exact
Bro, what?
same.
That is
Johnny.
not an argument, bro.
That is
Bill,
my
Not 80
point.
straight possessions
That
of
is
the same thing,
my
bro.
point is that the rules were still the same from 60 years ago. The only difference is the interpretation of what the refs are allowed to call or not.
That's what I said. I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that, bro. I wasn't arguing that.
But what I'm trying to tell
I
you
mean,
is
the
it
only
was.
thing you prove is how bad that basketball was. That's all you prove.
Oh wait, I showed 90s basketball. I can go to 80s. Again, if it's the 1900s, it will be bad, Brandon. We know this already. It's 2025. It's gonna be bad because they don't have the skill level to make it look as good. They don't have
That's
it.
why
They're
I
not-
said the game hadn't evolved it to that point. That's what I was saying. They didn't have the skills offensively to force the defenses to evolve.
Evolve how? Jerry West is one of the greatest scorers of all time. Evolve how? Evolve how?
The Jerry West skill set is not the same as what we're looking at today, though. For his time, it was the best during
And the
his
90s
time.
too. It's same
Him
thing
and
for the
Elgin.
90s. Same thing for the 80s and the 90s.
But what
same
I'm
thing for the
saying
80s
is
and the 90s.
Jerry didn't have the 1-2 pull up, he didn't have the crossover, the shimmies.
What?
He didn't have all this shit. He wasn't no
They were not
Kyrie Irving out there on the
They were
floor.
not allowed to cross over.
That's what
They
I'm
were not
saying.
allowed
The game had not
to.
evolved. The game did not
No,
evolve.
that's not what you're
offensively enough
saying.
to force
That's
the
not what
defensive
you're
schemes.
saying. That's not what you're saying. That's what I've been saying. That's what I've been
my
said. That I've been saying this. Shut up, Slim. I started the whole conversation by telling y'all that the original rules of basketball was you're not allowed to be physical. You're not allowed to push, shove with your body, hands, limbs, anything. I said that within the rule books itself, it mentions your hips. It mentions your buttocks. Your gluteus maximus. It mentions these things. It tells you cannot use these things. They kept the rules like that until they saw that the ABA was allowing what they call black basketball, ghetto basketball, where players were flashy. And they said we were competing with the ABA, so when they brought in those players, they allowed for now a little bit more physical contact as far as allowing players to put hands on players more. That's why they got into a lot of fights. And that's why they were in trouble back then. That's why the league was known as thugs. They had a coke problem and a thug problem.
That's all facts. I'm not disagreeing
Okay,
with that.
So wait. As we get into the 80s, what you get into the 80s is cleaner basketball. Because now they restricted hand checking, because in 1978 you can't hand check no more. They said you got to do it because it led to too many fights. But players were players were still throwing elbows that refs couldn't see, because back then there was only 2 refs on the floor.
Right.
Now there's 3 refs on the floor that can see the court more. So they were throwing elbows. They were throwing a lot of cheap shots, because that was something that was allowed before. But now I'm going to see if I can still get away with it. And it led to more fights. It led to problems. That's why people thought it was physical, because you saw Dr. J punch Larry Bird in a preseason game. Because you saw Rambis.
But it was still.
Hold on,
it was. Go ahead.
Hey, Johnny, you don't think in the early 2000s, the Indiana Pacers and the Pistons, they didn't have physical games?
Why was there a Malice at the Palace, bro?
That was in the 2000s.
I'm just asking.
Again,
Johnny,
the Malice in the Palace happened because some drunk Zesty Jeffrey threw a beer on Ron Artest.
Now, I'm just asking Johnny a question.
Because when Vernon Maxwell ran into the stands in the 90s, nobody said shit. Vernon Maxwell went literally into the stands into the 90s and slapped the shit out of a fan.
Exactly.
So why did we have players that were called?
Let me ask you this, Herm, you gonna be able to ask me a question, but I'm gonna ask you this: why you keep thinking they keep bailing me out, Herm? Why does everybody keep bailing me out? Mac Def, Slim, all these Zesty Jeffries always bail me out. Why do they always bail me out? Why do they always bail me out?
Man, they're too damn emotional, man. Sometimes
maybe they can't talk basketball. Maybe that's the fact. Maybe they can't talk basketball.
They got to stop being emotional and just let you answer the question, whether they agree with it or not. Let's see what Johnny was going to say to my question.
Stop challenging me, man. Stop challenging me. Brandon already called me the idiot. Y'all let Brandon call me the idiot and keep it moving.
Wait, Johnny, let's talk about the 30-point games. You told me we was going to talk about 30-point games.
Oh, wait, no more talking to me. Listen, this is not my show. I don't run this show. I have Friday night exposure for y'all to come talk to me. Y'all are cowards. Show up on a fucking Friday night. Stop showing up on a Sunday and wasting Brandon's time, King John's time, and T Perfect's time. These gentlemen are here to have a conversation, and y'all are stopping them from talking basketball because you want to get exposed by the exposer. If you really want to get exposed by the exposer, it is called Friday night exposure with the exposer. I do it every Friday night, right here on the GOAT James Kingdom platform. If that's what you really want, that's where you can find me. I'm done. I'm not talking no more. This is Sunday's show. It's B. Lee and A. Johnny. How come y'all don't got a question for B. Lee? Ask B. Lee a question, because he believes in physicality.
All right, so B. Lee, I got a question for you, bro. Who put up the question about these 30-point games? Who put up the question? Is that you, B. Lee, or is that King John?
I just brought that up because I wanted to talk about it.
Because the media.
I got a comment on that. I just want to see what you guys think. I respect LeBron's accomplishments. His stat. To me, he's the greatest statistical player. He's the Dan Marino to me. But Dan Marino was in by the time he retired in the NFL is what LeBron is to me now. He's the greatest records though. No, when at the time of his retirement, I'm saying he was so far ahead of everybody else his contemporaries. I feel like he's the greatest statistical basketball player in NBA history, point blank, period. And longevity plays a role in all of that. I don't take nothing away from him on that. But when it comes to this 30-point conversation, I respect it. Hey, man, he has the most 30-point games ever, point blank, period. There's no arguing that. But there's a difference to me in what your ability is versus what you accomplish. So, like, for instance, John Stockton has the most assists in NBA history, but I don't think his ability is on the same level as a Magic Johnson or I just don't think he's as great of a point guard as Magic Johnson, because Magic's skill set was so much farther ahead of his.
Hold on, Slim. Are you saying LeBron James is not a great scorer or something? Is that what you're trying to say?
No. I'm not saying he's not a great scorer. I'm just saying that when it comes to comparing him to Mike, there's a difference between how they score, and there's a difference in their skill set. And I think Mike Slim. I
understand your point. Slim, hold on, Slim. Let me say something, Slim, real quick. No, real quick. Let me get this off. Okay, so I'm gonna just come out and say it. Hold on, I'm gonna just come out and say it. LeBron is better. Now I can let me say why. Okay, he shoot. No, I don't get why. Okay, why did that make you emotional? Why is this making you emotional? Let me get it off my chest.
You need to shut up, man.
Okay, well if you go reply, you're replying with an yeah, you're being disrespectful. Let me get this off. I didn't disrespect you.
Cut somebody off. That's all right. Go ahead.
No, I know. Okay, so my bad, Slim, but I'm responding to you. I was not insulting you. So let me respond real quick. The reason why Bron is better is he didn't accumulate the 30-point game record as fast or faster than Jordan because he shoots less and he passes more, right? So in the time that he didn't get that record, he climbed all. Hold on, let me finish. In the time that he didn't get the record, he accumulated all the way up to fourth on all-time assists while shooting less than Jordan. So that's what doesn't get talked about.
Okay, so but all I'm saying is,
all right, go ahead, Slim.
There's accumulative. There's stats that are accumulative over a period of time, and not everybody plays the same number of games. Not everybody plays the same number of years. Some people's careers are cut short. Other people's careers are extended. There's change in medicine. There's change in eating habits. There's evolving that takes place in the game. So all I'm saying is when you play 20 years and you're being compared to somebody that's playing 15 years, your stats on an accumulative level are going to not always, but it's a higher chance that you're going to surpass those accumulated or counting stats.
What's your point? And
okay, hold on. No.
My point is, before I got interrupted, I'm saying that Mike, as a scorer, I think Mike is a better scorer than LeBron James. I think LeBron just has the better stats. And there's a difference between your ability and just your accumulated stats. That's the point. That's the bottom line. So
can I reply to that? Can I reply to that?
No, I'm
B Lee. That was for B Lee.
It's fine. So
you're my bad, B Lee. Go ahead.
All right. So you're basically saying what LeBron James scoring 40,000 points is not impressive? Is it because of longevity? That's what you're saying.
I think the longevity is respected, but I don't think that defines how much better you are over somebody else.
Okay, what's a greater feat than scoring 40,000 points?
A greater feat than score 40,000? You mean in NBA history, like any feat?
Yes, NBA history. Like, what's a greater?
I think Bill Russell's 11 championships. I think Mike 6-0 in the finals.
Scoring.
Scoring.
Wilt's
Wilt's 100, Kobe's 81, the 50-point games. I think that's a better stat than just overall. Because look, when Kareem owned the record, bro, nobody was saying Kareem was the greatest scorer in NBA history.
Jordan Fans was not saying that. Get it right. Jordan Fans was not saying that. So you're telling me that scoring a lot of points in one game is Trump's scoring 40,000 points for a career?
I won't say it like that. I won't word it like that. But what I'll say is scoring 100 or scoring 80 or scoring 60. What I'm saying is it speaks to the skill. It speaks to your skill, how skilled you were, bro. And that is what trumps the overall stats. Because Karl Malone is on that list, bro. Top 5. But Karl Malone is nowhere near the same skill level as Bron or Mike or Kobe or
Karl Malone's very skilled. So you're basically throwing out what you said before. 181 is more impressive than 40,000 points. So that's thrown out.
Yeah.
So okay. So what's the next scoring feat that's better than 40,000 points?
That's recorded. I mean, I look at the 60-point games, and I look at Kobe's 4 straight 50-point games, Wilt's 4 straight 50-point games, right? Back
So
to back
4
60-point
games,
games.
four games trumps 1,500 games. Is that what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is two different things, bro. One speaks to
Okay.
your ability and one speaks to your longevity. And your longevity is just not as impressive as somebody's ability.
Okay, so you're saying that those 4 games
ridiculous
trumps
argument
LeBron
I've ever
40,000
heard in my life.
points.
Say that
Is
again?
that what I'm saying?
Now,
You're
twin
saying
man, stand down.
that's
B-League,
4 games, that 4-game period trumps 40,000 points.
No, I'm not saying it in a blatant statement like how you're wording it. I'm just saying that when you got a scorer, T-Mac, AI, Kobe, right? Michael, like these guys had skills. Their skills were at such a high level not all of them, but some of them in the post, all of them on the perimeter. You know what I'm saying? They had different things in their bag, bro, that allowed them to score.
I understand, but you're going to have to tell me what trumps 40,000 points. That's all I'm saying.
To me, it's the skill.
40,000
It's the
points?
ability. It's the ability to score. It's the ability itself. To me, trumps the stat.
Ability cannot score points. You have to actually put the ball in the hole. So, what statistical scoring trumps 40,000 points?
No, well, I mean, if you're boxing it into conversation into just stats only, there is no statistical there is no stat that can trump the accumulated 40,000. I'm trying to have a conversation about the ability being more impressive than the stats.
But LeBron's ability is above all of them.
In what way?
What LeBron can do on the offensive end trumps everybody in NBA history. No one can do what LeBron James does.
Are you talking overall, like as far as like his facilitating and his scoring?
Can. Offensively, no one is more dominant offensively than LeBron James. No one could produce what LeBron James has produced on the best level.
Billy, let me explain that a little bit, Billy. Hold on, Billy, let me explain that a little bit. Okay. So there hold on, there are multiple players who played long careers, right? So why didn't they get the number 1 all-time scoring record? Dirk Nowitzki had longevity, Vince Carter had longevity. So the thing here is that when people miss this point about LeBron is he has the longest run of consistency of all time. It's not just longevity, it's consistency and durability. That's what his case is for GOAT. Right? It's not just that he just played a long time. No, hold on. No, hold on. So yeah, let me get this off. He didn't just play a long time. He was also healthy a long time, and he was also ridiculously productive a long time. That shit, excuse my language, will not be matched ever again. That is why it's so impressive that he got to 40,000 plus. Right. Hold on.
You don't got no argument.
The reason why I would So the reason why I would argue he's a better scorer than Jordan isn't just he played longer and was productive. He's a better 3-point scorer while he also shot the ball less and was also a more willing passer. That's ridiculous. Somebody who's a more willing passer and shoots less than you scores more points than you. And he can score just as much if he shoots just as much, but he chooses not to because he passes more.
But he
is that not ridiculous? Like the number 1 all-time leading scorer is.
He doesn't.
No, hold on. The number 1 all-time leading scorer in NBA history went all the way up to.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Also, by the way, whenever.
All right, Reaper.
Whenever this gets into
Okay, we get it. We get it, Reaper. We get it. I want Slim to basically explain himself. Why do you think who's a greater offensive player than LeBron James?
I think Wilt was more dominant than LeBron. If you're gonna if this is a conversation on stats, I think Wilt was more dominant than LeBron James. This is a big man.
All right, how can we have an argument about scoring without using numbers? How can we have an argument about scoring without using numbers?
Because if you threw out all the numbers and you gave the ball and you said, okay, these are the top 5 guys that if I just gave the ball to them and said, go get me a bucket, you don't need numbers to show who's the best person for that.
How would you not use numbers to say who the best person for that? That doesn't make any sense. You have to why would the Bulls put their offense around BJ Armstrong?
Hold on.
He's got to shoot into Jordan, right?
Well, Billy, from certain spots on the floor, but let me just say this: when you have an average, there's a reason why they keep track of the averages as well, bro. Because see, not everybody plays the exact same number of games, not everybody plays the exact same number of minutes. Not
you're going to use
everybody
numbers.
plays in the same number of years.
That's a
But
bad argument.
if you have guys that are averaging, hold on, to average,
Yeah, but that's a bad
if you
argument.
have two guys average 25 points, bro, and one guy is getting all his points in the post like Kareem or Wilt or Moses Malone or somebody, and you have another guy averaging the same points, but he's getting all his points from the free throw line in the perimeter. You got the guys averaging the same thing, but it's the skill. It's a difference in how they're getting their points, bro. You got guys that are just getting their points one-on-one, and guys that are getting triple teams is a difference.
Without using numbers, though. Yeah, I want you to use the argument without using numbers because you said you don't have to use numbers. I want to hear your argument without using numbers because you just mentioned.
Really, I got stuff for you.
I didn't say I could. I didn't say I could argue it without using numbers.
I want to ask you a question, T. Perfect.
Go ahead, Travis.
I did want to ask you a question. Hey, T. Perfect, I'm gonna ask you a question.
You go ahead, Herm.
T. Perfect. If you were Slim trying to explain why Jordan is a better scorer than LeBron, how would you prove why Jordan is a better scorer than LeBron James? If you was trying to explain and prove the
If I was trying to, well, I mean, for starters, I think that LeBron's a more effective scorer than Jordan. But if I was trying to prove it, I would just say, if you look at their peak and prime, I mean, there's only like 2 or 3 players in history that were shooting that much volume with that much, or relative to their efficiency, for that string of years, like from what was like 86 or 87 to like 93. You were seeing like basically he was taking like 20 shots a game or 22 shots a game and shooting like 54% from the field. I mean, you could say that there's not, aside from like the big men, that level of sheer efficiency paired with the volume based on like his shot selection was unmatched. But what I was going to say is that, I mean, I think the best run of scoring that we've ever seen is KD.
And scoring titles.
Well, no, I'm saying the most efficient, best scoring that we've ever seen is KD from 2009 up until last year, where he averaged basically 20 points per game on over 50% shooting and 38% from 3 and 88% from the free throw line over a span of like 19 years, or basically 17 years. I mean, that's almost unheard of. For that level of consistency from all 3 levels sustained, I mean, if you're just talking about putting the ball in the basket at the highest level, that's the best we've ever seen. Obviously,
okay, let me ask you a question.
Career
let me ask you a question.
Longer.
Hold on, let him finish.
Oh, my fault.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I'm finished.
I mean, so obviously, LeBron's career is longer, and he's, has the record, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, but if you're talking about consistency and efficiency and excellence from, again, just a 3-level scoring perspective, I don't think that we'll ever see anything match that run that KD's on currently. I mean, but as far as like just pure scoring, it's tough for me to say that Jordan is as effective as LeBron, but I mean, you could say that his production is over a certain period of time is right there, but
Okay, let me ask you guys a question. Let me ask a question. Okay, when it comes to these stats,
can I respond to your argument? I would love to respond to your argument, Slim. Real fast.
Okay, just real quick, 10 seconds, I promise, because it's just to his point, so I can close that part out, and then I'll come. I promise, I'll listen. But I just want to say to B Lee and to T Perfect, let me just give you an example of what I mean when I say stats don't always really apply to trying to figure out who's better. Like for instance, Luka. I don't know how many years he's been in the league, right? 5, 6 years now. I don't know how long he's been in the league exactly.
I believe 6 years.
Okay.
6, I believe.
Okay, so if we just go on stats, Luka's at like 28, 8, and 8. Those numbers for his first 5 years or whatever it's been are better than what Bron came in with. But are we going to really sit here and say, based on that Luka is better than Bron? Or are we really going to do that? Okay,
can I please let me just get a reply.
Across the board, point, rebound, and assist, he's better than LeBron.
Point right there. This is where you're messing up. You're messing up because you're talking about Luka now. I forgot what year he's in, but we're talking about
6.
You talked about ability. Let's start there. LeBron James has over 40,000 points, the most 30-point games ever. For you to accumulate those type of numbers, your ability must remain elite for pretty much your entire career, like his has. So to sit here and say his
nobody's
ability
denying
is lacking, You did with your argument.
No, I said when compared to Jordan, he's
Hold
not.
on,
He
you
don't
said
have
you
the
would
same
listen.
ability.
You sat here and said the ability's different. No, you're right. It is different.
It is different.
LeBron James' ability is on a completely different level than everybody else's in the NBA, period. He's averaged 25 points a game for more than 20 seasons. This isn't even
20
an
straight
argument.
seasons.
That ability right there alone says that he's a better scorer than anybody else in NBA history. The durability he's shown to be able to accumulate these points is that ability right there is better than anyone in NBA history. This argument makes no sense because if you're talking about scoring, you have to talk about putting the ball in the basket, and no one's done it better than LeBron James. So I don't understand.
What am I arguing? What part of what you just said am I arguing? I didn't argue none of what you just said.
Well, you did say it's because LeBron doesn't have the ability. He can't be the greatest scorer.
No, I said when compared to Jordan, I said this is why I feel Jordan was better because of their ability. Their abilities are different, and I feel like Jordan's skill is what separates him.
Okay, can I please just chime in real quick? Billy, real quick. Okay, so they got
just go ahead.
Yeah, this is literally my last time because here's where the disconnect is. Whenever they want to shift it away from LeBron, it has to be peak. It has to be a certain amount of a small amount of years, or it doesn't look as pretty. So because it doesn't look as pretty, quote unquote, as Kobe or KD or Jordan or name whoever, that's the shift. They have to shift it to it looks prettier when these guys do it, or these guys might have done it better for, I don't know, 5 to 7 years. I think that's what the disconnect is. They shift it. That's all I gotta say.
Okay. And then Slim, like you said, take away numbers and who is the most dominant. But you use numbers to say why someone could score the ball better. Like you contradicting yourself every time you say
I wasn't talking about who was most dominant, bro. Most dominant and best scorer are two different things, bro. They're not the same thing. Shaq is the most dominant player ever. That don't mean he's the best scorer in NBA history. You know what I mean? Kareem, before LeBron took this record, he was the leading scorer in NBA history. That does not mean he was the best scorer ever. That's not. It doesn't mean the same thing.
He was the greatest scorer ever at that time.
I don't agree because that's the way we're defining it. We're just defining it two different ways. We're taking greater.
Why is Jordan the greatest scorer of all time then?
Because he could. Okay, all right. I'll break it down then.
Yeah.
The and ones, the fadeaways. Okay, listen. It's the skill. When I say skill, I'm talking about his ability. Hold on. Listen. Wait. Hold on.
Pretty much, it just looks prettier.
Hold on, wait a second.
Yeah.
I didn't say nothing about what it looked like.
Okay,
because everybody can do everybody can get and ones and everybody can hit a fadeaway. Hold on, man. Can I finish the sentence? He asked me a question.
Keep on explaining it.
All right. So Mike's ability to beat a double team, to go over the top of the big man, to drive to the basket, to hit, to post his man up, to consistently get a bucket from the post, from the mid-range, outside, even though he didn't shoot threes a lot, he was still what we would consider an average shooter for the time that he played in. He was not like a below average three-point shooter. He was average for his time. Okay, he's not what they call average today, but average today is not the same as what they called average back then because he wasn't taking 10 threes a game. But for his time, he was considered a league average three-point shooter, bro. And he had the ability to go left, to go right, to beat a double team, to beat a zone, to finish over the big man. His dunking ability, his athletic ability, the and ones, the fadeaways. I mean, his clutch shooting, right? All of these different parts of the game to his skill set, the things that are required for him to be able to put the ball in the basket, bro. He was able to show a bigger bag. He had a deeper bag. And the fact that he shot damn near 50% was even more impressive because he doesn't have he doesn't have the size advantage over everybody. He doesn't have the speed advantage over everybody in the league. He was fast. He was one of the fastest, but he was not the fastest man in the league. You know what I mean? As a guard, maybe, but he was not the fastest man in the league, bro. He wasn't the most athletic. He wasn't the biggest or the strongest. So his attributes, what he was able to accomplish as a scorer, knowing that he didn't always score over somebody that was either slower or smaller. You know, he went against everybody. So he finished over everybody.
You're just talking in circles. You're just talking in circles. Like, you're not even making a point. You're just saying what you liked about Jordan.
You asked me how is he a better scorer?
You keep going over and over the same things. Like, you didn't really explain why he's better than that. You just said why you like what he did on the floor.
So do you want me to give you a stat that proves he's better?
The argument that you're saying, you can say the same thing about a lot of scorers, like Vince Carter. Like, no one would say Vince Carter's a better scorer than LeBron, but Vince Carter did majority of those things you said Jordan did. But
he wasn't able to do it at the same level as Mike.
Numbers. That's why we have to use
so let's use numbers then. Let's use numbers then. All right, fine. Get it off the skill set, get it off the ability, and let's just stick to stats. Is that what you're asking me to do? Just stick to stats.
You have to show proof. You have to show proof to why he is
30 points
better.
a game for his career. 30-point career average over a 15-year period. That's a stat. Is that satisfied? Okay. No. Does that not satisfy you?
I mean, that's
straight
great.
scoring titles. 10 straight scoring titles.
It wasn't 10 straight, but 10 is great.
10 total scoring titles, bro.
Okay,
come on, man. In a 13-year period. Okay. So I'm not saying that on my argument, from my perspective, is what puts him over the top. To me personally, my personal opinion, I'm not the end all be all of who's right and who's wrong. But I'm just saying, when you ask me my personal opinion, why, I don't really have to point to the 10 titles. I don't have to point to a 30-point scoring average for his career. That's not the first thing that comes to my mind when I think about the greatest scorer ever. I don't think about 40,000 points.
But you don't believe points per game and scoring titles make someone better.
No, I think it's a part of the overall conversation. I don't think it's just one thing that makes a person better than somebody else. I think it's an overall body of work. It's an overall conversation. It's more than one point to be made in that kind of conversation.
And so if it's overall, you have to overwhelmingly be greater than everyone else to be called the greatest scorer, right? If it's
I would agree. Overall, I would agree with that.
So that's the reason why we say LeBron James is the greatest scorer, because what he has accomplished overall has trumped everybody.
As far as what? As a scorer?
As a scorer, just scoring. He trumps everybody. What he done as a scorer.
Okay, so what weight is being placed on what stats or whatever accomplishments you're talking about? What's making you determine that this accomplishment weighs more than this accomplishment?
Like we said, like you said, you use a combination of things. We use a combination of things that's greater than everyone else's combination of things.
Okay, so when we're talking about Mike and LeBron only, because this is where the conversation really is.
No, I'm literally talking about everybody in NBA history when we talk about LeBron James. We're not limited to Michael Jordan, because Michael Jordan isn't great. He's not number 2 in scoring. So
that's what my question was. That's what I was going to ask you. So who is your top, let's just say your top 3 scorers ever in history based on how you define it?
My top 3 scorers of all time, in my mind, is LeBron James. It is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and it's Michael Jordan's number 3.
You got Mike at 3, and you don't have where do you have Wilt?
I have to pull it up, but he's probably in my top 5.
All right, because I mean, I guess it just comes down to what you value more.
What I value more is what LeBron James has done. Like, he's the all-time leading scorer in the regular season and postseason. Like, those 2 things are the 2 top of the scoring pedigree. You know, he's continue to do the same things over and over. Like 25, like Twin Man said, he have scored 25 points per game for 20 straight years.
Right.
Michael Jordan couldn't even do that for 10 years.
Okay,
that's how great that accomplishment is. And Like also when we talk about what he did in the postseason, like no one has even scored 6,000 points in the postseason. LeBron James has 8,000 points in the postseason. He got
for
the
the
most
career.
30-point games now. Yeah, for their career. Like we're talking about the
Yeah,
greatest of all time. We're not talking about the greatest of one season. When we say the
yeah.
greatest of all time, we include everybody. Like
Okay.
LeBron James is standing at the top.
Well, based on your
And like,
criteria,
yeah,
based on your criteria, bro, you're not gonna get an argument from me. If that's the criteria that you're using, bro, I'm not gonna tell you you're wrong.
What's
Like
your
I got
criteria?
common sense, bro.
What's
But
your
that's
criteria?
based upon the criteria that you're establishing, which is nothing wrong with that. That's your if that's just the way you're
What's your
grading it.
criteria? What's your
My
criteria?
criteria, my criteria to formulate my opinion is gonna when somebody said who's the greatest scorer ever, I would say it's the skill set is gonna be prioritized and
So
what
you're
they and their
biased.
peak. Their
So
peak,
you're
what they were
biased.
able to do at their best when they were at their best.
See, Billy,
I have a question about that. When you say peak, why is it not the whole career? Why does it have to be peak?
Because not everybody plays the exact same number of years in the NBA. Not everybody's playing exactly 10 years in the NBA. Not everybody's playing exactly 20.
No, I understand, but when you're saying peak, you're eliminating that player's career too. When you
I'm
say
saying yeah, because when I say peak, I'm saying when this person was at his best, from that point, from the height of his skill. Like I emphasize skill when I talk about this conversation. That's just
Hold
my
on.
personal
Hold
criteria.
on. Let me just say something real quick because I've been listening to you like talk for like the last like 10 minutes, bro, and like this shit is so frustrating. Like, bro, like,
let him finish.
Okay. All I'm saying is, bro, I got enough common sense to understand that if you're basing your opinion on a specific criteria, I'm not going to argue based on that criteria if it makes sense.
What is your criteria?
My criteria is how strong is their skill set? Is there a skill set as a scorer? As a scorer, can this guy go and get you 50, 60 at will? Can he beat a double team? Can he beat a box and one? Can he break down a defense game after game after game throughout his peak and just dominate as a scorer? As a scorer, can he dominate? Can he enforce his will?
Okay, from that argument, who could go and get you 50 and 60 anytime that they want it? What players?
I only see three players. I only see three players, man. That's Wilt, Michael, and Kobe in that order.
I mean,
not
like
getting you 60 points as
they
well,
have not.
neither is
They
Kobe.
scored like 60 points, like Kobe. What? How many times Kobe scored 60 points?
Kobe's got the most outside of Wilt. Kobe did it 6 times. Mike did it 5.
How is that at will? Kobe played 1,300 games.
No, what I'm saying is, hold on. I'm not saying at will like he can do it anytime he wants. I'm saying at will. I'm saying at will when he knows, look, I got to do everything I got to do to win this game, and I'm gonna take over this game as a scorer. I'm gonna dominate this shit. You know, Kobe is undefeated in 60-point games, right? It's because most of those games where he had to go above 60, he had to do what he had to do to win those games. A lot of those games he was down.
That's less than 10 times in his whole entire career. So that's not.
But do you know what type of skill set you have to just be able to do something like that? That's all I'm saying, bro. The skill set. It's not that I'm saying he had a better career as a scorer. I'm saying as an individual player, as an individual scorer, his ability, Mike's ability, Wilt's ability, to me, that's just an opinion, right? To me, I feel like those three are better scorers. I might argue Allen Iverson, but he's not on that same level to me. Iverson is not on that same level to me as Michael, Wilt, and Kobe.
Beasley, is that okay?
Go ahead. Go.
Okay. All right. Bro, it just sounds like you're all over the place. You don't really have a standard or a criteria. A criteria, when I understand a criteria is what does a player, it's pretty simple. What does a player have to do to be on top? When I say LeBron James is the greatest scorer of all time, it's because he has the most points. In order to be the greatest scorer of all time, you have the most points. You can get a bucket anywhere you want. There's a lot of players like that. LeBron is in that conversation. So what does a player have to do? Do they have to win 10 scoring titles? Do they have to have the highest points per game in a season, in a peak?
That's
Do
what
they
I'm
have to have-
saying.
hold on.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna be done with my long question, my long-winded
Okay.
question.
All
Do they
right.
have the highest points per game score in 100 possessions? Like it's like, what do they have to do? All this, they got skill and all that. Like Jordan is not even one of the most skilled players by today's NBA. So like please, bro, what does a player have to do? That's the criteria, and then based on that criteria, you list your top 5, top 10 greatest scorers of all time. It's that simple.
Okay, so I just named 3 of them, but let me just answer
What
you
do
like
they have
this.
to do? What's the standard?
Hold on,
What
I'm
do they
trying
have
to
get
answer you, bro. I'm
Okay,
trying to
all right,
answer you.
fine.
Okay, what I'm saying is that first of all, criterias are subjective, bro. I'm not arguing with
Get to the
anybody
point.
that says, hold on, wait, man, you're trying to rush me. I didn't rush you when you was asking. Please don't rush me when I'm answering. I'm trying to explain it. So when it comes to my top, if you want me to list my top 5 first and then explain it, I could do that.
No,
you want me to do that?
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking list the criteria of what a player have to do to get there, and then list your
I
top
told you,
5.
I've been saying it for 30 minutes. The ability, but my personal opinion is based on their ability to score.
It can't be measured, man. You can't measure.
What do you mean
that.
it can't be measured? Do you watch the game? If you watch the game, you're watching
Well, basically, you're
somebody's
saying that things
ability.
that cannot be measured. That's what he's saying. Like you can't measure what you're saying. That's what Ismail is saying.
No, because
even if you took what he
can
said,
measure it. You're just not able to look at a stats sheet and measure it. You can't measure it by stats. Skill is not measured by stats, bro.
Yes, you can. No, yes, you can. You can measure skill by
Why
stats.
is
And if
Kyrie
it
Irving
comes,
considered one of the best ball handlers in NBA history? Is there a stat sheet that can prove that?
You're just talking. Just stop it. You've been talking
Like for real,
for a long
like
time,
you've been talking. Like I've
You
been
asked
listening
me
to
a
you for 10
question. I'm
minutes.
trying to answer it,
Wait a
bro. You
second,
won't
you're
even
not-
let a
you're not
person
really
get a
answering
sentence
the
off.
question.
Are y'all?
Okay,
are
Slim,
y'all
there-
wait. Are y'all ready for me to end this? Because I've given y'all enough time with Slim. I told y'all about Slim. Y'all don't listen to A Johnny when I keep telling you about these zesties, man.
I mean, you're right,
Hey, Johnny, it doesn't even make sense because if it's about skill, then it would be KD, Curry, or Kobe, not Jordan.
It's not. It's definitely not Jordan with skill.
You can
It's
put
definitely
Curry
not.
in that conversation. Based
Jordan
on my
is
criteria.
not.
You asked
Jordan
me
is
what
not the
my
most skilled
criteria
scorer.
was.
Jordan's not the most skilled scorer. You're lying.
Who's the most
Yeah,
skilled
because
scorer?
he's missing the 3-point shot.
By far,
No, who's
Kevin
the
Durant.
most skilled? I want to know who
Kevin
you guys
Durant.
think is-
Kevin Durant by far is the most skilled
my
scorer in
God.
NBA history.
Yeah, Kevin
Stop it,
Durant,
guys.
7-footer. Hey, a 7-footer that can shoot from all 3 levels definitely would
Right,
outclass
can
Jordan as a scorer on all 3 levels.
7 foot who can score better than Jordan. Simple as that.
That's what I mean. When people, that's what I
Kevin
mean when
Durant
I say when
cannot
people
score
want to
better
take it
than
away.
Mike, man.
Hold on, no,
Yes,
hold on.
he
This is what I
can.
mean when I say when
Skill-wise,
people
skill-wise,
want
he
to take
can.
it. Yeah, when people want to take it away from LeBron, they have to shift it to it looks prettier or peak or 3-level scoring.
I didn't
This
say
is what I
nothing
mean.
about what it looks like.
At the end of the day,
You asked
you're
me to
talking about
define
like the
ability and what I
ability.
meant by ability. I didn't say nothing about Mike's game looks better than
And
LeBron's
Mike does
game.
not have. Mike is not top 5 in ability and scoring at all.
But the
At
thing
all.
is, like you're talking
Okay,
about
who's
ability
your
as
top
if
5?
LeBron
Just give
doesn't
me
have the
any top
ability
5.
to
I just
average
want to
30
understand.
points at any
I'm
point.
trying to understand. Give me your top 5
You're not trying to
scores
understand.
based on
You're not
ability.
trying to understand. You're not because I listen. I keep telling you. You want me Friday night exposure, sir.
Slim Jones, I'll give you mine. I
All
said
right, go ahead.
it's ability. I mean, I would say Steph Curry, Durant, LeBron. I'd put Mike up there, and I put Kobe.
Bro, it's not even. You can't make a.
All right, where's the disagreement at? Where's the offense at? That's all I'm trying to ask.
I don't have-
I'm not
Okay,
offended by your criteria.
I don't
Why
have
are
a
you
problem with
offended by
hold on,
somebody else's?
Hold on. No, hold on, Slim. So then it becomes different. You change the conversation because instead of it being the greatest scorer, it's the greatest skill set of a scorer. It's 2 different things. That's what I'm seeing here. Because hold on.
Mike Beasley is more skilled than Jordan scoring. Malik
That's what I mean, but like, when it comes to-
Malik
All right,
Monk. Oh, no, listen.
I'm talking
We're
to
going to end the
trolls.
show.
Y'all are trolling.
That's not troll. We're talking skill. We're talking skill.
Nah,
These guys are
bro.
more skilled. They can do more scoring wise. The only thing, Malik Monk is more skilled than
bro.
Jordan.
Oh my
Yes.
God. Okay,
Jordan,
all right. Hey, if that's
Jordan
your
can't.
opinion,
Again, what are you going to use? You're going to go to stats. This is what's going to be your argument. But they have all of Jordan's ability. They have the same things Jordan could do and more. If you're talking
Also, Slim, it's
ability
weird.
to score,
Yes.
Jordan doesn't have
Slim,
a
it's
left
also-
hand. Jordan does not have a left hand. You're not going to come on GOAT James Kingdom and tell us that we have to believe the lies that you say about Michael Jordan just because you believe those lies. It is a lie. We do not accept that. Jordan is
said that
not
he
the
had- I
greatest.
never came on here and said
he's
he had a
not
left hand.
skilled. Then that means he can't be skilled.
We done with the 90s. Jordan big trash. We calling him Jordan Cougar now. He ain't got no left hand. Garbage. What's happening?
It might peak as a casual.
That's it. He's not a
Okay.
he's not a casual. He watched more Michael Jordan games than any one of us here do, because he
So
see
y'all
it.
are saying that if it's not on a stat sheet, it just doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. That's what you're saying.
You said that. You said that. Because
No,
Jordan's
I'm
resume is not
asking you.
enough. No, because Jordan's resume is not enough. That's why you want to go to skill and ability. Because by actual resume, by actual stats that exist for scoring, Jordan is nowhere near the greatest scorer of all time. Nor does it say he's the most. He has the
So you're
ability
saying
to be a
his
greater
10
scorer than anybody
his 10
else.
scoring titles are. I'm just asking. I'm asking
No,
what you guys
they
are saying. Are you
him
saying that
outscoring-
his 10
him-
scoring titles are irrelevant?
Him outscoring for the players that he played against for 10 seasons does not make him the greatest scorer of all time. He did not play against all the scorers of all time. Again, he's the 5th all-time leading scorer. That's as high as you can put Michael Jordan. That's it.
Hila, I have a question for Slim real quick. It's like, let's say you're Jordan and I'm Kareem. So what if you score prettier in the mid range? I'm gonna just shoot this skyhook for longer than you do and
It
score
wasn't
more.
that he scored pretty. I never said nothing about how he.
No,
how he
I know, but I'm just asking. I'm just saying, guys. I'm just posing something to you. So what if you can score prettier from the mid range? I'm gonna just shoot this skyhook that can't be blocked and do it longer than you. I can be a better scorer than you. Hold on, I can be a better. No, I can be a better scorer than you without having a better skill set. I can just have one move that can't be stopped, and that I can be better than you that way.
More efficient. Like you can take
hold on,
20
hold on,
mid-range shots and miss 10 of
Darby
them, but I
Wells
can take
is
10
a more
and
skilled
sky
scorer
hooks
than
and make them
Shaq.
10.
Let me
And
explain.
boom.
Shaq
Let me
the better
explain
scorer.
why in that analogy. Why in that analogy, I would say Jordan is better than Kareem as a scorer, because if you foul Jordan and take him to the free throw line, he's gonna make a higher percentage of free throws.
8 out of
If
10.
Jordan gets hold on, wait. If Kareem can dominate in the post and Jordan can dominate in the post, that's a wash. But if Jordan is forced to play on the perimeter, he now has a different part of his game that Kareem doesn't. That's
Jordan's
all I'm
not
saying.
dominating in the
It's-
post.
it's-
It doesn't. Wait, that's
So
disingenuous
that's
though,
Jordan
because
not
no,
dominating in the post, man.
Hold on, Slim. That's disingenuous because Jordan would not dominate the same level in the post as Kareem. That's
I
super
didn't say he
disingenuous.
did. I did not say that's what it
So
was.
it's
I
not a
said-
wash.
Yeah, you
Then it's
said
not a
that's a
wash.
wash.
Yeah, then
You said
it's
it's a
not.
wash.
Then it's not a wash.
You just said it's
That's
a
not
wash.
then.
No, we heard what you said, man. You've been lying this whole show, and you took the show over. It's over with. We're actually going to get up out of here. I want to thank all of you gentlemen who showed up today. We appreciate all of you guys. But that's it, man. We're done. Slim, if you want me, Friday nights. It was a great show. It's
All right,
over
brother.
with.
All
Yeah,
right.
we're done. We're done. We're done.
Hey, it's love and respect, man. We'll be there.
Yeah, listen, it's done. That's it. You guys have nothing else no more. Jordan is dead in the water. We keep telling y'all that. It's 2025. None of that 1900 shit works anymore when you're talking about basketball. It's over. It's over for Michael Jordan. That's it, guys. We've been very patient with you guys. We've been very lenient with all this stuff with you, Zesty Jeffries. That's why we do a Sunday show to give you guys a chance to speak. But all you do is contradict yourself, lie, back talk, double talk, just to agree. At the end of the day, Jordan never had enough to be anything other than what you want him to be. And no one cares what you want. Nobody shows up on a Sunday afternoon for a Zesty Jeffrey logic about why they like Michael Jordan. We don't care why you like Michael Jordan. It does not make Michael Jordan the GOAT because you think he's better. You have to prove it. And you can't prove it because how you feel. You got to prove it with real achievements. And that's what we do every Sunday right here on the GOAT James Kingdom Show. Beasley and I don't play. We do this every Sunday afternoon. And I show up on Fridays to expose people who want to talk the game of basketball. So like I told you, if you're a GOAT James Kingdom member, I'll see you later on tonight. We're going to have a great show. We're going to talk about the game of basketball. And I'm going to tell you this, guys, right now. All right? I don't like being challenged when people act like I just say shit just to say shit. I never just talk to talk. I actually know what the fuck I'm talking about. And when y'all sat here and argued with me about the game of basketball and y'all sat here and told me it was a physical sport, I know goddamn well it wasn't. Because it says right here, Dr. Naismith specifically created a game for it to be a finesse sport, about skill and accuracy rather than a physical sport. It says right here he created the 13 basic rules of basketball, including no contact to keep players safe. Because the game of basketball was not made for you to be pushing, rubbing against each other, doing all this nonsense. That's not how the game was invented. That's it. That's just the facts. So stop coming on GOAT James Kingdom when you don't know basketball and you talk silly shit. Because at the end of the day, all you're going to do is get exposed every Sunday afternoon because B. Lee and I don't have time for the games.
As you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out. And also, if you stay down here and you never fuck around, you'll never find out.
You got knocked the fuck out, bitch! Yeah!
So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end this show. Shout out to Lamont FYF Sports for letting us go through this. Shout out to everybody who supports us on all our platforms. Again, ladies and gentlemen, you can catch us on TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, right here on YouTube, as well as on Discord. We are the GOAT James Kingdom platform. I'm A. Johnny, my boy Brandon B. Lee. We do this every Sunday. We'll see y'all next Sunday. Peace and blessings.
If you're a basketball fan and you're tired of basketball shows that talk about fake narratives and using non-basketball terms like killer instinct, playoff translation, gravity, come to GOAT James Kingdom.
Welcome to GOAT James Kingdom, where basketball lives forever. You get to enjoy B. Lee and A. Johnny talk basketball every Sunday noon Eastern Time right here on the GOAT James Kingdom channel. Support by subscribing and also check out the membership at GOAT James Kingdom.